Section 1 of The Fortunes of Nigel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fortunes of Nigel by Sir Walter Scott. Introduction. But why should lordlings all our praise engross? Rise, honest man, and sing the Man of Ross. Pope, having in the tale of the heart of Midlothian succeeded in some degree in awakening an interest on behalf of one devoid of those accomplishments which belong to a heroine almost by right, I was next tempted to choose a hero upon the same unpromising plan, and as worth of character, goodness of heart, and rectitude of principle were necessary to one who laid no claim to high birth, romantic sensibility, or any of the usual accomplishments of those who strut through the pages of this sort of composition, I made free with the name of a person who has left the most magnificent proofs of his benevolence and charity that the capital of Scotland has to display. To the Scottish reader, little more need be said than that the man alluded to is George Heriot. But for those south of the Tweed, it may be necessary to add that the person so named was a wealthy citizen of Edinburgh and the king's goldsmith, who followed James to the English capital and was so successful in his profession as to die in 1624, extremely wealthy for that period. He had no children, and after making a full provision for such relations as might have claims upon him, he left the residue of his fortune to establish an hospital in which the sons of Edinburgh freemen are gratuitously brought up and educated for the station to which their talents may recommend them, and are finally enabled to enter life under respectable auspices. The hospital in which this charity is maintained is a noble quadrangle of the Gothic order, and as ornamental to the city as a building as the manner in which the youths are provided for and educated renders it useful to the community as an institution. To the honour of those who have the management, the magistrates and clergy of Edinburgh, the funds of the hospital have increased so much under their care that it now supports and educates 130 youths annually, many of whom have done honour to their country in different situations. The founder of such a charity as this may be reasonably supposed to have walked through life with a steady pace and an observant eye, neglecting no opportunity of assisting those who were not possessed of the experience necessary for their own guidance. In supposing his efforts directed to the benefit of a young nobleman, misguided by the aristocratic haughtiness of his own time, and the prevailing tone of selfish luxury, which seems more peculiar to ours, as well as the seductions of pleasure, which are predominant in all, some amusement or even some advantage might, I thought, be derived from the manner in which I might bring the exertions of this civic mentor to bear in his pupil's behalf. I am, I own, no great believer in the moral utility to be derived from fictitious compositions, yet if any case a word spoken in season may be of advantage to a young person, it must surely be when it calls upon him to attend to the voice of principle and self-denial, instead of that of precipitate passion. I could not indeed hope or expect to represent my prudent and benevolent citizen in a point of view so interesting as that of the peasant girl, who nobly sacrificed her family affections to the integrity of her moral character. Still, however, something I hoped might be done, not altogether unworthy the fame which George Heriot has secured by the lasting benefits he has bestowed on his country. It appeared likely that out of this simple plot I might weave something attractive, because the reign of James I, in which George Heriot flourished, gave unbounded scope to invention in the fable, while at the same time it afforded greater variety and discrimination of character than could, with historical consistency, have been introduced, if the scene had been laid a century earlier. Lady Mary Wortley Montagu has said, with equal truth and taste, that the most romantic region of every country is that where the mountains unite themselves with the plains or lowlands. For similar reasons, it may be in like manner said that the most picturesque period of history is that when the ancient, rough, and wild manners of a barbarous age are just becoming innovated upon and contrasted by the illumination of increased or revived learning, and the instructions of renewed or reformed religion. The strong contrast produced by the opposition of ancient manners to those which are gradually subduing them affords the lights and shadows necessary to give effect to a fictitious narrative, and while such a period entitles the author to introduce incidents of a marvellous and improbable character, as arising out of the turbulent independence and ferocity belonging to old habits of violence still influencing the manners of a people who had been so lately in a barbarous state, yet on the other hand the characters and sentiments of many of the actors may, with the utmost probability, be described with great variety of shading and delineation, which belongs to the newer and more improved period, of which the world has but lately received the light. The reign of James the First of England possessed this advantage in a peculiar degree. Some beams of chivalry, although its planet had been for some time set, continued to animate and gild the horizon, and although probably no one acted precisely on its quixotic dictates, men and women still talked the chivalrous language of Sir Philip Sidney's Arcadia, and the ceremonial of the tilt yard was yet exhibited, though it now only flourished as a place de carousel. Here and there a high-spirited knight of the Bath, witness the too scrupulous Lord Herbert of Cherbury, was found devoted enough to the vows he had taken to imagine himself obliged to compel by the sword's point a fellow knight or squire to restore the top knot of ribbon which he had stolen from a fair damsel. But yet, while men were taking each other's lives on such punctilios of honour, the hour was already arrived when Bacon was about to teach the world that they were no longer to reason from authority to fact, but to establish truth by advancing from fact to fact, till they fixed an indisputable authority, not from hypothesis, but from experiment. The state of society in the reign of James the First was also strangely disturbed, and the license of a part of the community was perpetually giving rise to acts of blood and violence. The bravo of the Queen's day, of whom Shakespeare has given us so many varieties, as Bardolph, Nym, Pistol, Peto, and the other companions of Falstaff, men who had their humours or their particular turn of extravaganza, had, since the commencement of the Low Country wars, given way to a race of sworders, who used the rapier and dagger instead of the far less dangerous sword and buckler, so that a historian says on this subject that private quarrels were nourished, but especially between the Scots and English, and duels in every street maintained, divers sects and peculiar titles passed unpunished and unregarded, as the sect of the Roaring Boys, bravadors, courtiers, and such like, being persons prodigal and of great expense, who having run themselves into debt were constrained to run next into factions to defend themselves from danger of the law. These received countenance from divers of the nobility and the citizens through lasciviousness consuming their estates. It was like that the number of these desperadoes would rather increase than diminish, and under these pretenses they entered into many desperate enterprises, and scarce any durst walk in the street after 9 at night. The same authority assures us farther, that ancient gentlemen, who had left their inheritance whole and well furnished with goods and chattels, having thereupon kept good houses unto their sons, lived to see part consumed in riot and excess, and the rest in possibility to be utterly lost. The holy state of matrimony made but a May-game, by which divers families have been subverted, brothel houses much frequented, and even great persons, prostituting their bodies to the intent to satisfy their lusts, consume their substance in lascivious appetites, and of all sorts, such knights and gentlemen as either through pride or prodigality had consumed their substance, repairing to the city, and to the intent to consume their virtue also, lived dissolute lives, many of their ladies and daughters to the intent to maintain themselves according to their dignity, prostituting their bodies in shameful manner. Ale-houses, dicing houses, taverns, and places of iniquity beyond manner abounding in most places. Nor is it only in the pages of a puritanical, perhaps a satirical writer, that we find so shocking and disgusting a picture of the coarseness of the beginning of the 17th century. On the contrary, in all the comedies of the age, the principal character for gaiety and wit is a young heir, who has totally altered the establishment of the father to whom he has succeeded, and, to use the old simile, who resembles a fountain which plays off in idleness and extravagance the wealth which its careful parents painfully had assembled in hidden reservoirs. And yet, while that spirit of general extravagance seemed at work over a whole kingdom, another and very different sort of men were gradually forming the state and resolved characters which afterwards displayed themselves during the civil wars, and powerfully regulated and affected the character of the whole English nation, until, rushing from one extreme to another, they sunk in a gloomy fanaticism, the splendid traces of the reviving fine arts. From the quotations which I have produced, the selfish and disgusting conduct of Lord Dalgarno will not perhaps appear overstrained, nor will the scenes in Whitefriars and places of similar resort seem too highly coloured. This indeed is far from being the case. It was in James the First's reign that vice first appeared affecting the better classes in its gross and undisguised depravity. The entertainments and amusements of Elizabeth time had an air of that decent restraint which became the court of a maiden sovereign, and in that earlier period, the use of the words of Burke, vice lost half its evil by being deprived of all its grossness. In James's reign, on the contrary, the coarsest pleasures were publicly and unlimitedly indulged, since, according to Sir John Harrington, the men wallowed in beastly delights, and even ladies abandoned their delicacy and rolled about in intoxication. After a ludicrous account of a masque, in which the actors had got drunk, and behaved themselves accordingly, he adds, I have much marvelled at these strange pageantries, and they do bring to my recollection what passed of this sort in our Queen's days, in which I was sometimes an assistant and partaker, but never did I see such lack of good order and sobriety as I have now done. The gunpowder fright is got out of all our heads, and we are going on hereabout as if the devil was contriving every man should blow up himself by wild riot, excess, and devastation of time and temperance. The great ladies do go well masked, and indeed it be the only show of their modesty to conceal their countenance, but alack, they meet with such countenance to uphold their strange doings, that I marvel not at all that happens. For the gross debauchery of the period, too much encouraged by the example of the monarch, who was in other respects neither without talent nor a good-natured disposition. See Windward's Memorials, Howell's Letters, and other memorials of the time, but particularly consult the private letters and correspondence of Steenie, alias Buckingham, with his reverend dad and gossip King James, which abound with the grossest as well as the most childish language. The learned Mr. Disraeli, in an attempt to vindicate the character of James, has only succeeded in obtaining for himself the character of a skilful and ingenious advocate, without much advantage to his royal client. Such being the state of the court, coarse sensuality brought along with it its ordinary companion, a brutal degree of undisguised selfishness, destructive alike of philanthropy and good breeding, both of which in their several spheres depend upon the regard paid by each individual to the interest as well as the feelings of others. It is in such a time that the heartless and shameless man of wealth and power may, like the supposed Lord Dalgarno, brazen out the shame of his villainies, and affect to triumph in their consequences, so long as they were personally advantageous to his own pleasures or profit. Alsatia is elsewhere explained as a cant name for Whitefriars, which, possessing certain privileges of sanctuary, became for that reason a nest of those mischievous characters who were generally obnoxious to the law. These privileges were derived from its having been an establishment of the Carmelites or Whitefriars, founded, says Stowe in his Survey of London, by Sir Patrick Gray in 1241. Edward I gave them a plot of ground in Fleet Street to build their church upon. The edifice then erected was rebuilt by Courtenay, Earl of Devonshire, in the reign of Edward. In the time of the Reformation, the place retained its immunities as a sanctuary, and James I confirmed and added to them by a charter in 1608. Shadwell was the first author who made some literary use of Whitefriars in his play of the Squire of Alsatia, which turns upon the plot of the Adelphi of Terence. In this old play, two men of fortune, brothers, educate two young men, sons to the one and nephews to the other, each under his own separate system of rigor and indulgence. The elder of the subjects of this experiment, who has been very rigidly brought up, falls at once into all the vices of the town, is debauched by the cheats and bullies of Whitefriars, and in a word becomes the Squire of Alsatia. The poet gives, as the natural and congenial inhabitants of the place, such characters as the reader will find in the note. Cheatley, a rascal who by reason of debts dares not stir out of Whitefriars, but there inveigles young heirs of entail, and helps them to goods and money upon great disadvantages, is bound for them, and shares with them till he undoes them. A lewd, impudent, debauched fellow, very expert in the cant about town. Shamwell, cousin to the Belfords, who, being ruined by Cheatley, is made a decoy duck for others, not daring to stir out of Alsatia, where he lives, is bound with Cheatley for heirs, and lives upon them a dissolute, debauched life. Captain Hackham, a block-headed bully of Alsatia, a cowardly, impudent, blustering fellow, formerly a sergeant in Flanders, who has run from his colours and retreated into Whitefriars for a very small debt, whereby the Alsatians he is dubbed a captain, marries one that lets lodgings, sells cherry brandy, and is a bawd. Scrape all, a hypocritical, repeating, praying, psalm-singing, precise fellow, pretending to great piety, a godly knave who joins with cheatly and supplies young heirs with goods and money. The play, as we learn from the dedication of the Earl of Dorset and Middlesex, was successful above the author's expectations. No comedy, these many years having filled the theatre so long together. And I had the great honour, continues Shadwell, to find so many friends that the house was never so full since it was built as upon the third day of this play, and vast numbers went away that could not be admitted. From the squire of Alsatia the author derived some few hints, and learned the footing on which the bullies and thieves of the sanctuary stood with their neighbours, the fiery young students of the temple, of which some intimation is given in the dramatic piece. Such are the materials to which the author stands indebted for the composition of The Fortunes of Nigel, a novel which may be perhaps one of those that are more amusing on a second perusal than when read a first time, for the sake of the story, the incidents of which are few and meagre. The introductory epistle is written, in Lucio's phrase, according to the trick, and would never have appeared had the writer meditated making his avowal of the work. As it is the privilege of a mask or incognito to speak in a feigned voice and assumed character, the author attempted, while in disguise, some liberties of the same sort, and while he continues to plead upon the various excuses which the introduction contains, the present acknowledgment must serve as an apology for a species of hoity-toity, whisky-frisky pertness of manner, which in his avowed character the author should have considered as a departure from the rules of civility and good taste. Abbotsford, 1st July, 1831. End of Introduction. Section 2 of The Fortunes of Nigel by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Introductory Epistle. Captain Clutterbuck to the Reverend Dr. Dry as Dust. Dear Sir, I readily accept of and reply to the civilities with which you have been pleased to honour me in your obliging letter, and entirely agree with your quotation of quam bonum et quam jucundum. We may indeed esteem ourselves as come of the same family, or according to our country proverb, as being all one man's bairns, and there needed no apology on your part, Reverend and dear Sir, for demanding of me any information which I may be able to supply respecting the subject of your curiosity. The interview which you allude to took place in the course of last winter, and is so deeply imprinted on my recollection that it requires no effort to collect all its most minute details. You are aware that the share which I had in introducing the romance called The Monastery to public notice has given me a sort of character in the literature of our Scottish metropolis. I no longer stand in the outer shop of our Bibliopolis, bargaining for the objects of my curiosity within an unrespective shop-lad, hustled among boys who come to buy corderies and copybooks, and servant girls cheapening a pennyworth of paper, but am cordially welcomed by the bibliopolist himself, with "Pray, walk into the back shop, Captain." "Boy, get a chair for Captain Clutterbuck." "There is the newspaper, Captain, to-day's paper," or "Here is the last new work, there's a folder, make free with the leaves," or "Put it in your pocket and carry it home," or "We will make a bookseller of you, sir, and you shall have it at trade price," or perhaps, if it is the worthy trader's own publication, his liberality may even extend itself to. Never mind booking such a trifle to you, sir. It is an over-copy. Pray mention the work to your reading friends. I say nothing of the snug, well-selected literary party arranged round a turbot, leg of 5-year-old mutton, or some such gear, or of the circulation of a quiet bottle of Robert Cockburn's choicest black, nay, perhaps, of his new ones. All these are comforts reserved to such as are freemen of the Corporation of Letters, and I have the advantage of enjoying them in perfection. But all things change under the sun, and it is with no ordinary feelings of regret that in my annual visits to the metropolis I now miss the social and warm-hearted welcome of the quick-witted and kindly friend who first introduced me to the public, who had more original wit than would have set up a dozen of professed sayers of good things, and more racy humour than would have made the fortune of as many more. To this great deprivation has been added, I trust for a time only, the loss of another bibliopolical friend, whose vigorous intellect and liberal ideas have not only rendered his native country the mart of her own literature, but established there a court of letters which must command respect even from those most inclined to dissent from many of its canons. The effect of these changes, operated in a great measure by the strong sense and sagacious calculations of an individual who knew how to avail himself to an unhoped-for extent of the various kinds of talent which his country produced, will probably appear more clearly to the generation which shall follow the present. I entered the shop at the Cross to inquire after the health of my worthy friend, and learned with satisfaction that his residence in the south had abated the rigour of the symptoms of his disorder. Availing myself then of the privileges to which I have alluded, I strolled onward in that labyrinth of small dark rooms, or crypts, to speak our own antiquarian language, which formed the extensive back settlements of that celebrated publishing house. Yet as I proceeded from one obscure recess to another, filled some of them with old volumes, some with such as, from the equality of their rank on the shelves, I suspected to be the less saleable modern books of the concern, I could not help feeling a holy horror creep upon me when I thought of the risk of intruding on some ecstatic bard, giving vent to his poetical fury, or it might be on the yet more formidable privacy of a band of critics in the act of worrying the game which they had just run down. In such a supposed case, I felt by anticipation the horrors of the Highland seers, whom their gift of deuteroscopy compels to witness things unmeet for mortal eye, and who, to use the expression of Collins, heartless oft like moody madness stare, to see the phantom train their secret work prepare. Still, however, the irresistible impulse of an undefined curiosity drove me on through this succession of darksome chambers, till, like the jeweller of Delhi in the house of the magician Badaskar, I at length reached a vaulted room, dedicated to secrecy and silence, and beheld, seated by a lamp, and employed in reading a blotted revise. Footnote: the uninitiated must be informed that a second proof sheet is so called. End of footnote. The person, or perhaps I should rather say the eidolon, or representative vision of the author of Waverley. You will not be surprised at the filial instinct which enabled me at once to acknowledge the features borne by this venerable apparition, and that I at once bended the knee with the classical salutation of Salve Magne Parens. The vision, however, cut me short by pointing to a seat, and intimating at the same time that my presence was not expected, and that he had something to say to me. I sat down with humble obedience, and endeavoured to note the features of him with whom I now found myself so unexpectedly in society. But on this point I can give your reverence no satisfaction, for besides the obscurity of the apartment, and the fluttered state of my own nerves, I seemed to myself overwhelmed by a sense of filial awe, which prevented my noting and recording what it is probable the personage before me might most desire to have concealed. Indeed, his figure was so closely veiled and wimpled, either with a mantle, morning gown, or some such loose garb, that the verses of Spenser might well have been applied. Yet certes, by her face and physiognomy, whether she man or woman only were, that could not any creature well descry. I must, however, go on as I have begun, to apply the masculine gender, for notwithstanding very ingenious reasons, and indeed something like positive evidence, have been offered to prove the author of Waverley to be two ladies of talent, I must abide by the general opinion that he is of the rougher sex. There are in his writings too many things quae maribus sola tribuuntur to permit me to entertain any doubt on that subject. I will proceed in the manner of dialogue to repeat as nearly as I can what passed betwixt us, only observing that in the course of the conversation my timidity imperceptibly gave way under the familiarity of his address, and that in the concluding part of our dialogue I perhaps argued with fully as much confidence as was beseeming. Author of Waverley, I was willing to see you, Captain Clutterbuck, being the person of my family whom I have most regard for, since the death of Jedediah Cleishbotham, and I am afraid I may have done you some wrong in assigning to you the monastery as a portion of my effects. I have some thoughts of making it up to you by naming your godfather to this yet unborn babe, He indicated the proof sheet with his finger, but first, touching the monastery, how says the world? You are abroad and can learn. Captain Clutterbuck, the inquiry is delicate. I've not heard any complaints from the publishers. Author, that is the principal matter, but yet an indifferent work is sometimes towed on by those which have left harbour before it, and the breeze in their poop. What say the critics? Captain, there is a general feeling that the White Lady is no favourite. Author, I think she is a failure myself, but rather in execution than in conception. Could I have evoked an esprit follet, at the same time fantastic and interesting, capricious and kind, a sort of wildfire of the elements, bound by no fixed laws or motives of action, faithful and fond, yet teasing and uncertain? Captain, if you will pardon the interruption, sir, I think you are describing a pretty woman. Author, on my word, I believe I am. I must invest my elementary spirits with a little human flesh and blood. They are too fine drawn for the present taste of the public. Captain, they object to that the object of your Nixie ought to have been more uniformly noble. Her ducking the priest was no Naiad-like amusement. Author, they ought to allow for the capriccios of what is, after all, but a better sort of goblin, the bath into which Ariel, the most delicate creation of Shakespeare's imagination, seduces our jolly friend Trinculo, was not of amber or rose water, but no one shall find me rowing against the stream. I care not who knows it. I write for general amusement, and though I never will aim at popularity by what I think unworthy means, I will not, on the other hand, be pertinacious in the defence of my own errors against the voice of the public. Captain, you abandon then in the present work, looking in my turn towards the proof sheet, the mystic and the magical, and the whole system of signs, wonders, and omens. There are no dreams or presages or obscure allusions to future events. Author, not a Cock Lane scratch, my son, not one bounce on the drum of Tedworth, not so much as the poor tick of a solitary death watch in the wainscot. All is clear and above board. A Scots metaphysician might believe every word of it. Captain, and the story is, I hope, natural and probable, commencing strikingly, proceeding naturally, ending happily, like the course of a famed river, which gushes from the mouth of some obscure and romantic grotto, then gliding on, never pausing, never precipitating its course, visiting, as it were, by natural instinct, whatever worthy subjects of interest are presented by the country through which it passes, widening and deepening in interest as it flows on, and at length arriving at the final catastrophe, as at some mighty haven, where ships of all kinds strike sail in yard. Author, hey, what the deuce is all this? Why, 'tis Ercles' vein, and it would require someone much more like Hercules than I, to produce a story which should gush and glide and never pause, and visit and widen and deepen, and all the rest on't. I should be chin deep in the grave, man, before I had done with my task, and in the meanwhile all the quirks and quiddities which I might have devised for my reader's amusement would lie rotting in my gizzard, like Sancho's suppressed witticisms when he was under his master's displeasure. There never was a novel written on this plan while the world stood. Captain, pardon me, Tom Jones. Author, true, and perhaps Amelia also, Fielding had high notions of the dignity of an art, which he may be considered as having founded. He challenges a comparison between the novel and the epic. Smollett, Lesage, and others, emancipating themselves from the strictness of the rules he has laid down, have written rather a history of the miscellaneous adventures which befall an individual in the course of life than the plot of a regular and connected epopoeia, where every step brings us a point nearer to the final catastrophe. These great masters have been satisfied if they amuse the reader upon the road, though the conclusion only arrived because the tale must have an end, just as the traveller alights at the inn because it is evening. Captain, a very commodious mode of travelling, for the author at least. In short, sir, you are of opinion with Bayes. What the devil does the plot signify, except to bring in fine things? Author, grant that I were so, and that I should write with sense and spirit a few scenes, unlaboured and loosely put together, but which had sufficient interest in them to amuse, in one corner, the pain of body, in another, to relieve anxiety of mind, in a third place, to unwrinkle a brow bent with the furrows of daily toil, in another, to fill the place of bad thoughts, or to suggest better, in yet another, to induce an idler to study the history of his country, in all, save where the perusal interrupted the discharge of serious duties, to furnish harmless amusement. Might not the author of such a work, however inartificially executed, plead for his errors and negligences the excuse of the slave, who, about to be punished for having spread the false report of a victory, saved himself by exclaiming, "Am I to blame, O Athenians, who have given you one happy day?" Captain, will your goodness permit me to mention an anecdote of my excellent grandmother? Author, I see little she can have to do with the subject, Captain Clutterbuck. Captain, it may come into our dialogue on Bayes's plan, The sagacious old lady, rest her soul, was a good friend to the church, and could never hear a minister maligned by evil tongues without taking his part warmly. There was one fixed point, however, at which she always abandoned the cause of her reverend protege. It was so soon as she learned he had preached a regular sermon against slanderers and backbiters. Author, and what is that to the purpose? Captain, only that I have heard engineers say that one may betray the weak point of the enemy by too much ostentation of fortifying it. Author, and once more I pray, what is that to the purpose? Captain, nay then, without farther metaphor, I'm afraid this new production, in which your generosity seems willing to give me some concern, will stand much in need of apology, since you think proper to begin your defense before the case is on trial. The story is hastily huddled up. I will venture a pint of claret. Author, a pint of port. I suppose you mean, Captain, I say of claret, good claret of the monastery. Ah, sir, would you but take the advice of your friends, and try to deserve at least one half of the public favour you have met with, we might all drink Tokay. Author, I care not what I drink, so the liquor be wholesome. Captain, care for your reputation than for your fame. Author, my fame? I will answer you, as a very ingenious, able, and experienced friend, being counsel for the notorious Jem Macool, replied to the opposite side of the bar, when they laid wait on his clients, refusing to answer certain queries, which they said any man who had a regard for his reputation would not hesitate to reply to. My client, said he, by the way, Jem was standing behind him at the time, and a rich scene it was, so unfortunate as to have no regard for his reputation, and I should deal very uncandidly with the court should I say he had any that was worth his attention. I am, though for very different reasons, in Jem's happy state of indifference. Let fame follow those who have a substantial shape, a shadow, and an impersonal author is nothing better, can cast no shade. Captain, you are not now perhaps so impersonal as heretofore. These letters to the member of the University of Oxford. Author, show the wit, genius, and delicacy of the author, which I heartily wish to see engaged on a subject of more importance, and show besides that the preservation of my character of incognito has engaged early talent in the discussion of a curious question of evidence. But a cause, however ingeniously pleaded, is not therefore gained. You may remember the neatly wrought chain of circumstantial evidence so artificially brought forward to prove Sir Philip Francis's title to the letters of Junius seemed at first irrefragable, yet the influence of the reasoning has passed away, and Junius, in the general opinion, is as much unknown as ever. But on this subject I will not be soothed or provoked into saying one word more. To say who I am not would be one step towards saying who I am, and as I desire not, any more than a certain justice of peace mentioned by Shenstone, the noise or report such things make in the world, I shall continue to be silent on the subject, which in my opinion is very undeserving the noise that has been made about it, and still more unworthy of the serious employment of such ingenuity as has been displayed by the young letter writer. Captain, but allowing, my dear sir, that you care not for your personal reputation, or for that of any literary person upon whose shoulders your faults may be visited, allow me to say that common gratitude to the public, which has received you so kindly, and to the critics who have treated you so leniently, ought to induce you to bestow more pains on your story. Author, I do entreat you, my son, as Dr. Johnson would have said, free your mind from cant. For the critics, they have their business and I mine, as the nursery proverb goes. The children in Holland take pleasure in making what the children in England take pleasure in breaking. I am their humble jackal, too busy in providing food for them to have time for considering whether they swallow or reject it. To the public I stand pretty nearly in the relation of the postman who leaves a packet at the door of an individual. If it contains pleasing intelligence, a billet from a mistress, a letter from an absent son, a remittance from a correspondent supposed to be bankrupt, the letter is acceptably welcome, and read and reread, folded up, filed, and safely deposited in the bureau. If the contents are disagreeable, if it comes from a dun or from a bore, the correspondent is cursed, the letter is thrown into the fire, and the expense of postage is heartily regretted, while all the time the bearer of the dispatches is, in either case, as little thought on as the snow of last Christmas. The utmost extent of kindness between the author and the public which can really exist is, that the world are disposed to be somewhat indulgent to the succeeding works of an original favourite, were it but on account of the habit which the public mind has acquired, while the author very naturally thinks well of their taste, who have so liberally applauded his productions. But I deny there is any call for gratitude, properly so called, either on one side or the other. Captain, respect to yourself, then, ought to teach caution. Author, I, if caution could augment the chance of my success, but to confess to you the truth, the works and passages in which I have succeeded have uniformly been written with the greatest rapidity, and when I have seen some of these placed in opposition with others, and commended as more highly finished, I could appeal to Penn and Standish, that the parts in which I have come feebly off were by much the more laboured. Besides, I doubt the beneficial effect of too much delay, but on account of the author and the public. A man should strike while the iron is hot, and hoist sail while the wind is fair. If a successful author keep not the stage, another instantly takes his ground. If a writer lie by for 10 years ere he produces a second work, he is superseded by others, or if the age is so poor of genius that this does not happen, his own reputation becomes his greatest obstacle. The public will expect the new work to be 10 times better than its predecessor. The author will expect it should be 10 times more popular, and 'tis 100 to 10 that both are disappointed. Captain, this may justify a certain degree of rapidity in publication, but not that which is proverbially said to be no speed. You should take time at least to arrange your story. Author, that is a sore point with me, my son. Believe me, I have not been fool enough to neglect ordinary precautions. I have repeatedly laid down my future work to scale, divided it into volumes and chapters, and endeavored to construct a story which I meant should evolve itself gradually and strikingly, maintain suspense and stimulate curiosity, and which finally should terminate in a striking catastrophe. But I think there is a demon who seats himself on the feather of my pen when I begin to write, and leads it astray from the purpose. Characters expand under my hand, incidents are multiplied, the story lingers while the materials increase, my regular mansion turns out a Gothic anomaly, and the work is closed long before I have attained the point I proposed. Captain, resolution and determined forbearance might remedy that evil. Author, alas, my dear sir, you do not know the force of paternal affection. When I light on such a character as Bailey, Jarvey, or Dalgetty, my imagination brightens, and my conception becomes clearer at every step which I take in his company, although it leads me many a weary mile away from the regular road, and forces me leap hedge and ditch to get back into the route again. If I resist the temptation as you advise me, my thoughts become prosy, flat, and dull. I write painfully to myself, and under a consciousness of flagging, which makes me flag still more. The sunshine with which fancy has had invested the incidents departs from them, and leaves everything dull and gloomy. I am no more the same author I was in my better mood. Then the dog in a wheel, condemned to go round and round for hours, is like the same dog merrily chasing his own tail, and gambolling in all the frolic of unrestrained freedom. In short, sir, on such occasions I think I am bewitched. Captain, nay, sir, if you plead sorcery, there is no more to be said. He must needs go whom the devil drives. And this, I suppose, sir, is the reason why you do not make the theatrical attempt to which you have been so often urged. Author, it may pass for one good reason for not writing a play, that I cannot form a plot. But the truth is that the idea adopted by 2 favourable judges of my having some aptitude for that department of poetry has been much founded on those scraps of old plays, which being taken from a source inaccessible to collectors, they have hastily considered the offspring of my mother wit. Now the manner in which I became possessed of these fragments is so extraordinary that I cannot help telling it to you. You must know that some 20 years since I went down to visit an old friend in Worcestershire, who had served with me in the dragoons. Captain, then you have served, sir. Author, I have, or I have not, which signifies the same thing. Captain is a good travelling name. I found my friend's house unexpectedly crowded with guests, and as usual was condemned, the mansion being an old one, to the haunted apartment. I have, as a great modern said, seen too many ghosts to believe in them. So betook myself seriously to my repose, lulled by the wind rustling among the lime trees, the branches of which checkered the moonlight which fell on the floor through the diamonded casement, when behold a darker shadow interposed itself, and I beheld visibly on the floor of the apartment. Captain, the White Lady of Avenel, I suppose you have told the very story before. Author, no. I beheld a female form with mob cap, bib, and apron, sleeves tucked up to the elbow, a dredging box in the one hand, and in the other a sauce ladle. I concluded, of course, that it was my friend's cookmate walking in her sleep, and as I knew he had a value for Sally, who could toss a pancake with any girl in the country, I got up to conduct her safely to the door. But as I approached her, she said, "Hold, sir, I'm not what you take me for," words which seemed so opposite to the circumstances that I should not have much minded them, had it not been for the peculiarly hollow sound in which they were uttered. "Know then," she said in the same unearthly accents, "that I am the spirit of Betty Barnes, who hanged herself for love of the stage coachman." Thought I, this is a proper spot of work. Of that unhappy Elizabeth, or Betty Barnes, long cookmaid to Mr. Warburton, the painful collector, but the too careless custodier of the largest collection of ancient plays ever known, of most of which the titles only are left to gladden the prolegomena of the variorum Shakespeare. Yes, stranger, it was these ill-fated hands that consigned to grease and conflagration the scores of small quarters which, did they now exist, would drive the whole Roxburgh Club out of their senses. It was these unhappy pickers and stealers that singed fat fowls and wiped dirty trenchers with the lost works of Beaumont and Fletcher, Massinger, Johnson, Webster, what shall I say, even of Shakespeare himself. Like every dramatic antiquary, my ardent curiosity after some play named in the book of the Master of Revels had often been checked by finding the object of my research numbered amongst the holocaust of victims which this unhappy woman had sacrificed to the god of good cheer. It is no wonder, then, that, like the hermit of Parnell, I broke the bands of fear and madly cried, "You careless jade!" But scarce the words began when Betty brandished high her saucing pan. "Beware," she said, "you do not by your ill-timed anger cut off the opportunity I yet have to indemnify the world for the errors of my ignorance. In yonder coal-hole, not used for many a year, repose the few greasy and blackened fragments of the elder drama, which were not totally destroyed. Do thou then, why, what do you stare at, Captain? But my soul, it is true, as my friend Major Longbow says, what should I tell you a lie for?" "Captain, lie, sir? Nay, heaven forbid I shall apply the word to a person so veracious. You are only inclined to chase your tail a little this morning, that's all. Had you not better reserve this legend to form an introduction to 3 recovered dramas, or so?" "Author, you are quite right. Habit's a strange thing, my son. I forgot whom I was speaking to. Yes, plays for the closet, not for the stage." "Captain, right. And so you are sure to be active. For the managers, while thousands of volunteers are desirous of serving them, are wonderfully partial to pressed men. Author, I'm a living witness, having been, like a second Liberius, made a dramatist whether I would or not. I believe my muse would be terrified into treading the stage, even if I should write a sermon." "Captain, truly, if you did, I am afraid folks might make a farce of it, and therefore, should you change your style, I still advise a volume of dramas like Lord Byron's." "Author, no, his lordship is a cut above me. I won't run my horse against his, if I can help myself. But there is my friend Allen has written just such a play as I might write myself in a very sunny day, and with one of Brahma's extra patent pens. I cannot make neat work without such appurtenances." "Captain, do you mean Allan Ramsay?" "Author, no, nor Barbara Allen either. I mean Allan Cunningham, who has just published his tragedy of Sir Marmaduke Maxwell, full of merry-making and murdering, kissing and cutting of throats, and passages which lead to nothing, and which are very pretty passages for all that. Not a glimpse of probability is there about the plot, but so much animation in particular passages, and such a vein of poetry through the whole, as I dearly wish I could infuse into my culinary remains, should I ever be tempted to publish them. With a popular impress, people would read and admire the beauties of Allen. As it is, they may perhaps only note his defects, or what is worse, not note him at all. But never mind them, honest Allen. You are a credit to Caledonia for all that. There are some lyrical effusions of his, too, which you would do well to read. Captain, its aim and its aim is equal to Burns. Captain, I will take the hint. The club at Kennacuhair are turned fastidious since Cadwalader visited the Abbey. My putti called has been received both poorly and coldly, and the banks of Bonny Doon have been positively coughed down, tempora mutantur. Author, they cannot stand still, they will change with all of us. What then? A man's a man for that. But the hour of parting approaches. Captain, you are determined to proceed then in your own system. Are you aware that an unworthy motive may be assigned for this rapid succession of publication? You will be supposed to work merely for the lucre of gain. Author, supposing that I did permit the great advantages which must be derived from success in literature to join with other motives in inducing me to come more frequently before the public, that emolument is the voluntary tax which the public pays for a certain species of literary amusement. It is extorted from no one, and paid, I presume, by those only who can afford it, and who receive gratification in proportion to the expense. If the capital sum which these volumes have put into circulation be a very large one, has it contributed to my indulgences only, or can I not say to hundreds from honest Duncan, the paper manufacturer, to the most snivelling of the printer's devils, didst thou not share? Hast thou not 15 pence? I profess I think our modern Athens much obliged to me for having established such an extensive manufacture, and when universal suffrage comes in fashion, I intend to stand for a seat in the House on the interest of all the unwashed artificers connected with literature. Captain, this would be called the language of a calico manufacturer. Author, cant again, my dear son. There's lime in this sack too. nothing but sophistication in this world. I do say it in spite of Adam Smith and his followers, that a successful author is a productive laborer, and that his works constitute as effectual a part of the public wealth as that which is created by any other manufacture. If a new commodity, having an actually intrinsic and commercial value, be the result of the operation, why are the author's bales of books to be esteemed a less profitable part of the public stock than the goods of any other manufacturer? I speak with reference to the diffusion of the wealth arising to the public, and the degree of industry which even such a trifling work as the present must stimulate and reward before volumes leave the publisher's shop. Without me it could not exist, and to this extent I am a benefactor to the country. As for my emolument, it is won by my toil, and I account myself answerable to heaven only for the mode in which I expend it. The candid may hope it is not all dedicated to selfish purposes, and without much pretensions to merit in him who disperses it. A part may wander heaven directed to the poor. Captain, yet it is generally held base to write from the mere motives of gain. Author, it would be base to do so exclusively, or even to make it a principal motive for literary exertion. Nay, I will venture to say that no work of imagination, proceeding from the mere consideration of a certain sum of copy money, ever did or ever will succeed. So the lawyer who pleads, the soldier who fights, the physician who prescribes, the clergyman, if such there be, who preaches, without any zeal for his profession, or without any sense of its dignity, and merely on account of the fee, pay, or stipend, degrade themselves to the rank of sordid mechanics. Accordingly, in the case of two of the learned faculties at least, their services are considered as unappreciable, and are acknowledged not by any exact estimate of the services rendered, but by a honorarium, or a voluntary acknowledgment. But let a client or patient make the experiment of omitting this little ceremony of the honorarium, which is sensed to be a thing entirely out of consideration between them, and mark how the learned gentleman will look upon his case. Cant set apart, it is the same thing with literary emolument. No man of sense in any rank of life is, or ought to be, above accepting a just recompense for his time, and a reasonable share of the capital which owes its very existence to his exertions. When Tsar Peter wrought in the trenches, he took the pay of a common soldier, and noble statesmen and divines, the most distinguished of their time, have not scorned to square accounts with their bookseller. Captain sings, oh, if it were a mean thing, the gentles would not use it, and if it were ungodly, the clergy would refuse it. Author, you say well, but no man of honor, genius, or spirit would make the mere love of gain the chief, far less the only purpose of his labors. For myself, I am not displeased to find the game a winning one, yet while I please the public, I should probably continue it merely for the pleasure of playing, for I have felt as strongly as most folks that love of composition, which is perhaps the strongest of all instincts, driving the author to the pen, the painter to the palette, often without either the chance of fame or the prospect of reward. Perhaps I have said too much of this. I might perhaps, with as much truth as most people, exculpate myself from the charge of being either of a greedy or mercenary disposition, but I am not therefore hypocrite enough to disclaim the ordinary motives on account of which the whole world around me is toiling unremittingly to the sacrifice of ease, comfort, health, and life. I do not affect the disinterestedness of that ingenious association of gentlemen mentioned by Goldsmith, who sold their magazine for 6 pence apiece, merely for their own amusement. Captain, I have but one thing more to hint. The world say you will run yourself out. Author, the world say true, and what then? When they dance no longer, I will no longer pipe, and I shall not want flappers enough to remind me of the apoplexy. Captain, and what will become of us then, your poor family? We shall fall into contempt and oblivion. Author, like many a poor fellow, already overwhelmed with a number of his family, I cannot help going on to increase it. 'Tis my vocation. How? Such of you as deserve oblivion, perhaps the whole of you, may be consigned to it. At any rate, you have been read in your day, which is more than can be said of some of your contemporaries of less fortune and more merit. They cannot say but that you had the crown. It is always something to have engaged the public attention for 7 years. Had I only written Waverley, I should have long since been, according to the established phrase, the ingenious author of a novel much admired at the time. I believe on my soul that the reputation of Waverley is sustained very much by the praises of those who may be inclined to prefer that tale to its successors. Captain, you are willing then to barter future reputation for present popularity? Author, meliora spero. Horace himself expected not to survive in all his works. I may hope to live in some of mine. Non omnis moriar. It is some consolation to reflect that the best authors in all countries have been the most voluminous, and it has often happened that those who have been best received in their own time have also continued to be acceptable to posterity. I do not think so ill of the present generation as to suppose that its present favour necessarily infers future condemnation. Captain, were all to act on such principles, the public would be inundated. Author. Once more, my dear son, beware of cant. You speak as if the public were obliged to read books merely because they are printed. Your friends, the booksellers, would thank you to make the proposition good. The most serious grievance attending such inundations as you talk of is that they make rags dear. The multiplicity of publications does the present age no harm, and may greatly advantage that which is to succeed us. Captain, I do not see how that is to happen. Author. The complaints in the time of Elizabeth and James of the alarming fertility of the press were as loud as they are at present. Yet look at the shore over which the inundation of that age flowed, and it resembles now the rich strand of the Fairy Queen, beshrewed all with rich array of pearl and precious stones of great assay, and all the gravel mixed with golden ore. Believe me, that even in the most neglected works of the present age, the next may discover treasures. Captain, some books will defy all alchemy. Author. They will be but few in number, since as for the writers who are possessed of no merit at all, unless indeed they publish their works at their own expense, like Sir Richard Blackmore, their power of annoying the public will be soon limited by the difficulty of finding undertaking booksellers. Captain. You are incorrigible. Are there no bounds to your audacity? Author. There are the sacred and eternal boundaries of honour and virtue. My course is like the enchanted chamber of Britomart, where, as she looked about, she did behold how over that same door was likewise writ, be bold, and everywhere be bold, whereat she mused and could not construe it. At last she spied at that room's upper end another iron door, on which was writ, be not too bold. Captain. Well, you must take the risk of proceeding on your own principles. Author. Do you act on yours, and take care you do not stay idling here till the dinner hour is over. I will add this work to your patrimony, valeat quantum. Here our dialogue terminated, for a little sooty-faced Apollyon from the Canongate came to demand the proof-sheet on the part of Mr. McCockendale. I heard Mr. C. rebuking Mr. F. in another compartment of the same labyrinth I have described, for suffering any one to penetrate so far into the penetralia of their temple. I leave it to you to form your own opinion concerning the import of this dialogue, and I cannot but believe I shall meet the wishes of our common parent in prefixing this letter to the work which it concerns. I am, Reverend and dear Sir, very sincerely and affectionately yours. End of Introductory Epistle. Section 3 of the Fortunes of Nigel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. Now Scott and English are agreed, and Saunders hastes to cross the Tweed, where such the splendours that attend him, his very mother scarce had kenned him. His metamorphosis behold, from Glasgow frieze to cloth of gold, his back-sword with the iron hilt to rapier fairly hatched and gilt, was ever seen a gallant braver, his very bonnets grown a beaver. The Reformation. The long-continued hostilities which had for centuries separated the south and the north divisions of the island of Britain had been happily terminated by the succession of the Pacific James I to the English crown. But although the united crown of England and Scotland was worn by the same individual, it required a long lapse of time and the succession of more than one generation ere the inveterate national prejudices which had so long existed betwixt the sister kingdoms were removed, and the subjects of either side of the Tweed brought to regard those upon the opposite bank as friends and as brethren. These prejudices were, of course, most inveterate during the reign of King James. The English subjects accused him of partiality to those of his ancient kingdom, while the Scots, with equal injustice, charged him with having forgotten the land of his nativity, and with neglecting those early friends to whose allegiance he had been so much indebted. The temper of the king, peaceable even to timidity, inclined him perpetually to interfere as mediator between the contending factions whose brawls disturbed the court. But, notwithstanding all his precautions, historians have recorded many instances where the mutual hatred of two nations who, after being enemies for 1,000 years, had been so very recently united, broke forth with a fury which menaced a general convulsion, and spreading from the highest to the lowest classes, as it occasioned debates in council and parliament, factions in the court, and duels among the gentry, was no less productive of riots and brawls amongst the lower orders. While these heart-burnings were at the highest, there flourished in the city of London an ingenious but whimsical and self-opinioned mechanic, much devoted to abstract studies, David Ramsay by name, who, whether recommended by his great skill in his profession, as the courtiers alleged, or as was murmured among the neighbours, by his birthplace in the good town of Dalkeith, near Edinburgh, held in James's household the post of maker of watches and horologes to his Majesty. He scorned not, however, to keep open shop within Temple Bar, a few yards to the eastward of St. Dunstan's Church. The shop of a London tradesman at that time, as it may be supposed, was something very different from those we now see in the same locality. The goods were exposed to sailing cases, only defended from the weather by a covering of canvas, and the whole resembled the stalls and booths now erected for the temporary accommodation of dealers at a country fair, rather than the established emporium of a respectable citizen. But most of the shopkeepers of note, and David Ramsay amongst others, had their booth connected with a small apartment which opened backward from it, and bore the same resemblance to the front shop that Robinson Crusoe's cavern did to the tent which he erected before it. To this Master Ramsay was often accustomed to retreat to the labour of his abstruse calculations, for he aimed at improvements and discoveries in his own art, and sometimes pushed his researches, like Napier and other mathematicians of the period, into abstract science. When thus engaged, he left the outer posts of his commercial establishment to be maintained by two stout-bodied and strong-voiced apprentices, who kept up the cry of "What d'ye lack? What d'ye lack?" accompanied with the appropriate recommendations of the articles in which they dealt. This direct and personal application for custom to those who chanced to pass by is now, we believe, limited to Monmouth Street, if it still exists even in that repository of ancient garments, under the guardianship of the scattered remnant of Israel. But at the time we are speaking of, it was practised alike by Jew and Gentile, and served instead of all our present newspaper puffs and advertisements to solicit the attention of the public in general, and of friends in particular, to the unrivalled excellence of the goods which they offered to sale upon such easy terms, that it might fairly appear that the vendors had rather a view to the general service of the public than to their own particular advantage. The verbal proclaimers of the excellence of their commodities had this advantage over those who, in the present day, use the public papers for the same purpose, that they could in many cases adapt their address to the peculiar appearance and apparent taste of the passengers. This, as we have said, was also the case in Monmouth Street in our remembrance. We have ourselves been reminded of the deficiencies of our femoral habiliments, and exhorted upon that score to fit ourselves more beseemingly. But this is a digression. This direct and personal mode of invitation to customers became, however, a dangerous temptation to the young wags who were employed in the task of solicitation during the absence of the principal person interested in the traffic, and confiding in their numbers and civic union, the prentices of London were often seduced into taking liberties with the passengers, and exercising their wit at the expense of those whom they had no hopes of converting into customers by their eloquence. If this were resented by any act of violence, The inmates of each shop were ready to pour forth in succor, and in the words of an old song which Dr. Johnson was used to hum, "Up then rose the 'prentices all, living in London, both proper and tall." Desperate riots often arose on such occasions, especially when the Templars or other youths connected with the aristocracy were insulted, or conceived themselves to be so. Upon such occasions bare steel was frequently opposed to the clubs of the citizens, and death sometimes ensued on both sides. The tardy and inefficient police of the time had no other resource than by the alderman of the ward calling out the householders, and putting a stop to the strife by overpowering numbers, as the Capulets and Montagues are separated upon the stage. At the period when such was the universal custom of the most respectable, as well as the most inconsiderable, shopkeepers in London, David Ramsay, on the evening to which we solicit the attention of the reader, retiring to more abstruse and private labours, left the administration of his outer shop or booth to the aforesaid sharp-witted, active, able-bodied, and well-voiced apprentices, namely Jenkin Vincent and Frank Tunstall. Vincent had been educated at the excellent foundation of Christ's Church Hospital, and was bred therefore, as well as born, a Londoner, with all the acuteness, address, and audacity which belong peculiarly to the youth of a metropolis. He was now about 20 years old, short in stature, but remarkably strong made, eminent for his feats upon holidays at football and other gymnastic exercises, scarce rivalled in the broad sword-play, though hitherto only exercised in the form of single stick. He knew every lane, blind alley, and sequestered court of the ward better than his catechism, was alike active in his master's affairs and in his own adventures of fun and mischief, and so managed matters that the credit he acquired by the former bore him out, or at least served for his apology, when the latter propensity led him into scrapes, of which, however, it is but fair to state that they had hitherto inferred nothing mean or discreditable. Some aberrations there were, which David Ramsay, his master, endeavoured to reduce to regular order when he discovered them, and others which he winked at, supposing them to answer the purpose of the escapement of a watch, which disposes of a certain quantity of the extra power of that mechanical impulse which puts the whole in motion. The physiognomy of Jinvin, by which abbreviation he was familiarly known through the ward, corresponded with the sketch we have given of his character. His head, upon which his prentice's flat cap was generally flung in a careless and oblique fashion, was closely covered with thick hair of raven black, which curled naturally and closely, and would have grown to great length, but for the modest custom enjoined by his state in life, and strictly enforced by his master, which compelled him to keep it short cropped, not unreluctantly, as he looked with envy on the flowing ringlets in which the courtiers and aristocratic students of the neighbouring temple began to indulge themselves as marks of superiority and of gentility. Vincent's eyes were deep set in his head, of a strong vivid black, full of fire, roguery, and intelligence, and conveying a humorous expression, even while he was uttering the usual small talk of his trade, as if he ridiculed those who were disposed to give any weight to his commonplaces. He had address enough, however, to add little touches of his own, which gave a turn of drollery even to this ordinary routine of the booth, and the alacrity of his manner, his ready and obvious wish to oblige, his intelligence and civility, when he thought civility necessary, made him a universal favourite with his master's customers. His features were far from regular, for his nose was flattish, his mouth tending to the larger size, and his complexion inclining to be more dark than was then thought consistent with masculine beauty. But in despite of his having always breathed the air of a crowded city, his complexion had the ruddy and manly expression of redundant health. His turned-up nose gave an air of spirit and raillery to what he said, and seconded the laugh of his eyes, and his wide mouth was garnished with a pair of well-formed and well-coloured lips, which, when he laughed, disclosed a range of teeth, strong and well set, and as white as the very pearl. Such was the elder apprentice of David Ramsay, memories monitor, watchmaker, and constructor of horologes, to his most sacred majesty James the First. Jenkins's companion was the younger apprentice, though perhaps he might be the elder of the two in years. At any rate, he was of a much more staid and composed temper. Francis Tunstall was of that ancient and proud descent who claimed the style of the unstained, because amid the various chances of the long and bloody wars of the Roses, they had with undeviating faith followed the house of Lancaster, to which they had originally attached themselves. The meanest sprig of such a tree attached importance to the root from which it derived itself, and Tunstall was supposed to nourish in secret a proportion of that family pride which had extorted tears from his widowed and almost indigent mother, when she saw herself obliged to consign him to a line of life inferior, as her prejudices suggested, to the course held by his progenitors. Yet with all this aristocratic prejudice, his master found the well-born youth more docile, regular, and strictly attentive to his duty than his far more active and alert comrade. Tunstall also gratified his master by the particular attention which he seemed disposed to bestow on the abstract principles of science connected with the trade which he was bound to study, the limits of which were daily enlarged with the increase of mathematical science. Vincent beat his companion beyond the distance post in everything like the practical adaptation of thorough practice, in the dexterity of hand necessary to execute the mechanical branches of the art, and double distanced him in all respecting the commercial affairs of the shop. Still, David Ramsay was wont to say that if Vincent knew how to do a thing the better of the two, Tunstall was much better acquainted with the principles on which it ought to be done, and he sometimes objected to the latter, that he knew critical excellence too well ever to be satisfied with practical mediocrity. The disposition of Tunstall was shy as well as studious, and though perfectly civil and obliging, he never seemed to feel himself in his place while he went through the duties of the shop. He was tall and handsome, with fair hair and well-formed limbs, good features, well-opened light blue eyes, a straight Grecian nose, and a countenance which expressed both good humor and intelligence, but qualified by a gravity unsuitable to his years, and which almost amounted to dejection. He lived on the best of terms with his companion, and readily stood by him whenever he was engaged in any of the frequent skirmishes which, as we have already observed, often disturbed the city of London about this period. But though Tunstall was allowed to understand quarterstaff, the weapon of the north country, in a superior degree, and though he was naturally both strong and active, his interference in such a fray seemed always matter of necessity, and as he never voluntarily joined either their brawls or their sports, he held a far lower place in the opinion of the youth of the ward than his hearty and active friend Jin Vin. Nay, had it not been for the interest made for his comrade by the intercession of Vincent, Tunstall would have stood some chance of being altogether excluded from the society of his contemporaries of the same condition, who called him in scorn the Cavallero Cuddy and the gentle Tunstall. On the other hand, the lad himself, deprived of the fresh air in which he had been brought up, and foregoing the exercise to which he had formerly been accustomed, while the inhabitant of his native mansion lost gradually the freshness of his complexion, and without showing any formal symptoms of disease, grew more thin and pale as he grew older, and at length exhibited the appearance of indifferent health, without anything of the habits and complaints of an invalid, excepting a disposition to avoid society, and to spend his leisure time in private study, rather than mingle in the sports of his companions, or even resort to the theatres, than the general rendezvous of his class, where, according to high authority, they fought for half-bitten apples, cracked nuts, and filled the upper gallery with their clamours. Such were the two youths who called David Ramsay master, and with both of whom he used to fret from morning till night, as their peculiarities interfered with his own, or with the quiet and beneficial course of his traffic. Upon the whole, however, the youths were attached to their master, and he, a good-natured though an absent and whimsical man, was scarce less so to them. and when a little warmed with wine, at an occasional junketing, he used to boast, in his northern dialect, of his "twa bonny lads," and the looks that the court ladies threw at them when visiting his shop in their carriages, when on a frolic into the city. But David Ramsay never failed at the same time to draw up his own tall, thin, lathy skeleton, extend his lean jaws into an alarming grin, and indicate by a nod of his yard-long visage and a twinkle of his little grey eye that there might be more faces in Fleet Street worth looking at than those of Frank and Jenkin. His old neighbour, Widow Simmons, the seamstress, who had served in her day the very tip-top revellers of the Temple with ruffs, cuffs, and bands, distinguished more deeply the sort of attention paid by the females of quality who so regularly visited David Ramsay's shop to its inmates. The boy Frank, she admitted, used to attract the attention of the young ladies as having something gentle and downcast in his looks, but then he could not better himself, for the poor youth had not a word to throw at a dog. Now Jinvin was so full of his jibes and jeers, and so willing and so ready and so serviceable and so mannerly all the while, with a step that sprung like a buck's in Epping Forest, and his eye that twinkled as black as a gypsy's, that no woman who knew the world would make a comparison betwixt the lads. As for poor neighbour Ramsay himself, the man she said was a civil neighbour, and a learned man, doubtless, and might be a rich man if he had common sense to back his learning, and doubtless for a Scot, neighbour Ramsay was nothing of a bad man, but he was so constantly grimed with smoke, gilded with brass filings, and smeared with lamp-blackened oil, that Dame Simmons judged it would require his whole shop full of watches to induce any feasible woman to touch the said neighbour Ramsay with anything save a pair of tongs. A still higher authority, Dame Ursula, wife to Benjamin Suttlechopp, the barber, was of exactly the same opinion. Such were, in natural qualities and public estimation, the two youths, who in a fine April day, having first rendered their dutiful service and attendance on the table of their master and his daughter at their dinner at 1 o'clock. Such are ye, lads of London, was the severe discipline undergone by your predecessors, and having regaled themselves upon the fragments in company with two female domestics, one a cook and maid of all work, the other called Mistress Margaret's maid, now relieved their master in the duty of the outward shop, and agreeably to the established custom were soliciting, by their entreaties and recommendations of their master's manufacture, the attention and encouragement of the passengers. In this species of service it may be easily supposed that Jenkin Vincent left his more reserved and bashful comrade far in the background. The latter could only articulate with difficulty, and as an act of duty which he was rather ashamed of discharging, the established words of form. "What d'ye lack? What d'ye lack? Clocks, watches, barnacles. What d'ye lack? Watches, clocks, barnacles. What d'ye lack, sir? What d'ye lack, madam? Barnacles, watches, clocks." But this dull and dry iteration, however varied by diversity of verbal arrangement, sounded flat when mingled with the rich and recommendatory oratory of the bold-faced, deep-mouthed, and ready-witted Jenkin Vincent. "What d'ye lack, noble sir? What d'ye lack, beauteous madam?" he said in a tone at once bold and soothing, which often was so applied as both to gratify the persons addressed and to excite a smile from other hearers. "God bless your reverence," to a beneficed clergyman, "the Greek and Hebrew have harmed your reverence's eyes by a pair of David Ramsay's barnacles. The king, God bless his sacred majesty, never reads Hebrew or Greek without them." "Are you well advised of that?" said a fat parson from the Vale of Evesham. "Nay, if the head of the church wears them, God bless his sacred majesty, I will try what they can do for me, for I have not been able to distinguish one Hebrew letter from another since, I cannot remember the time, when I had a bad fever. Choose me a pair of his most sacred majesty's own wearing, my good youth." "This is a pair, and please your reverence," said Jenkin, producing a pair of spectacles, which he touched with an air of great deference and respect, "which his most blessed majesty placed this day 3 weeks on his own blessed nose, and would have kept them for his own sacred use, but that the setting being, as your reverence sees, of the purest jet, was, as his sacred majesty was pleased to say, fitter for a bishop than for a secular prince." "His sacred majesty the king," said the worthy divine, "was ever a very Daniel in his judgment. Give me the barnacles, my good youth, and who can say what nose they may bestride in 2 years hence? Our reverend brother of Gloucester waxes in years." He then pulled out his purse, paid for the spectacles, and left the shop with even a more important step than that which had paused to enter it. "For shame," said Tunstall to his companion. "These glasses will never suit one of his years." "You are a fool, Frank," said Vincent in reply. "Had the good doctor wished glasses to read with, he would have tried them before buying. He does not want to look through them himself, and these will serve the purpose of being looked at by other folks as well as the best magnifiers in the shop. What do you lack?" he cried, resuming his solicitations. "Mirrors for your toilette, my pretty madam? Your headgear is something awry. Pity, since it is so well fancied." The woman stopped and bought a mirror. "What do you lack? A watch, Master Sergeant? A watch that will go as long as a lawsuit, as steady and true as your own eloquence?" "Hold your peace, sir," answered the knight of the coif, who was disturbed by Vin's address, whilst in deep consultation with an eminent attorney. "Hold your peace. You are the loudest tongued varlet betwixt the Devil's Tavern and Guildhall." "A watch," reiterated the undaunted Jenkin, "that shall not lose 13 minutes in a 13 years' lawsuit. He's out of hearing. A watch with 4 wheels and a bar movement. A watch that shall tell you, Master Poet, how long the patience of the audience will endure your next piece at the Black Bull." The bard laughed, and fumbled in the pocket of his slops, till he chased into a corner, and fairly caught a small piece of coin. "Here is a tester to cherish thy wit, good boy," he said. "Gramercy," said Vin, "at the next play of yours, I will bring down a set of roaring boys, that shall make all the critics in the pit, and the gallants on the stage civil, or else the curtain shall smoke for it." "Now that I call mean," said Tunstall, "to take the poor rhymer's money, who has so little left behind." "You are an owl once again," said Vincent. "If he has nothing left to buy cheese and radishes, he will only dine a day the sooner with some patron or some player, for that is his fate 5 days out of the 7. It is unnatural that a poet should pay for his own pot of beer. I will drink his tester for him, to save him from such shame. And when his 3rd night comes round, he shall have pennyworths for his coin, I promise you. But here comes another guest customer. Look at that strange fellow. See how he gapes at every shop as if he would swallow the wares. Oh, Saint Dunstan has caught his eye. Pray God he swallow not the images. See how he stands astonished, as old Adam and Eve ply their ding dong. Come, Frank, thou art a scholar, construe me that same fellow with his blue cap, with a cock's feather in it, to show he's of gentle blood, God wot. His grey eyes, his yellow hair, his sword with a ton of iron in the handle, his grey threadbare cloak, his step like a Frenchman, his look like a Spaniard, a book at his girdle, and a broad dudgeon dagger on the other side to show him half pedant, half bully. How call you that pageant, Frank?" "A raw Scotsman," said Tunstall, "just come up, I suppose, to help the rest of his countrymen to gnaw old England's bones. A palmer worm, I reckon, to devour what the locust has spared." "Even so, Frank," answered Vincent, just as the poet sings sweetly, "in Scotland he was born and bred, and though a beggar must be fed." "Hush!" said Tunstall, "remember our master." "Pshaw!" answered his mercurial companion, "he knows on which side his bread is buttered, and I warrant you has not lived so long among Englishmen, and by Englishmen, to quarrel with us for bearing an English mind. But see, our Scot has done gazing at Saint Dunstan's, and comes our way. By this light, a proper lad, and a sturdy, in spite of freckles and sunburning. He comes nearer still. I will have at him." "And if you do," said his comrade, "you may get a broken head. He looks not as if he would carry coals." "A fig for your threat," said Vincent, and instantly addressed the stranger. "Buy a watch, most noble northern thane. Buy a watch, to count the hours of plenty, since the blessed moment you left Berwick behind you. Buy barnacles, to see the English gold lies ready for your grip. Buy what you will, you shall have credit for 3 days, for were your pockets as bare as Father Fergus's, you are a Scot in London, and you will be stocked in that time." The stranger looked sternly at the waggish apprentice, and seemed to grasp his cudgel in rather a menacing fashion. "Buy physic," said the undaunted Vincent, "if you will buy neither time nor light. Physic for a proud stomach, sir. There is a apothecary's shop on the other side of the way." Here the probationary disciple of Galen, who stood at his master's door in his flat cap and canvas sleeves, with a large wooden pestle in his hand, took up the ball which was flung to him by Jenkin, with, "What he lacks, sir, buy a choice Caledonian salve, flos sulphur cum buteo quant suff." "To be taken after a gentle rubbing down with an English oaken towel," said Vincent. The bonny Scot had given full scope to the play of this small artillery of city wit, by halting his stately pace, and viewing grimly first the one assailant, and then the other, as if menacing either repartee or more violent revenge. But phlegm or prudence got the better of his indignation, and tossing his head, as one who valued not the raillery to which he had been exposed, he walked down Fleet Street, pursued by the horse laugh of his tormentors. "The Scot will not fight till he see his own blood," said Tunstall, whom his north of England extraction had made familiar with all manner of proverbs against those who lay yet farther north than himself. "Faith, I know not," said Jenkin. "He looks dangerous, that fellow. He will hit some one over the noddle before he goes far. Hark, hark, they are rising." Accordingly the well-known cry of "Prentices, prentices, clubs, clubs," now rang along Fleet Street, and Jenkins, snatching up his weapon, which lay beneath the counter, ready at the slightest notice, and calling to Tunstall to take his bat and follow, leaped over the hatch door which protected the outer shop, and ran as fast as he could towards the affray, echoing the cry as he ran, and elbowing or shoving aside whoever stood in his way. His comrade, first calling to his master to give an eye to the shop, followed Jenkins' example, and ran after him as fast as he could, but with more attention to the safety and convenience of others, while old David Ramsay, with hands and eyes uplifted, a green apron before him, and a glass which he had been polishing thrust into his bosom, came forth to look after the safety of his goods and chattels, knowing by old experience that when the cry of clubs once arose, he would have little aid on the part of his apprentices. Chapter 1. Section 4 of The Fortunes of Nigel by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. This, sir, is one among the seigneury, has wealth at will, and will to use his wealth, and wit to increase it. Marry, his worst folly lies in a thriftless sort of charity, that goes a-gadding sometimes after objects, which wise men will not see when thrust upon them. The old couple. The ancient gentleman bustled about his shop, in pettish displeasure at being summoned hither so hastily to the interruption of his more abstract studies, and unwilling to renounce the train of calculation which he had put in progress, he mingled whimsically with the fragments of the arithmetical operation his oratory to the passengers, and angry reflections on his idle apprentices. "What do ye lack, sir, madam? What do ye lack? Clocks for hall or table, night watches, day watches, locking wheel being 48, the power of retort 8, the striking pins are 48. What do ye lack, honoured sir? The quotient, the multiplicand, that the knaves should have gone out this blessed minute, the acceleration being, at the rate of 5 minutes, 55 seconds, 53 thirds, 49 fourths. I will switch them both when they come back. I will, by the bones of the immortal Napier." Here the vexed philosopher was interrupted by the entrance of a grave citizen of a most respectable appearance, who, saluting him familiarly by the name of Davy, my old acquaintance, demanded what had put him so much out of sorts, and gave him at the same time a cordial grasp of his hand. The stranger's dress was, though grave, rather richer than usual. His paned hose were of black velvet, lined with purple silk, which garniture appeared at the slashes. His doublet was of purple cloth, and his short cloak of black velvet, to correspond with his hose, and both were adorned with a great number of small silver buttons, richly wrought in filigree. A triple chain of gold hung round his neck, and in place of a sword or dagger, he wore at his belt an ordinary knife for the purpose of the table, with a small silver case, which appeared to contain writing materials. He might have seemed some secretary or clerk engaged in the service of the public, only that his low, flat, and unadorned cap, and his well-blacked, shining shoes, indicated that he belonged to the city. He was a well-made man, about the middle size, and seemed in firm health, though advanced in years. His looks expressed sagacity and good humour, and the air of respectability which his dress announced was well supported by his clear eye, ruddy cheek, and grey hair. He used the Scottish idiom in his first address, but in such a manner that it could hardly be distinguished whether he was passing upon his friend a sort of jocose mockery, or whether it was his own native dialect, for his ordinary discourse had little provincialism. In answer to the queries of his respectable friend, Ramsay groaned heavily, answering by echoing back the question, "What ails me, Master George? Why, everything ails me. I profess to you that a man may as well live in fairyland as in the ward of Faringdon without. My apprentices are turned into mere goblins. They appear and disappear like spunkies, and have no more regularity in them than a watch without escapement. If there is a ball to be tossed up, or a bullock to be driven mad, or a queen to be ducked for scolding, or a head to be broken, Jenkins is sure to be at the one end or the other of it, and then away skips Francis Tunstall for company. I think the prize fighters, bear leaders, and mountebanks are in a league against me, my dear friend, and that they pass my house 10 times for any other in the city. Here's an Italian fellow come over too that they call Punchinello, and all together—" "Well," interrupted Master George, "but what is all this to the present case?" "Why," replied Ramsay, "here has been a cry of thieves or murder. I hope that will prove the least of it amongst these English pock-pudding swine, and I have been interrupted in the deepest calculation ever mortal man plunged into, Master George." "What, man?" replied Master George, "you must take patience. You are a man that deals in time, and can make it go fast and slow at pleasure. You, of all the world, have least reason to complain if a little of it be lost now and then. But here come your boys, and bringing in a slain man betwixt them, I think here has been serious mischief, I am afraid." "The more mischief the better sport," said the crabbed old watchmaker. "I'm blithe, though, that it's neither of the tway loons themselves. What are ye bringing a corpse here for, ye fause villains?" he added, addressing the 2 apprentices, who, at the head of a considerable mob of their own class, some of whom bore evident marks of a recent fray, were carrying the body betwixt them. "He is not dead yet, sir," answered Tunstall. "Carry him into the apothecary's, then," replied his master. "Do ye think I can set a man's life in motion again, as if he were a clock or a timepiece?" "For God's sake, old friend," said his acquaintance, "let us have him here at the nearest. He seems only in a swoon." "A swoon?" said Ramsay, "and what business had he to swoon in the streets? Only, if it will oblige my friend Master George, I would take in all the dead men in St. Dunstan's parish, call Sam Porter to look after the shop." So saying, the stunned man, being the identical Scotsman who had passed a short time before amidst the jeers of the apprentices, was carried into the back shop of the artist, and there placed in an arm-chair till the apothecary from over the way came to his assistance. This gentleman, as sometimes happens to those of the learned professions, had rather more lore than knowledge, and began to talk of the syncoput and occiput and cerebrum and cerebellum, until he exhausted David Ramsay's brief stock of patience. "Bellum, bellum," he repeated with great indignation. "What signify all the bells in London if you do not put a plaster on the child's crown?" Master George, with better directed zeal, asked the apothecary whether bleeding might not be useful, when, after humming and hawing for a moment, and being unable, upon the spur of the occasion, to suggest anything else, the man of pharmacy observed that it would, at all events, relieve the brain or cerebrum, in case there was a tendency to the depositation of any extravasated blood, to operate as a pressure upon that delicate organ. Fortunately, he was adequate to performing this operation, and being powerfully aided by Jenkins Vincent, who was learned in all cases of broken heads, with plenty of cold water and a little vinegar, applied according to the scientific method practised by the bottle holders in a modern ring, the man began to raise himself on his chair, draw his cloak tightly around him, and look about like one who struggles to recover sense and recollection. "He had better lie down on the bed in the little back closet," said Mr. Ramsay's visitor, who seemed perfectly familiar with the accommodations which the house afforded. "He is welcome to my share of the truckle," said Jenkins, for in the said back closet were the 2 apprentices accommodated in one truckle bed. "I could sleep under the counter." So can I, said Tunstall, and the poor fellow can have the bed all night. Sleep, said the apothecary, is, in the opinion of Galen, a restorative and febrifuge, and is most naturally taken in a truckle bed, where a better cannot be come by, said Master George, but these are two honest lads to give up their beds so willingly. Come, off with his cloak, and let us bear him to his couch. I will send for Dr. Irving, the king's chirurgeon. He does not live far off, and that shall be my share of the Samaritan's duty, neighbour Ramsay. Well, sir, said the apothecary, it is at your pleasure to send for other advice, and I shall not object to consult with Dr. Irving or any other medical person of skill, neither to continue to furnish such drugs as may be needful from my pharmacopoeia. However, whatever Dr. Irving, who I think hath had his degrees in Edinburgh, or Dr. any one beside, be he Scottish or English, may say to the contrary, sleep, taken timeously, is a febrifuge, or sedative, and also restorative. He muttered a few more learned words, and concluded by informing Ramsay's friend in English far more intelligible than his Latin, that he would look to him as his paymaster for medicines, care, and attendance, furnished or to be furnished to this party unknown. Master George only replied by desiring him to send his bill for what he had already to charge, and to give himself no farther trouble unless he heard from him. The pharmacopolist, who from discoveries made by the cloak falling a little aside, had no great opinion of the faculty of this chance patient to make reimbursement, had no sooner seen his case espoused by a substantial citizen than he showed some reluctance to quit possession of it, and it needed a short and stern hint from Master George, which, with all his good humour, he was capable of expressing when occasion required, to send to his own dwelling this Aesculapius of Temple Bar. When they were rid of Mr. Reardrench, the charitable efforts of Jenkin and Francis to divest the patient of his long grey cloak were firmly resisted on his own part. My life sooner, he muttered in indistinct murmurs, in these efforts to retain his upper garment, which was too tender to resist much handling. It gave way at length with a loud rent, which almost threw the patient into a second syncope, and he sat before them in his undergarments, the looped and repaired wretchedness of which moved at once pity and laughter, and had certainly been the cause of his unwillingness to resign the mantle which, like the virtue of charity, served to cover so many imperfections. The man himself cast his eyes on his poverty-struck garb, and seemed so much ashamed of the disclosure, that, muttering between his teeth that he would be too late for his appointment, he made an effort to rise and leave the shop, which was easily prevented by Jenkin Vincent and his comrade, who, at the nod of Master George, laid hold of and detained him in his chair. The patient next looked round him for a moment, and then said faintly in his broad northern language, "What sort of usage call ye this, gentlemen, to a stranger, a sojourner in your town? Ye hae broken my head, ye hae riven my cloak, and now ye are for restraining my personal liberty. They were wiser than me," he said, after a moment's pause, "that counselled me to wear my worst clothing in the streets of London, and if I could have got only things worse than these mean garments, which would have been very difficult," said Jim Vin in a whisper to his companion, "they would have been e'en ower good for the grips o' men sae little acquainted with the laws of honest civility." "To say the truth," said Jenkin, unable to forbear any longer, although the discipline of the times prescribed to those in his situation a degree of respectful distance and humility in the presence of parents, masters, or seniors, of which the present age has no idea, "to say the truth, the good gentleman's clothes look as if they would not brook much handling." "Hold your peace, young man," said Master George, with a tone of authority. "Never mock the stranger or the poor. The black ox has not trod on your foot yet. You know not what lands you may travel in, or what clothes you may wear before you die." Vincent held down his head and stood rebuked, but the stranger did not accept the apology which was made for him. "I am a stranger, sir," said he, "that is certain, though methinks that being such I have been somewhat familiarly treated in this town of yours. But as for my being poor, I think I need not be charged with poverty till I seek siller of somebody." "The dear country all over," said Master George in a whisper to David Ramsay, "pride and poverty." But David had taken out his tablets and silver pen, and deeply immersed in calculations, in which he rambled over all the terms of arithmetic, from the simple unit to millions, billions, and trillions, neither heard nor answered the observation of his friend, who, seeing his abstraction, turned again to the Scot. "I fancy now, jockey, if a stranger were to offer you a noble, you would chuck it back at his head." "Not if I could do him honest service for it, sir," said the Scot. "I'm willing to do what I may to be useful, though I come of an honourable house, and may be said to be in a sort indifferently weel provided for." "Ay," said the interrogator, "and what house may claim the honour of your descent?" "An ancient coat belongs to it, as the play says," whispered Vincent to his companion. "Come, jockey, out with it," continued Master George, observing that the Scot, as usual with his countrymen, when asked a blunt, straightforward question, took a little time before answering it. "I am no more jockey, sir, than you are, John," said the stranger, as if offended at being addressed by a name which at that time was used as Sawney now is, for a general appellative of the Scottish nation. "My name, if you must know it, is Richie Meniples, and I come of the old and honourable house of Castle Collop, weel kenned at the west port of Edinburgh." "What is that you call the west port?" proceeded the interrogator. "Why, an it like your honour," said Richie, who now, having recovered his senses sufficiently to observe the respectable exterior of Master George, threw more civility into his manner than at first, "the west port is a gate of our city, as yonder brick arches at Whitehall form the entrance of the king's palace here, only that the west port is of a stonen work, and mair decorated with architecture and the policy of bigging." "Nouns, man, the Whitehall gateways were planned by the great Holbein," answered Master George. "I suspect your accident has jumbled your brains, my good friend. I suppose you will tell me next you have at Edinburgh as fine a navigable river as the Thames, with all its shipping." "The Thames!" exclaimed Richie, in a tone of ineffable contempt. "God bless your honour's judgment. We have at Edinburgh the water of Leith, and the Norloch, and the Powburn, and the Quarry Holes, and the Ousdub, ye false loon," answered Master George, speaking Scotch with a strong and natural emphasis. "It is such landloopers as you that, with your falsehood and fair fashions, bring reproach on our whole country." "God forgie me, sir," said Richie, much surprised at finding the supposed Southron converted into a native Scot. "I took your honour for an Englisher, but I hope there was naething wrang in standing up for ane's ain country's credit in a strange land where all men cry her down." "Do you call it for your country's credit to show that she has a lying, puffing rascal for one of her children?" said Master George. "But come, man, never look grave on it. As you have found a countryman, so you have found a friend, if you deserve one, and especially if you answer me truly." "I see nae good it would do me to speak aught else but truth," said the worthy North Briton. "Well, then, to begin," said Master George, "I suspect you are a son of old Mungo Meniples, the flesher at the west port." "Your honour is a witch, I think," said Richie, grinning. "And how dared you, sir, to uphold him for a noble?" "I didna ken, sir," said Richie, scratching his head. "I hear muckle of an Earl of Warwick in these southern parts. Guy, I think his name was, and he has great reputation here for slaying dun cows and boars and such like, and I am sure my father has killed more cows and boars, not to mention bulls, calves, sheep, ewes, lambs, and pigs, than the hale baronage of England." "Go to, you are a shrewd knave," said Master George. "Charm your tongue, and take care of saucy answers. Your father was an honest burgher, and the deacon of his craft. I am sorry to see his son in so poor a coat." "Indifferent, sir," said Richie Meniples, looking down on his garments. "Very indifferent. But it is the wonted livery of poor burghers' sons in our country, one of lucky wants bestowing upon us. Rest us patient. The king's leaving Scotland has taken all custom frae Edinburgh, and there's hay made at the cross, and a dainty crop of fuats in the grass market. There is as much grass grows where my father's stall stood, as might have been a good bite for the beasts he was used to kill." "It is even too true," said Master George, "and while we make fortunes here, our old neighbours and their families are starving at home. This should be thought upon oftener. And how came you by that broken head, Richie? Tell me honestly." "Troth, sir, I'se no lee about the matter," answered Meniples. "I was coming along the street here, and ilk ane was at me with their jests and roguery. So I thought to mysel, ye are ower money for me to mell with, but let me catch ye in Barford's Park or at the fit of the Vennel. I could gar some o' ye sing another sang. Say a old herpling deevil of a potter behooved just to step in my way and offer me a pig, as he said, just to put my Scotch ointment in, and I gave him a push as but natural, and the tottering deevil couped hour amang his ain pigs, and damaged a score of them. And then the reared raise, and hadna these twa gentlemen helped me out of it, murdered I should have been without remedy. And as it was, just when they got haud of my arm to have me out of the fray, I got the lick that donnered me from a left-handed lighterman. Master George looked to the apprentice as if to demand the truth of this story. It is just as he says, sir, replied Jenkin, only I heard nothing about pigs. The people said he had broke some crockery, and that, I beg pardon, sir, nobody could thrive within the kenning of a Scot. Well, no matter what they said, you were an honest fellow to help the weaker side. And you, sir, continued Master George, addressing his countryman, will call at my house tomorrow morning, agreeable to this direction. I will wait upon your honour, said the Scot, bowing very low, that is, if my honourable master will permit me. Thy master, said George, hast thou any other master, save one, whose livery you say you wear? Troth, in one sense, if it please your honour, I serve twa masters, said Ritchie, for both my master and me are slaves to the same beldam whom we thought to show our heels to by coming off from Scotland. So that you see, sir, I hold in a sort of black ward tenure, as we call it in our country, being the servant of a servant. And what is your master's name? Said Master George, and observing that Ritchie hesitated, he added, Nay, do not tell me if it is a secret. A secret that there is little use in keeping, said Ritchie, only ye ken that our northern stomachs are proud to call in witnesses to our distress. Know that my master is in mair than present pinch, sir, he added, looking towards the two English apprentices, having a large sum in the royal treasury. That is, he continued in a whisper to Master George, the king is owing him a lot of siller, but it's still getting at it, it's like. My master is the young Lord Glenvarloch. Master George testified surprise at the name. You, one of the young Lord Glenvarloch's followers, and in such a condition? Troth, and I am all the followers he has, for the present, that is, and blithe wad I be if he were muckle better aff than I am, though I were to bide as I am. I have seen his father with 4 gentlemen and 10 lackeys at his heels, said Master George, rustling in their laces and velvets. Well, this is a changeful world, but there is a better beyond it. The good old house of Glenvarloch, that stood by king and country 500 years. Your honour may say 1,000, said the follower. I will say what I know to be true, friend, said the citizen, and not a word more. You seem well recovered now. Can you walk? Bravely, sir, said Ritchie. It was but a bit dover. I was bred at the Westport, and my cantle will stand a clower wad bring a stot down. Where does your master lodge? We pit up and it like your honour, replied the Scot, in a small house at the fit of ane of the winds that gang down to the waterside, with a decent man, John Christie, a ship chandler, as they cat. His father came from Dundee. I watna the name of the wind, but it's right anent the mickle kirk yonder, and your honour will mind that we pass only by our family name of simple Mr. Nigel Oliphant, as keeping ourselves retired for the present, though in Scotland we be called the Lord Nigel. It is wisely done of your master, said a citizen. I will find out your lodgings, though your direction be none of the clearest. So saying, and slipping a piece of money at the same time into Ritchie Manipules's hand, he bade him hasten home and get into no more affrays. I will take care of that now, sir, said Ritchie, with a look of importance, having a charge about me, and so wussing ye a wheel with special thanks to thee twa young gentlemen. I'm no gentleman, said Jenkin, flinging his cap on his head. I'm a tight London prentice, and hope to be a freeman one day. Frank may write himself gentleman if he will. I was a gentleman once, and Tunstall, and I hope I have done nothing to lose the name of one. Weel, weel, as ye list, said Richard Maniples, but I am mickle beholden to ye baith, and I'm not a hair the less like to bear it in mind that I say but little about it just now. Good night to you, my kind countryman. So saying, he thrust out of the sleeve of his ragged doublet a long bony hand and arm, on which the muscles rose like whipcord. Master George shook it heartily, while Jenkin and Frank exchanged sly looks with each other. Ritchie Maniples would next have addressed his thanks to the master of the shop, but seeing him, as he afterwards said, scribbling on his bit bookie, as if he were demented, he contented his politeness with giving him a hat, touching, that is, his bonnet, in token of salutation, and so left the shop. Now there goes Scotch jockey, with all his bad and good about him, said Master George to Master David, who suspended, though unwillingly, the calculations with which he was engaged, and keeping his pen within an inch of the tablets, gazed on his friend with great lacklustre eyes, which expressed anything rather than intelligence or interest in the discourse addressed to him. "That fellow," proceeded Master George, without heeding his friend's state of abstraction, "shows with great liveliness of colouring how our Scotch pride and poverty make liars and braggarts of us, and yet the knave, whose every third word to an Englishman is a boastful lie, will, I warrant you, be a true and tender friend and follower to his master, as has perhaps parted with his mantle to him in the cold blast, although he himself walked in cuerpo, as the Don says. Strange, that courage and fidelity, for I will warrant that the knave Estelle should have no better companion than this swaggering braggadocio humour. But you mark me not, friend Davy." I do, most heedfully," said Davy, "for as the sun goeth round the dial plate in 24 hours, add, for the moon, 50 minutes and a half." "You are in the seventh heavens, man," said his companion. "I crave your pardon," replied Davy. "Let the wheel A go round in 24 hours. I have it, and the wheel B in 24 hours, 50 minutes and a half, 57 being to 54 as 59 to 24 hours, 50 minutes and a half, or very nearly. I crave your forgiveness, Master George, and heartily wish you good even." "Good even," said Master George. "Why, you have not wished me good day yet. Come, old friend, lay by these tablets, or you will crack the inner machinery of your skull, as our friend yonder has got the outer case of his damaged. Good night, quotha. I mean not to part with you so easily. I came to get my 4 hours' nuncheon from you, man, besides a tune on the lute from my goddaughter, Mrs. Margate. "Good faith, I was abstracted, Master George, but you know me, whenever I get amongst the wheels," said Mr. Ramsay. "Why, 'tis lucky that you deal in small ones," said his friend, as, awakened from his reveries and calculations, Ramsay led the way up a little back stair to the first story, occupied by his daughter and his little household. The apprentices resumed their places in the front shop, and relieved Sam Porter, when Jenkins said to Tunstall, "Didst see, Frank, how the old goldsmith cottoned in with his beggarly countryman? When would one of his wealth have shaken hands so courteously with a poor Englishman? Well, I'll say that for the best of the Scots, that they will go over head and ears to serve a countryman, when they will not wet a nail of their finger to save a Southron, as they call us, from drowning. And yet Master George is but half-bred Scot, neither in that respect, for I have known him do many a kind thing to the English too." "But hark ye, Jenkins," said Tunstall, "I think you are but half-bred English yourself. How came you to strike on the Scotsman's side after all?" "Why, you did so too," answered Vincent. "I, because I saw you begin, and besides it is no Cumberland fashion to fall 50 upon one," replied Tunstall. "And no Christchurch fashion neither," said Jenkins. "Fair play, and old English for ever. Besides, to tell you a secret, his voice had a twang in it, in the dialect I mean, reminded me of a little tongue, which I think sweeter than the last toll of St. Dunstan's will sound on the day that I am shot of my indentures. Ha! You guess who I mean, Frank?" "Not I, indeed," answered Tunstall. "Scotch Janet, I suppose, the laundress." "Off with Janet in her own bucking basket. No, 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 you blind buzzard, do you not know? I mean pretty Mrs. Margate." "Humph!" answered Tunstall dryly. A flash of anger, not unmingled with suspicion, shot from Jenkins' keen black eyes. "Humph! And what signifies humph? I'm not the first prentice has married his master's daughter, I suppose." "They kept their own secret, I fancy," said Tunstall, "at least till they were out of their time." "I tell you what it is, Frank," answered Jenkins sharply, "that may be the fashion of you gentlefolks that are taught from your biggin to carry two faces under the same hood, but it shall never be mine." "There are the stairs, then," said Tunstall coolly. "Go up and ask Mrs. Margate of our master just now, and see what sort of a face he will wear under his hood." "No, I wonna," answered Jenkins. "I'm not such a fool as that neither, but I will take my own time, and all the counts in Cumberland shall not cut my comb, and this is that which you may depend upon." Francis made no reply, and they resumed their usual attention to the business of the shop, and their usual solicitations to the passengers. Chapter 2. Section 5 of The Fortunes of Nigel by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. Bobadil, I pray you, possess no gallant of your acquaintance with a knowledge of my lodging. Master Matthew, who I, Sir, Lord, Sir, Ben Jonson. The next morning found Nigel Oliphant, the young lord of Glenvarloch, seated sad and solitary in his little apartment in the mansion of John Christie the ship-chandler, which that honest tradesman, in gratitude perhaps to the profession from which he derived his chief support, appeared to have constructed as nearly as possible upon the plan of a ship's cabin. It was situated near to Paul's Wharf, at the end of one of those intricate and narrow lanes which, until that part of the city was swept away by the great fire in 1666, constituted an extraordinary labyrinth of small, dark, damp, and unwholesome streets and alleys, in one corner or other of which the plague was then as surely found lurking as in the obscure corners of Constantinople in our own time. But John Christie's house looked out upon the river, and had the advantage, therefore, of free air, impregnated, however, with the odoriferous fumes of the articles in which the ship-chandler dealt, with the odor of pitch, and the natural scent of the ooze and sludge left by the reflux of the tide. Upon the whole, except that his dwelling did not float with the flood tide and become stranded with the ebb, the young lord was nearly as comfortably accommodated as he was while on board the little trading brig from the long town of Kirkcaldy in Fife, by which he had come a passenger to London. He received, however, every attention which could be paid him by his honest landlord, John Christie, for Richie Moniplys had not thought it necessary to preserve his master's incognito so completely, but that the honest ship-chandler could form a guess that his guess quality was superior to his appearance. As for Dame Nelly, his wife, a round, buxom, laughter-loving dame, with black eyes, a tight, well-laced bodice, a green apron, and a red petticoat, edged with a slight silver lace, and judiciously shortened so as to show that a short heel and a tight, clean ankle rested upon her well-burnished shoe, she of course felt interest in a young man who, besides being very handsome, good-humoured, and easily satisfied with the accommodations her house afforded, was evidently of a rank, as well as manners, highly superior to the skippers, or captains as they called themselves, of merchant vessels, who were the usual tenants of the apartments which she let to hire, and at whose departure she was sure to find her well-scrubbed floor soiled with the relics of tobacco, which, spite of King James's counterblast, was then forcing itself into use, and her best curtains impregnated with the odor of Geneva and strong waters, to Dame Nelly's great indignation, for, as she truly said, the smell of the shop and warehouse was bad enough without these additions. But all Mr. Oliphant's habits were regular and cleanly, and his address, though frank and simple, showed so much of the courtier and gentleman as formed a strong contrast with the loud halloo, coarse jests, and boisterous impatience of her maritime inmates. Dame Nelly saw that her guest was melancholy also, notwithstanding his efforts to seem contented and cheerful, and in short, she took that sort of interest in him, without being herself aware of the extent which an unscrupulous gallant might have been tempted to improve to the prejudice of honest John, who was at least a score of years older than his helpmate. Oliphant, however, had not only other matters to think of, but would have regarded such an intrigue, had the idea ever occurred to him, as an abominable and ungrateful encroachment upon the laws of hospitality, his religion having been, by his late father, formed upon the strict principles of the national faith, and his morality upon those of the nicest honor. He had not escaped the predominant weakness of his country, an overweening sense of the pride of birth, and a disposition to value the worth and consequence of others according to the number and the fame of their deceased ancestors. But this pride of family was well subdued, and in general almost entirely concealed by his good sense and general courtesy. Such as we have described him, Nigel Oliphant, or rather the young Lord Glenvarloch, was, when our narrative takes him up, under great perplexity respecting the fate of his trusty and only follower, Richard Moniplys, who had been dispatched by his young master early the preceding morning, as far as the court at Westminster, but had not yet returned. His evening adventures the reader is already acquainted with, and so far knows more of Richie than did his master, who had not heard of him for 24 hours. Dame Nelly Christie, in the meantime, regarded her guest with some anxiety, and a great desire to comfort him, if possible, She placed on the breakfast table a noble piece of cold powdered beef, with its usual guards of turnip and carrot, recommended her mustard as coming direct from a cousin at Tewkesbury, and spiced the toast with her own hands, and with her own hands also drew a jug of stout and nappy ale, all of which were elements of the substantial breakfast of the period. When she saw that her guest's anxiety prevented him from doing justice to the good cheer which she set before him, she commenced her career of verbal consolation with the usual volubility of those women in her station, who, conscious of good looks, good intentions, and good lungs, entertain no fear either of wearying themselves or of fatiguing their auditors. Now what the good year are we to send you down to Scotland as thin as you came up? I'm sure it would be contrary to the course of nature. There was my good man's father, old Sandy Christie. I've heard he was an atomy when he came up from the north, and I'm sure he died. Saint Barnaby was 10 years, at 20 stone weight. I was a bareheaded girl at the time, and lived in the neighborhood, though I had little thought of marrying John then, who had a score of years the better of me. But he is a thriving man, and a kind husband, and his father, as I was saying, died as fat as a churchwarden. Well, sir, but I hope I have not offended you for my little joke, and I hope the ale is to your honour's liking, and the beef, and the mustard. All excellent, all too good, answered Oliphant. You have everything so clean and tidy, dame, that I shall not know how to live when I go back to my own country, if ever I go back there. This was added, as it seemed, involuntarily, and with a deep sigh. I warrant your honour, go back again, if you like it, said the dame, unless you think rather of taking a pretty well-dowered English lady, as some of your country folk have done. I assure you some of the best of the city have married Scotsmen. There was Lady Trebbleplum, Sir Thomas Trebbleplum, the great Turkey merchant's widow, married Sir Awley Macaulay, whom your honour knows, doubtless, and pretty Mistress Doublefee, old Sergeant Doublefee's daughter, jumped out of the window, and was married at Mayfair to a Scotsman with a hard name. And old Pitchpost, the timber merchant's daughters, did little better, for they married 2 Irishmen, and when folks jeer me about having a Scotsman for a lodger, meaning your honour, I tell them they are afraid of their daughters and their mistresses, and sure I have a right to stand up for the Scots, since John Christie is half a Scotsman, and a thriving man, and a good husband, though there is a score of years between us, and so I would have your honour cast care away, and mend your breakfast with a morsel and a draught. At a word, my kind hostess, I cannot, said Oliphant. I am anxious about this knave of mine, who has been so long absent in this dangerous town of yours. It may be noticed in passing that Dame Nellie's ordinary mode of consolation was to disprove the existence of any cause for distress, and she is said to have carried this so far as to comfort a neighbour who had lost her husband with the assurance that the dear defunct would be better tomorrow, which perhaps might not have proved inappropriate, even if it had been a possible mode of relief. On this occasion she denied stoutly that Ritchie had been absent altogether 20 hours, and as for people being killed in the streets of London, to be sure 2 men had been found in Tower Ditch last week, but that was far to the east, and the other poor man that had his throat cut in the fields had met his mishap near by Islington, and he that was stabbed by the young Templar in a drunken frolic by St. Clement's in the Strand was an Irishman, all which evidence she produced to show that none of these casualties had occurred in a case exactly parallel with that of Ritchie, a Scotsman, and on his return from Westminster. My better comfort is, my good dame, answered Oliphant, that the lad is no brawler or quarreller, unless strongly urged, and that he has nothing valuable about him to any one but me. Your honour speaks very well, retorted the inexhaustible hostess, who protracted her task of taking away and putting to rights, in order that she might prolong her gossip. I'll uphold Master Meniples to be neither reveller nor brawler, for if he liked such things he might be visiting and junketing with the young folks about here in the neighbourhood, and he never dreams of it. And when I asked the young man to go as far as my gossip's, Dame Drinkwater to taste a glass of aniseed and a bit of the groaning cheese. For Dame Drinkwater has had twins, as I told your honour, sir. And I meant it quite civilly to the young man, but he chose to sit and keep house with John Christie. I dare say there is a score of years between them, for your honour's servant looks scarce much older than I am. I wonder what they could have to say to each other. I asked John Christie, but he bid me go to sleep. If he comes not soon, said his master, I will thank you to tell me what magistrate I can address myself to, for besides my anxiety for the poor fellow's safety, he has papers of importance about him. Oh, your honour may be assured he will be back in a quarter of an hour, said Dame Nelly. He is not the lad to stay out 24 hours at a stretch. And for the papers, I'm sure your honour will pardon him for just giving me a peep at the corner as I was giving him a small cup, not so large as my thimble, of distilled waters, to fortify his stomach against the damps, and it was directed to the king's most excellent majesty, and so doubtless his majesty has kept Richie out of civility to consider of your honour's letter, and send back a fitting reply. Dame Nelly here hit by chance on a more available topic of consolation than those she had hitherto touched upon, for the youthful lord had himself some vague hopes that his messenger might have been delayed at court until a fitting and favourable answer should be dispatched back to him. Inexperienced, however, in public affairs as he certainly was, it required only a moment's consideration to convince him of the improbability of an expectation so contrary to all he had heard of etiquette, as well as the dilatory proceedings in a court suit, and he answered the good-natured hostess with a sigh that he doubted whether the king would even look on the paper addressed to him, far less take it into his immediate consideration. Now out upon you for a faint-hearted gentleman, said the good dame, and why should he not do as much for us as our gracious Queen Elizabeth? Many people say this and that about a queen and a king, but I think a king comes more natural to us English folks, and this good gentleman goes as often down by water to Greenwich, and employs as many of the bargemen and watermen of all kinds, and maintains in his royal grace John Taylor, the water poet, who keeps both a sculler and a pair of oars, and he has made a comely court at Whitehall, just by the river, and since the king is so good a friend to the Thames, I cannot see, if it please your honour, why all his subjects, and your honour in specialty, should not have satisfaction by his hands. True, dame, true, let us hope for the best, but I must take my cloak and rapier, and pray your husband in courtesy to teach me the way to a magistrate. Sure, sir, said the prompt dame, I can do that as well as he, who has been a slow man of his tongue all his life, though I will give him his due for being a loving husband, and a man as well to pass in the world as any betwixt us and the top of the lane. And so there is the sitting alderman that is always at the Guildhall, which is close by Paul's, and so I warrant you he puts all to rights in the city that wisdom can mend, and for the rest there is no help but patience, but I wish I were as sure of £40 as I am, that the young men will come back safe and sound. Oliphant, in great and anxious doubt of what the good dame so strongly averred, flung his cloak on one shoulder, and was about to belt on his rapier, when first the voice of Richie Menipples on the stair, and then that faithful emissary's appearance in the chamber, put the matter beyond question. Dame Nelly, after congratulating Menipples on his return, and paying several compliments to her own sagacity for having foretold it, was at length pleased to leave the apartment. The truth was, that, besides some instinctive feelings of good breeding, which combated her curiosity, she saw there was no chance of Richie's proceeding in his narrative while she was in the room, and she therefore retreated, trusting that her own address would get the secret out of one or other of the young men, when she should have either by himself. Now, in heaven's name, what is the matter? Said Nigel Oliphant. Where have you been, or what have you been about? You look as pale as death. There is blood on your hand, and your clothes are torn. What barns breaking have you been at? You have been drunk, Richard, and fighting. Fighting I have been, said Richard in a small way, but for being drunk, that's a job ill to manage in this town without money to come by liquor. And as for barns breaking, the deal of things broken, but my head, it's not made of iron, I wot, nor my clays of Gensey mail. So a club smashed the tane, and a clot damaged the tither. Some mislead rascals abused my country, but I think I cleared the causey of them. However, the hail hive was o'er money for me at last, and I got this eclipse on the crown, and then I was carried beyond my kenning to a small booth at the Temple Port, whar they sell the whirligigs and money-go-rounds that measure out time as a man wad measure a tartan web, and then they bled me, wold I, nolled I, and were reasonably civil, especially an old countryman of ours, of whom more hereafter. "At what o'clock might this be?" said Nigel. "The twa iron carles yonder at the kirk beside the port were just banging out sacks of the clock." "And why came you not home as soon as you recovered?" said Nigel. "In troth, my lord, every why has its wherefore, and this has a good un," answered his follower. "To come hame, I behoved to ken where hame was. Now I clean tint the name of the wind, and the mair I asked, the mair the folk loof, and the farther they sent me rang. Sae I gave it up till God should send daylight to help me, and as I saw mysel near a kirk at the lang run, I e'en crap in to take up my night's quarters in the kirkyard." "In the churchyard," said Nigel. "But I need not ask what drove you to such a pinch." "It wasna sae much the want o' siller, my Lord Nigel," said Richie, with an air of mysterious importance, "for I was no sae absolute without means of whilk mair anon, but I thought I wad never wear a saxpence sterling on ane of their saucy chamberlains at a hostelry, sae long as I could sleep fresh and fine in a fair, dry spring night. Mony a time when I hae come hame ower late and fond the West Port Deacon and the waiter illy willy, I have garred the sexton of St. Cuthbert's Calfward serve me for my quarters. But then there are dainty green grafts in St. Cuthbert's kirkyard, where ane may sleep as if they were in a down bed, till they hear the lavrock singing up in the air as high as the castle. Whereas, and behold, these London kirkyards are causied with through stains, panged hard and fast thegither, and my cloak being something threadbare, made but a thin mattress, so I was fain to give up my bed before every limb about me was crippled. Dead folks may sleep yonder soundy now, but deil hate else." "And what became of you next?" said his master. "I just took to a canny bulkhead, as they can them here, that is, the boards on the top of their bits of outshots of stalls and booths, and there I sleep but as sound as if I was in a castle. Not but I was disturbed with some of the night walking queens and swaggering billies, but when they found there was nothing to be got by me but a slash of my Andrew Ferrara, they bid me good night for a beggarly Scot, and I was even weel pleased to be sae cheap rid of them. In the morning I cam dakering here, but sad wark I had to find the way, for I had been east as far as the place they ca Mile End, though it is mair like Saxmile End." "Well, Richie," answered Nigel, "I'm glad all this has ended so well. Go get something to eat. I'm sure you need it." "In troth do I, sir," replied Menippeles, "but with your lordship's leave." "Forget the lordship for the present, Richie, as I have often told you before." "Faith," replied Richie, "I could weel forget that your honour was a lord, but then I behoved to forget that I am a lord's man, and that's not so easy. But, however," he added, assisting his description with the thumb and the two forefingers of his right hand thrust out after the fashion of a bird's claw, while the little finger and ring finger were closed upon the palm. "To the court I went, and my friend that promised me a sight of his majesty's most gracious presence was as good as his word, and carried me into the back offices, where I got the best breakfast I have had since we came here, and it did me good for the rest of the day, for as to what I've eaten in this accursed town, it is I sauced with the disquieting thought that it maun be paid for. After there was but beef banes and fat broast, but king's cough, your honour kens, is better than either folk's corn. At any rate, it was a fin free almost. But I see," he added, stopping short, "that your honour waxes impatient." "By no means, Richie," said the young nobleman with an air of resignation, for he well knew his domestic would not mend his pace for goading. "You have suffered enough in the embassy to have a right to tell the story in your own way. Only let me pray for the name of the friend who was to introduce you into the king's presence. You were very mysterious on the subject when you undertook through his means to have the supplication put into his majesty's own hands, since those sent heretofore, I've every reason to think, went no farther than his secretary's." Weel, my lord, said Richie, I did not tell you his name and quality at first, because I thought you would be affronted at the like of him having to do in your lordship's affairs. But mony a man climbs up in court by waur help. It was just Laurie Linklater, one of the yeomen of the kitchen. That was my father's apprentice lang syne. A yeoman in the kitchen, a scullion! Exclaimed Lord Nigel, pacing the room in displeasure. But consider, sir, said Richie composedly, that your great friends hung back, and shunned to own you, or to advocate your petition. And then, though I am sure I wish Laurie a higher office for your lordship's sake and for mine, and specially for his ain sake, being a friendly lad, yet your lordship must consider that a scullion, if a yeoman of the king's most royal kitchen may be called a scullion, may weel rank with a master cook elsewhere, being that king's cough, as I said before, is better than— You are right, and I was wrong, said the young nobleman. I have no choice of means of making my case known, so that they be honest. Laurie is as honest a lad as ever lifted a ladle, said Richie, not but what I dare to say he can lick his fingers like other folk and reason good. But in fine, for I see your honour's waxing impatient, he brought me to the palace, where was astir for the king going out to hunt or hawk on Blackheath, I think they ca'd it, and there was a horse stood with all the quarries about it, a bonny grey as ever was foaled, the saddle and the stirrups and the curb and bit, a burning gowd, or silver gilded at least, and down, sir, came the king, with all his nobles, dressed out in his hunting suit of green, doubly laced and laid down with gowd. I minded the very face o' him, though it was lang since I saw him, but my certie lad thought times are changed since ye came fleeing down the back stairs of auld Holyrood House, and grit fear having your breeks in your hand without time to put them on, and Frank Stewart, the wild Earl of Bothwell, hard at your haunches, and if auld Lord Glenvarloch hadna cast his mantle about his arm, and taken bloody wounds mair than ane in your behalf, you wad not have crawled sae crouse this day. And so saying, I could not but think your lordship's sifflication could not be less than most acceptable, and so I banged in among the crowd of lords. Laurie thought me mad, and held me by the cloak lap till the cloth rave in his hand, and so I banged in right before the king, just as he mounted, and crammed the sifflication into his hand, and he opened it like in amaze, and just as he saw the first line, I was minded to make a reverence, and I had the ill luck to hit his jawed a beast on the nose with my hat, and scour the creature, and she swarved aside, and the king, that sits nae mickle better than a draft pock on the saddle, was like to have gotten a clean coop, and that might have cost my Craig a braxing, and he flung down the paper amang the beast's feet, and cried, Away with the foul sloon that brought it, and they grippit me, and cried treason, and I thought of the Ruthvens that they were dirked in their ain house, for it may be as small a forfeit. However, they spak only of scourging me, and had me away to the porter's lodge to try the tawse on my back, and I was crying mercy as loud as I could, and the king, when he had righted himself on the saddle, and gathered his breath, cried, To do me nae harm, said he is one of our ain Norland stots, I ken by the rout of him, and they a laughed, and routed loud enough, and then he said, Give him a copy of the proclamation, and let him go down to the north by the next light collier before war come ut. So they let me go, and rode out, a sniggering, laughing, and rounding in ilk ither's lugs. A sair life I had wi' Laurie Linklater, for he said it wad be the ruin of him. And then when I told him it was in your matter, he said, if he had known before, he would have risked a scalding for you, because he minded the brave old lord your father. And then he showed how I should have done, and that I should have held up my hand to my brow, as if the grandeur of the king and his horse Graith thegither had cast on the clikes in my een, and mair jackanape tricks I should hae played instead of offering the sifflication, he said, as if I'd been bringing guts to a bear. I am certain this prudential advice is not original on Mr. Linklater's part, but I am not at present able to produce in my authority. I think it amounted to this, that James flung down a petition presented by some supplicant who paid no compliments to his horse and expressed no admiration of the splendor of his furniture, saying, Shall a king cumber himself about the petition of a beggar, while the beggar disregards the king's splendor? It is, I think, Sir John Harrington who recommends as a sure mode to the king's favour to praise the paces of the royal palfrey. For, said he, Richie the king is a weel-natured and just man of his ain kindly nature, but he has a wheen maggots that maun be cannily guided. And then, Richie, says he, in a very left tone, I would tell it to nane but a wise man like yoursel, but the king has them about him, wad corrupt an angel from heaven. But I could have gi'en you advisement how to have guided him, but now it's like after meat mustard. Aweel, Laurie, said I, it may be as you say, but since I am clear of the Taws and the Porter's Lodge, sifflicate raw like, deal hay Richie Maniples, and he come sifflicating here again. And so away I came, and I wasna far by the Temple Port or Bar, or whatever they cut, when I met with the misadventure that I told you of before. Well, my honest Richie, said Lord Nigel, your attempt was well meant, and not so ill conducted, I think, as to have deserved so bad an issue. But go to your beef and mustard, and we'll talk of the rest afterwards. There is nae mair to be spoken, sir, said his follower, except that I met ane very honest, fair-spoken, weel put on gentleman, or rather burgher, as I think, that was in the Whig Mallory man's back shop, and when he learned where I was, behold, he was kindly Scot himself, and what is more, a town's baron of the Cood town, and he behooved to compel me to take this Portugal piece to drink, forsooth. My certie, thought I, we can better, for we will eat it, and he spoke of paying your lordship a visit. You did not tell him where I lived, you knave, said the Lord Nigel angrily. S'death, I shall have every clownish burgher from Edinburgh come to gaze on my distress, and pay a shilling for having seen the motion of the poor noble. Tell him where you lived, said Richie, evading the question. How could I tell him what I kedna mysell? If I had minded the name of the wind, I need not have slept in the kirkyard yestreen. See then that you give no notice of our lodging, said the young nobleman. Those with whom I have business I can meet at St. Paul's or in the court at requests. This is steeking the stable door when the steed is stolen, thought Richie to himself, but I must put him on another pin. So thinking, he asked the young lord what was in the proclamation which he still held folded in his hand, for having little time to spell at it, said he, your lordship well knows I can naught about it, but the grand blazon at the tap. The lion has gotten a cloth of our old Scottish shield now, but it was as weel upheld when it had a unicorn on ilk side of it. Lord Nigel read the proclamation, and he coloured deep with shame and indignation as he read, for the purport was, to his injured feelings, like the pouring of ardent spirits upon a recent wound. What deals in the paper, my lord? Said Richie, unable to suppress his curiosity, as he observed his master change colour. I wadna ask such a thing, only the proclamation is not a private thing, but is meant for men's hearing. It is indeed meant for all men's hearing, replied Lord Nigel, and it proclaims the shame of our country, and the ingratitude of our prince. Now the Lord preserve us, and to publish it in London too, ejaculated Maniples. Hark ye, Richard, said Nigel Oliphant, in this paper the lords of the council set forth that, in consideration of the resort of idle persons of low condition forth from his Majesty's kingdom of Scotland to his English court, filling the same with their suits and supplications, and dishonouring the royal presence with their base, poor, and beggarly persons, to the disgrace of their country, in the estimation of the English, these are to prohibit the skippers, masters of vessels, and others, in every part of Scotland, from bringing such miserable creatures up to court under pain of fine and imprisonment. I marvel the skipper took us on board, said Richie. Then you need not marvel how you are to get back again, said Lord Nigel, for here is a clause which says that such idle suitors are to be transported back to Scotland at his Majesty's expense, and punished for their audacity with stripes, stocking, or incarceration, according to their demerits. That is to say, I suppose, according to the degree of their poverty, for I see no other demerit specified. This will scarcely, said Richie, square with our old proverb, a king's face should give grace. But what says the paper farther, my lord? Oh, only a small clause, which especially concerns us, making some still heavier denunciations against those suitors who shall be so bold as to approach the court under pretext of seeking payment of old debts due to them by the king, which the paper states is, of all species of importunity, that which is most odious to his majesty. The king has neighbours in that matter, said Richie, but it is not every one that can shift off that sort of cattle so easily as he does. Their conversation was here interrupted by a knocking at the door. Oliphant looked out at the window and saw an elderly, respectable person whom he knew not. Richie also peeped and recognized, but recognizing chose not to acknowledge his friend of the preceding evening. Afraid that his share in the visit might be detected, he made his escape out of the apartment under pretext of going to his breakfast, and left their landlady the task of ushering Master George into Lord Nigel's apartment, which he performed with much courtesy. End of chapter 3. Section 6 of the Fortunes of Nigel by Sir Walter Scott, This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. Ay, sir, the clouded shoe hath oft times craft in't, as says the rustic proverb, and your citizen in's grogram suit, gold chain, and well-blacked shoes, bears under his flat cap oft times a brain, wiser than burns beneath the cap and feather, or seethes within the statesman's velvet nightcap. Read me my riddle. The young Scottish nobleman received the citizen with distant politeness, expressing that sort of reserve by which those of the higher ranks are sometimes willing to make a plebeian sensible that he is an intruder. But Master George seemed neither displeased nor disconcerted. He assumed the chair which, in deference to his respectable appearance, Lord Nigel offered to him, and said after a moment's pause, during which he had looked attentively at the young man, with respect not unmingled with emotion, "You will forgive me for this rudeness, my lord, but I was endeavouring to trace in your youthful countenance the features of my good old lord, your excellent father." There was a moment's pause, ere young Glenvarloch replied, still with a reserved manner, "I've been reckoned like my father, sir, and am happy to see any one that respects his memory. But the business which calls me to this city is of a hasty as well as a private nature, and—" "I understand the hint, my lord," said Master George, "and would not be guilty of long detaining you from business or more agreeable conversation. My errand is almost done when I have said that my name is George Heriot, warmly befriended and introduced into the employment of the royal family of Scotland more than 20 years since by your excellent father, and that, learning from a follower of yours that your lordship was in this city in prosecution of some business of importance, it is my duty, it is my pleasure to wait on the son of my respected patron, and as I am somewhat known both at the court and in the city, to offer him such aid in the furthering of his affairs as my credit and experience may be able to afford." "I have no doubt of either, Master Heriot," said Lord Nigel, "and I thank you heartily for the good will with which you have placed them at a stranger's disposal. But my business at court is done and ended, and I intend to leave London, and indeed the island, for foreign travel and military service. I may add that the suddenness of my departure occasions my having little time at my disposal." Master Heriot did not take the hint, but sat fast, with an embarrassed countenance, however, like one who had something to say that he knew not exactly how to make effectual. At length he said with a dubious smile, "You are fortunate, my lord, in having so soon dispatched your business at court. Your talking landlady informs me you have been but a fortnight in this city. It is usually months and years ere the court and a suitor shake hands and part." "My business," said Lord Nigel, with a brevity which was intended to stop further discussion, "was summarily dispatched." Still Master Heriot remained seated, and there was a cordial good humour added to the reverence of his appearance, which rendered it impossible for Lord Nigel to be more explicit in requesting his absence. "Your lordship has not yet had time," said the citizen, still attempting to sustain the conversation, "to visit the places of amusement, the play-houses, and other places to which youth resort. But I see in your lordship's hand one of the new invented plots of the piece," meaning probably playbills, "which they hand about of late. May I ask what play?" "Oh, a well-known piece," said Lord Nigel, impatiently throwing down the proclamation which he had hitherto been twisting to and fro in his hand. "An excellent and well-approved piece, a new way to pay old debts." Master Heriot stooped down, saying, "Ah, my old acquaintance Philip Massenger," but having opened the paper and seen the purport, he looked at Lord Nigel with surprise, saying, "I trust your lordship does not think this prohibition can extend either to your person or your claims." "I should scarce have thought so myself," said the young nobleman, "but so it proves. His Majesty, to close this discourse at once, has been pleased to send me this proclamation in answer to a respectful supplication for the repayment of large loans advanced by my father for the service of the state in the king's utmost emergencies." "It is impossible," said the citizen. "It is absolutely impossible. If the king could forget what was due to your father's memory, still he would not have wished, would not, I may say, have dared to be so flagrantly unjust to the memory of such a man as your father, who, dead in the body, will long live in the memory of the Scottish people." "I should have been of your opinion," answered Lord Nigel in the same tone as before, "but there is no fighting with facts." "What was the tenor of this supplication?" said Harriet, "or by whom was it presented? Something strange there must have been in the contents, or else—" "You may see my original draft," said the young lord, taking it out of a small travelling strong box. "The technical part is by my lawyer in Scotland, a skilful and sensible man. The rest is my own, drawn, I hope, with due deference and modesty." Master Harriet hastily cast his eye over the draft. "Nothing," he said, "can be more well-tempered and respectful. Is it possible the king can have treated this petition with contempt? He threw it down on the pavement," said the Lord of Glenvarloch, "and sent me for answer that proclamation in which he classes me with the paupers and mendicants from Scotland, who disgrace his court in the eyes of the proud English. That is all. Had not my father stood by him with heart, sword, and fortune, he might never have seen the court of England himself." "But by whom was this supplication presented, my lord?" said Harriet, for the distaste taken at the messenger will sometimes extend itself to the message. "By my servant," said the Lord Nigel, "by the man you saw, and I think were kind to." "By your servant, my lord," said the citizen. "He seems a shrewd fellow, and doubtless a faithful—" "But surely you would say," said Lord Nigel, "he is no fit messenger to a king's presence." "Surely he is not. But what could I do? Every attempt I had made to lay my case before the king had miscarried, and my petitions got no farther than the budgets of clerks and secretaries. This fellow pretended he had a friend in the household that would bring him to the king's presence, and so—" "I understand," said Harriet. "But, my lord, why should you not, in right of your rank and birth, have appeared at court, and required an audience which could not have been denied to you?" The young lord blushed a little, and looked at his dress, which was very plain, and though in perfect good order, had the appearance of having seen service. "I know not why I should be ashamed of speaking the truth," he said, after a momentary hesitation. "I had no dress suitable for appearing at court. I am determined to incur no expenses which I cannot discharge, and I think you, sir, would not advise me to stand at the palace door in person and deliver my petition along with those who are in very deed pleading their necessity and begging an alms." "That had been indeed unseemly," said the citizen. "But yet, my lord, my mind runs strangely that there must be some mistake. Can I speak with your domestic?" "I see little good it can do," answered the young lord, "but the interest you take in my misfortunes seems sincere, and therefore—" He stamped on the floor, and in a few seconds afterwards Meniples appeared, wiping from his beard and moustaches the crumbs of bread and the froth of the ale pot, which plainly showed how he had been employed. "Will your lordship grant permission," said Harriet, "that I ask your groom a few questions?" "His lordship's page, Master George," answered Meniples, with a nod of acknowledgment, "if you are minded to speak according to the letter." "Hold your saucy tongue," said his master, "and reply distinctly to the questions you are to be asked." "And truly, if it like your pageship," said the citizen, "for you may remember I have a gift to discover falsehood." "Weel, weel, weel," replied the domestic, somewhat embarrassed, in spite of his effrontery, "though I think that the sort of truth that serves my master may weel serve ony ane else." "Pages lie to their masters by right of custom," said the citizen, "and you right yourself in that band, though I think you be among the oldest of such springalls. But to me you must speak truth if you would not have it end in the whipping post." "And that's e'en a bad resting place," said the well grown page, So come away with your questions, Master George. Well then, demanded the citizen, I'm given to understand that you yesterday presented to his Majesty's hand a supplication or petition from this honourable lord, your master. Troth, there's nae gainsaying that, sir, replied Meniples. There were enow to see it besides me. And you pretend that his Majesty flung it from him with contempt, said the citizen. Take heed, for I have means of knowing the truth, and you were better up to the neck in the Norlock, which you like so well, than tell a leasing where his Majesty's name is concerned. There is nae occasion for leasing making about the matter, answered Meniples firmly. His Majesty e'en flung it frae him as if it had dirtied his fingers. You hear, sir, said Oliphant, addressing Harriet. Hush, said the sagacious citizen. This fellow is not ill named. He has more pleas than one in his cloak. Stay, fellow, for Meniples, muttering somewhat about finishing his breakfast, was beginning to shamble towards the door. Answer me this farther question. When you gave your master's petition to his Majesty, gave you nothing with it? Ooh, what should I give wi' it, ye ken, Master George? That is what I desire and insist to know, replied his interrogator. Weel, then, I'm not free to say that maybe I might not just slip into the king's hand a wee bit sifflication of mine ain, along with my lord's, just to save his Majesty trouble, and that he might consider them baith at ance. A supplication of your own, you varlet, said his master. Ooh, dear, aye, my lord, said Ritchie. Poor bodies hae their bits of sifflications as weel as their betters. And pray, what might your worshipful petition import? Said Master Harriet. Nay, for heaven's sake, my lord, keep your patience, or we shall never learn the truth of this strange matter. Speak out, sir, and I will stand your friend with my lord. It's a lang story to tell, but the upshot is that it's a scrape of an old accompt due to my father's estate by her Majesty the King's maist gracious mother when she lived in the castle, and at sundry providings and furnishings forth of our booth, whilk nae doubt was an honour to my father to supply, and whilk doubtless it would be a credit to his Majesty to satisfy, as it will be grit convenience to me to receive the psalm. What string of impertinence is this? Said his master. Every word as true as ere John Knox spoke, said Ritchie. Here's the bit double of the sifflication. Master George took a crumpled paper from the fellow's hand, and said, muttering betwixt his teeth, humbly showeth, his Majesty's maist gracious mother, justly addebted, and owing the sum of 15 merks, the compt whereof followeth, 12 notes feet for jellies, ane lamb, being Christmas, ane roasted capon and grease for the privy charmer, when my lord of Bath will sup it with her grace. I think, my lord, you can hardly be surprised that the king gave this petition a brisk reception, and I conclude, Master Page, that you took care to present your own supplication before your master's. Troth, did I not? Answered Meniples. I thought to have given my lord's first, as was reason good, and besides that, it would have read the gate for my ain little bill, but what with the dirtum and confusion, and the lupin here and there of the sky brood of a horse, I believe I crammed them baith into his hand cheek by jowl, and maybe my ain was spoon most, and say there was aught wrang, I am sure I had of the fright and of the risk, and shall have all the beating. You rascal knave, said Nigel, am I to be insulted and dishonoured by your pragmatical insolence in blending your base concerns with mine? Nay, 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 my lord, said the good-humoured citizen, interposing. I have been the means of bringing the fellow's plunder to light. Allow me interest enough with your lordship to be bail for his bones. You have cause to be angry, but still I think the knave mistook more out of conceit than of purpose, and I judge you will have the better service of him another time, if you overlook this fault. Get you gone, sir. I'll make your peace. Nah, nah, said Meniples, keeping his ground firmly, if he likes to strike a lad that has followed him for pure love, for I think there has been little servant's fee between us, all the way frae Scotland. Just let my lord be doing, and see the credit he will get by it, and I would rather mony thanks to you, though, Master George, stand by a lick of his baton, then it should e'er be said a stranger came between us. Go then, said his master, and get out of my sight. Aweel, I wot, that is soon done, said Menippeles, retiring slowly. I did not come without I had been called for, and I would have been away half an hour since with my good will, only Maister George keepit me to answer his interrogation forsooth, and that has made all this stir. And so he made his grumbling exit with the tone much rather of one who has sustained an injury than who has done wrong. There never was a man so plagued as I am with a malapert knave. The fellow is shrewd, and I have found him faithful. I believe he loves me too, and he has given proofs of it. But then he is so uplifted in his own conceit, so self-willed and so self-opinioned, that he seems to become the master and I the man. And whatever blunder he commits, he is sure to make as loud complaints as if the whole error lay with me, and in no degree with himself. Cherish him and maintain him, nevertheless, said the citizen, for believe my grey hairs, that affection and fidelity are now rarer qualities in a servitor than when the world was younger. Yet trust him, my good lord, with no commission above his birth or breeding, for you see yourself how it may chance to fall. It is but too evident, Master Harriot, said the young nobleman, and I'm sorry I've done injustice to my sovereign and your master, but I am, like a true Scotsman, wise behindhand. The mistake has happened, my supplication has been refused, and my only resource is to employ the rest of my means to carry Menippeles and myself to some counterscarp, and die in the battle front like my ancestors. It were better to live and serve your country, like your noble father, my lord, replied Master George. Nay, nay, never look down, or shake your head. The king has not refused your supplication, for he has not seen it. You ask but justice, and that his place obliges him to give to his subjects. Ay, my lord, and I will say that his natural temper doth in this whole bias with his duty. I were well pleased to think so, and yet, said Nigel Oliphant, I speak not of my own wrongs, but my country hath many that are unredressed. My lord, said Master Harriot, I speak of my royal master, not only with the respect due from a subject, the gratitude to be paid by a favoured servant, but also with the frankness of a free and loyal Scotsman. The king is himself well disposed to hold the scales of justice even, but there are those around him who can throw without detection their own selfish wishes and base interest into the scale. You are already a sufferer by this, and without your knowing it. I am surprised, Master Harriot, said the young lord, to hear you, upon so short an acquaintance, talk as if you were familiarly acquainted with my affairs. My lord, replied the goldsmith, the nature of my employment affords me direct access to the interior of the palace. I am well known to be no meddler in intrigues or party affairs, so that no favourite has as yet endeavoured to shut against me the door of the royal closet. On the contrary, I have stood well with each while he was in power, and have not shared the fall of any. But I cannot be thus connected with the court without hearing, even against my will, what wheels are in motion, and how they are checked or forwarded. Of course, when I choose to seek such intelligence, I know the sources on which it is to be traced. I have told you why I was interested in your lordship's fortunes. It was last night only that I knew you were in this city, yet I have been able in coming hither this morning to gain for you some information respecting the impediments to your suit. Sir, I am obliged by your zeal, however little it may be merited, answered Nigel, still with some reserve. Yet I hardly know how I have deserved this interest. First let me satisfy you that it is real, said the citizen. I blame you not for being unwilling to credit the fair professions of a stranger in my inferior class of society, when you have met so little friendship from relations, and those of your own rank, bound to have assisted you by so many ties. But mark the cause. There is a mortgage over your father's extensive estate to the amount of 40,000 merks, due ostensibly to Peregrine Peterson, the conservator of Scottish privileges at Camp Vere. I know nothing of a mortgage, said the young lord, but there is a wad set for such a sum, which, if unredeemed, will occasion the forfeiture of my whole paternal estate for a sum not above a fourth of its value, and it is for that very reason that I press the king's government for a settlement of the debts due to my father, that I may be able to redeem my land from this rapacious creditor. A wadset in Scotland, said Harriet, is the same with a mortgage on this side of the Tweed, but you are not acquainted with your real creditor. The conservator Peterson only lends his name to shroud no less a man than the Lord Chancellor of Scotland, who hopes, under cover of this debt, to gain possession of the estate himself, or perhaps to gratify a yet more powerful third party. He will probably suffer his creature Peterson to take possession, and when the odium of the transaction shall be forgotten, the property and lordship of Glenvarloch will be conveyed to the great man by his obsequious instrument under cover of a sale or some similar device. Can this be possible? Said Lord Nigel. The Chancellor wept when I took leave of him, called me his cousin, even his son, furnished me with letters, and though I asked him for no pecuniary assistance, excused himself unnecessarily for not pressing it on me, alleging the expenses of his rank and his large family. No, I cannot believe a nobleman would carry deceit so far. I'm not, it is true, of noble blood, said the citizen, but once more I bid you look on my grey hairs, and think what can be my interest in dishonouring them with falsehood in affairs in which I have no interest, save as they regard the son of my benefactor. Reflect also, have you had any advantage from the Lord Chancellor's letters? None, said Nigel Oliphant, except cold deeds and fair words. I have thought for some time their only object was to get rid of me. One yesterday pressed money on me when I talked of going abroad, in order that I might not want the means of exiling myself. Right, said Harriet, rather than you fled not, they would themselves furnish wings for you to fly withal. I will to him this instant, said the incensed youth, and tell him my mind of his baseness. Under your favour, said Harriet, detaining him, you shall not do so. By a quarrel you would become the ruin of me, your informer, and though I would venture half my shop to do your lordship a service, I think you would hardly wish me to come by damage when it can be of no service to you. The word shop sounded harshly in the ear of the young nobleman, who replied hastily, Damage, sir? So far am I from wishing you to incur damage, that I would to heaven you would cease your fruitless offers of serving one whom there is no chance of ultimately assisting. Leave me alone for that, said the citizen. You have now erred as far on the bow hand. Permit me to take this supplication. I will have it suitably engrossed, and take my own time, and it shall be an early one for placing it, with more prudence, I trust, than that used by your follower, in the king's hand. I will almost answer for his taking up the matter as you would have him, but should he fail to do so, even then I will not give up the good cause. Sir, said the young nobleman, your speech is so friendly, and my own state so helpless, that I know not how to refuse your kind proffer, even while I blush to accept it at the hands of a stranger. We are, I trust, no longer such, said the goldsmith, and for my guerdon, when my mediation proves successful, and your fortunes are re-established, you shall order your first cupboard of plate from George Heriot. You would have a bad paymaster, Master Heriot, said Lord Nigel. I do not fear that, replied the goldsmith, and I am glad to see you smile, my lord. Methinks it makes you look still more like the good old lord your father, and it emboldens me besides to bring out a small request that you would take a homely dinner with me tomorrow. I lodge hard by in Lombard Street. For the cheer, my lord, a mess of white broth, a fat capon well larded, a dish of beef collops for old Scotland's sake, and it may be a cup of right old wine that was barreled before Scotland and England were one nation. Then for company, one or two of our own loving countrymen, and maybe my housewife may find out a bonny Scots lass or so. I would accept your courtesy, Master Heriot, said Nigel, but I hear the city ladies of London like to see a man gallant, and I would not like to let down a Scottish nobleman in their ideas, as doubtless you have said the best of our poor country, and I rather lack the means of bravery for the present. My lord, your frankness leads me a step farther, said Master George. I owed your father some moneys, and nay, if your lordship looks at me so fixedly, I shall never tell my story, And to speak plainly, for I never could carry a lie well through in my life, it is most fitting that, to solicit this matter properly, your lordship should go to court in a manner beseeming your quality. I am a goldsmith, and live by lending money as well as by selling plate. I am ambitious to put £100 to be at interest in your hands till your affairs are settled. And if they are never favourably settled, said Nigel, then, my lord, returned the citizen, the miscarriage of such a sum will be of little consequence to me, compared with other subjects of regret. Master Harriet, said the Lord Nigel, your favour is generously offered, and shall be frankly accepted. I must presume that you see your way through this business, though I hardly do, for I think you would be grieved to add any fresh burden to me by persuading me to incur debts which I am not likely to discharge. I will therefore take your money, under the hope and trust that you will enable me to repay you punctually. I will convince you, my lord, said the goldsmith, that I mean to deal with you as a creditor from whom I expect payment, and therefore you shall, with your own good pleasure, sign an acknowledgment for these moneys, and an obligation to content and repay me. He then took from his girdle his writing materials, and writing a few lines to the purport he expressed, pulled out a small bag of gold from a side pouch under his cloak, and observing that it should contain £100, proceeded to tell out the contents very methodically upon the table. Nigel Oliphant could not help intimating that this was an unnecessary ceremonial, and that he would take the bag of gold on the word of his obliging creditor, but this was repugnant to the old man's forms of transacting business. Bear with me, he said, my good lord. We citizens are a wary and thrifty generation, and I should lose my good name forever within the tolls of Paul, were I to grant quittance or take acknowledgment without bringing the money to actual tail. I think it be right now, and body of me, he said, looking out at the window, yonder come my boys with my mule, for I must westward hoe. Put your moneys aside, my lord. It is not well to be seen with such goldfinches chirping about one in the lodgings of London. I think the lock of your casket be indifferent good. If not, I can serve you at an easy rate with one that has held thousands. It was the good old Sir Faithful Frugal's. His spendthrift son sold the shell when he had eaten the kernel, and there is the end of a city fortune. I hope yours will make a better termination, Master Harriet, said the Lord Nigel. I hope it will, my lord, said the old man with a smile, but to use honest John Bunyan's phrase, therewithal the water stood in his eyes. It has pleased God to try me with the loss of 2 children, and for one adopted child who lives. Ah, woe is me, and well a day, but I am patient and thankful, and for the wealth God has sent me, it shall not want inheritors, while there are orphan lads in old Reekie. I wish you good morrow, my lord. One orphan has cause to thank you already, said Nigel, as he attended him to the door of his chamber, where, resisting further escort, the old citizen made his escape. As in going downstairs he passed the shop where Dame Christie stood becking, he made civil inquiries after her husband. The dame, of course, regretted his absence, but he was down, she said, at Deptford to settle with a Dutch shipmaster. Our way of business, sir, she said, takes him much from home, and my husband must be the slave of every tarry jacket that wants but a pound of oakum. All business must be minded, dame, said the goldsmith. Make my remembrances, George Harriet of Lombard Street's remembrances, to your good man. I have dealt with him. He is just and punctual, true to time and engagements. Be kind to your noble guest, and see he wants nothing. Though it be his pleasure at present to lie private and retired, there be those that care for him, and I have a charge to see him supplied, so that you may let me know by your husband, my good dame, how my lord is, and whether he wants aught. And so he is a real lord after all, said the good dame. I am sure I always thought he looked like one, but why does he not go to Parliament then? He will, dame, answered Harriet, to the Parliament of Scotland, which is his own country. Oh, he is but a Scots lord then, said the good dame, and that's the thing makes him ashamed to take the title, as they say. Let him not hear you say so, dame, replied the citizen. Who, I, sir, answered she, no such matter in my thought, sir. Scot or English, he is at any rate a likely man, and a civil man, and rather than he should want anything, I would wait upon him myself, and come as far as Lombard Street to wait upon your worship too. Let your husband come to me, good dame, said the goldsmith, who, with all his experience and worth, was somewhat of a formalist and disciplinarian. The proverb says, House goes mad when women gad. And let his lordship's own man wait upon his master in his chamber. It is more seemly. God give ye good morrow. Good morrow to your worship, said the dame somewhat coldly, and so soon as the adviser was out of hearing, was ungracious enough to mutter, in contempt of his counsel, Marry, quep of your advice, for an old Scotch tinsmith as you are. My husband is as wise, and very near as old as yourself, and if I please him, it is well enough, and though he is not just so rich just now as some folks, yet I hope to see him ride upon his moil, with a footcloth, and have his 2 blue coats after him, as well as they do. End of chapter 4. Section 7 of The Fortunes of Nigel by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. Wherefore come ye not to court? Certain 'tis the rarest sport. There are silks and jewels glistening, prattling fools and wise men listening, bullies among brave men justling, beggars amongst nobles bustling, low-breathed talkers, minion lispers, cutting honest throats by whispers. Wherefore come ye not to court? Skelton swears 'tis glorious sport. Skelton skeltonizeth. It was not entirely out of parade that the benevolent citizen was mounted and attended in that manner, which, as the reader has been informed, excited a gentle degree of spleen on the part of Dame Christie, which, to do her justice, vanished in the little soliloquy which we have recorded. The good man, besides the natural desire to maintain the exterior of a man of worship, was at present bound to Whitehall in order to exhibit a piece of valuable workmanship to King James, which he deemed his Majesty might be pleased to view or even to purchase. He himself was therefore mounted upon his caparisoned mule, that he might the better make his way through the narrow, dirty, and crowded streets, and while one of his attendants carried under his arm the piece of plate wrapped up in red baize, the other 2 gave an eye to its safety. For such was then the state of the police of the metropolis, that men were often assaulted in the public street for the sake of revenge or of plunder, and those who apprehended being beset usually endeavoured, if their estate admitted such expense, to secure themselves by the attendance of armed followers. And this custom, which was at first limited to the nobility and gentry, extended by degrees to those citizens of consideration who, being understood to travel with a charge, as it was called, might otherwise have been selected as safe subjects of plunder by the street robber. As Master George Heriot paced forth westward with this gallant attendance, he paused at the shop door of his countryman and friend, the ancient horologer, and having caused Tunstall, who was in attendance, to adjust his watch by the real time, he desired to speak with his master, in consequence of which summons the old time-meter came forth from his den, his face like a bronze bust, darkened with dust, and glistening here and there with copper filings, and his senses so bemused in the intensity of calculation that he gazed on his friend the goldsmith for a minute before he seemed perfectly to comprehend who he was, and heard him express his invitation to David Ramsay and pretty Mistress Margaret, his daughter, to dine with him next day at noon, to meet with a noble young countryman, without returning any answer. I'll make thee speak with a murrain to thee, muttered Heriot to himself, and suddenly changing his tone, he said aloud, I pray you, neighbour David, when are you and I to have a settlement for the bullion wherewith I supplied you to mount yonder hall clock at Theobald's, and that other whirligig that you made for the Duke of Buckingham? I've had the Spanish house to satisfy for the ingots, and I must needs put you in mind that you have been 8 months behindhand. There is something so sharp and aigre in the demand of a peremptory done, that no human tympanum, however inaccessible to other tones, can resist the application. David Ramsay started at once from his reverie, and answered in a pettish tone, Wow, George, man, what needs a' this din about sacks score o' pounds? The world kens I can answer a' claims on me, and you proffered yourself fair time till his maist gracious Majesty and the noble Duke should make settled accounts with me, and ye may ken by your ain experience that I canna gang routing like an unmannered Highland stot to their doors as ye come to mine." Harriet laughed and replied, "Well, David, I see a demand of money is like a bucket of water about your ears, and makes you a man of the world at once. And now, friend, will you tell me, like a Christian man, if you will dine with me tomorrow at noon, and bring pretty Mistress Margaret, my goddaughter, with you, to meet with our noble young countryman, the Lord of Glenvarloch?" "The young Lord of Glenvarloch," said the old mechanist. "Wi' all my heart and blithe I will be to see him again. We have not met these 40 years. He was 20 years before me at the humanity classes. He is a sweet youth." "That was his father, his father, his father, you old dotard, dot and carry one that you are," answered the goldsmith. "A sweet youth he would have been by this time had he lived, worthy nobleman. This is his son, the Lord Nigel." "His son," said Ramsay. "Maybe he will want something of a chronometer or watch. Few gallants care to be without them nowadays. He may buy half your stock in trade, if ever he comes to his own, for what I know," said his friend. "But, David, remember your bond, and use me not as you did when my housewife had the sheep's head and the cock a leaky boiling for you as late as 2 of the clock afternoon." "She had the more credit by her cookery," answered David, now fully awake. "A sheep's head over boiled were poison, according to our saying." "Well," answered Master George, "but as there will be no sheep's head tomorrow, it may chance you to spoil a dinner which a proverb cannot mend. It may be you may foregather with your friend Sir Mungo Malagrother, for I propose to ask his worship. So be sure and bide tryst, Davy." "That will I. I will be true as a chronometer," said Ramsay. "I will not trust you, though," replied Harriet. "Here, you Jenkin boy, tell Scots Janet to tell pretty Mistress Margaret, my godchild, she must put her father in remembrance to put on his best doublet tomorrow, and to bring him to Lombard Street at noon. Tell her they are to meet a brave young Scots lord." Jenkin coughed that sort of dry, short cough uttered by those who are either charged with errands which they do not like, or hear opinions to which they must not enter a dissent. "Humph!" repeated Master George, who, as we have already noticed, was something of a martinet in domestic discipline. "What does humph mean? Will you do mine errand or not, sir?" "Sure, Master George Harriet," said the apprentice, touching his cap. "I only meant that Mistress Margaret was not likely to forget such an invitation." "Why, no," said Master George. "She is a dutiful girl to her godfather, though I sometimes call her a Jill flirt. And hark ye, Jenkin, you and your comrade had best come with your clubs to see your master and her safely home. But first, shut shop and loose the bulldog, and let the porter stay in the foreshop till your return. I will send 2 of my knaves with you, for I hear these wild youngsters of the Temple are broken out worse and lighter than ever." "We can keep their steel in order with good handbats," said Jenkin, "and never trouble your servants for the matter." "Or, if need be," said Tunstall, "we have swords as well as the Templars." Fie upon it, young man," said the citizen. "An apprentice with a sword! Merry heaven forfend! I would as soon see him in a hat and feather." "Well, sir," said Jenkin, "we will find arms fitting to our station, and will defend our master and his daughter, if we should tear up the very stones of the pavement." "There spoke a London prentice bold," said the citizen. "And for your comfort, my lads, you shall crush a cup of wine to the health of the fathers of the city. I have my eye on both of you. You are thriving lads, each in his own way. God be with you, Davy. Forget not tomorrow at noon." And so saying, he again turned his mule's head westward, and crossed Temple Bar at that slow and decent amble which at once became his rank and civic importance, and put his pedestrian followers to no inconvenience to keep up with him. At the Temple gate he again paused, dismounted, and sought his way into one of the small booths occupied by scriveners in the neighbourhood. A young man with lank smooth hair combed straight to his ears, and then cropped short, rose, with a cringing reverence, pulled off a slouched hat, which he would upon no signal replace on his head, and answered with much demonstration of reverence to the goldsmith's question of "How goes business, Andrew?" all the better for your worship's kind countenance and maintenance. Get a large sheet of paper, man, and make a new pen with a sharp neb and fine hair stroke. Do not slit the quill up too high. It's a wastrel course in your trade, Andrew. They that do not mind corn pickles never come to fourpence. I have known a learned man write 1,000 pages with one quill. A biblical commentary by Gill, which, if the author's memory serves him, occupies between 500 and 600 printed quarto pages, and must therefore have filled more pages of manuscript than the number mentioned in the text, has this quatrain at the end of the volume. With one good pen I wrote this book, made of a grey goose quill. A pen it was when it I took, and a pen I leave it still. Ah, sir, said the lad who listened to the goldsmith, though instructing him in his own trade with an air of veneration and acquiescence, how soon ony poor creature like myself may rise in the world with the instruction of such a man as your worship. My instructions are few, Andrew, soon told, and not hard to practice. Be honest, be industrious, be frugal, and you will soon win wealth and worship. Here, copy me this supplication in your best and most formal hand. I will wait by you till it is done. The youth lifted not his eye from the paper, and laid not the pen from his hand until the task was finished to his employer's satisfaction. The citizen then gave the young scrivener an angel, and bidding him on his life be secret in all business entrusted to him, again mounted his mule, and rode on westward along the Strand. It may be worth while to remind our readers that the Temple Bar, which Harriet passed, was not the arched screen or gateway of the present day, but an open railing or palisade, which at night and in times of alarm was closed with a barricade of posts and chains. The Strand also, along which he rode, was not, as now, a continued street, although it was beginning already to assume that character. It still might be considered as an open road, along the south side of which stood various houses and hotels belonging to the nobility, having gardens behind them down to the water side, with stairs to the river for the convenience of taking boat, which mansions have bequeathed the names of their lordly owners to many of the streets leading from the Strand to the Thames. The north side of the Strand was also a long line of houses, behind which, as in St. Martin's Lane and other points, buildings were rapidly arising, but Covent Garden was still a garden in the literal sense of the word, or at least beginning to be studded with irregular buildings. All that was passing around, however, marked the rapid increase of a capital which had long enjoyed peace, wealth, and a regular government. Houses were rising in every direction, and the shrewd eye of our citizen already saw the period not distant which should convert the nearly open highway on which he travelled into a connected and regular street, uniting the court in the town with the city of London. He next passed Charing Cross, which was no longer the pleasant solitary village at which the judges were wont to breakfast on their way to Westminster Hall, but began to resemble the artery through which, to use Johnson's expression, pours the full tide of London population. The buildings were rapidly increasing, yet certainly gave not even a faint idea of its present appearance. At last Whitehall received our traveller, who passed under one of the beautiful gates designed by Holbein, and composed of tessellated brickwork, being the same to which Monipolis had profanely likened the West Port of Edinburgh, and entered the ample precincts of the Palace of Whitehall, now full of all the confusion attending improvement. It was just at the time when James, little suspecting that he was employed in constructing a palace, from the window of which his only son was to pass, in order that he might die upon a scaffold before it, was busied in removing the ancient and ruinous buildings of Deburgh, Henry VIII, and Queen Elizabeth, to make way for the superb architecture on which Inigo Jones exerted all his genius. The king, ignorant of futurity, was now engaged in pressing on his work, and for that purpose still maintained his royal apartments at Whitehall, amidst the rubbish of old buildings, and the various confusion attending the erection of the new pile, which formed at present a labyrinth not easily traversed. The goldsmith to the royal household, and who, if fame spoke true, oftentimes acted as their banker, for these professions were not as yet separated from each other, was a person of too much importance to receive the slightest interruption from sentinel or porter. In leaving his mule and two of his followers in the outer court, he gently knocked at a postern gate of the building, and was presently admitted, while the most trusty of his attendants followed him closely with the piece of plate under his arm. This man also he left behind him in an anteroom, where 3 or 4 pages in the royal livery, but untrussed, unbuttoned, and dressed more carelessly than the place and nearness to a king's person seemed to admit, were playing at dice and draughts, or stretched upon benches, and slumbering with half-shut eyes. A corresponding gallery, which opened from the ante-room, was occupied by two gentlemen ushers of the chamber, who gave each a smile of recognition as the wealthy goldsmith entered. No word was spoken on either side, but one of the ushers looked first to Harriet, and then to a little door half covered by the tapestry, which seemed to say, as plain as a look could, "Lies your business that way?" The citizen nodded, and the court attendant, moving on tiptoe and with as much caution as if the floor had been paved with eggs, advanced to the door, opened it gently, and spoke a few words in a low tone. The broad Scottish accent of King James was heard in reply. "Admit him instanter, Maxwell. Have you Heribord say lang at the court, and not learn that gold and silver are ever welcome?" The usher signed to Harriet to advance, and the honest citizen was presently introduced into the cabinet of the sovereign. The scene of confusion amid which he found the king seated was no bad picture of the state and quality of James's own mind. There was much that was rich and costly in cabinet pictures and valuable ornaments, but they were arranged in a slovenly manner, covered with dust, and lost half their value, or at least their effect, from the manner in which they were presented to the eye. The table was loaded with huge folios, amongst which lay light books of jest and ribaldry, and amongst notes of unmercifully long orations and essays on kingcraft were mingled miserable roundels and ballads by the royal prentice, as he styled himself, in the art of poetry, and schemes for the general pacification of Europe, with a list of the names of the king's hounds, and remedies against canine madness. The king's dress was of green velvet, quilted so full as to be dagger-proof, which gave him the appearance of clumsy and ungainly protuberance, while its being buttoned awry communicated to his figure an air of distortion. Over his green doublet he wore a sad-coloured nightgown, out of the pocket of which peeped his hunting-horn. His high-crowned grey hat lay on the floor, covered with dust, but encircled by carcanet of large Bala rubies, and he wore a blue velvet nightcap, in the front of which was placed the plume of a heron, which had been struck down by a favourite hawk in some critical moment of the flight, in remembrance of which the king wore this highly honoured feather. But such inconsistencies in dress and appointments were mere outward types of those which existed in the royal character, rendering it a subject of doubt amongst his contemporaries, and bequeathing it as a problem to future historians. He was deeply learned, without possessing useful knowledge, sagacious in many individual cases, without having real wisdom, fond of his power, and desirous to maintain and augment it, yet willing to resign the direction of that and of himself to the most unworthy favourites. A big and bold asserter of his rights in words, yet one who tamely saw them trampled on in deeds, a lover of negotiations in which he was always outwitted, and one who feared war where conquest might have been easy. He was fond of his dignity while he was perpetually degrading it by undue familiarity, capable of much public labour, yet often neglecting it for the meanest amusement, a wit though a pedant, and a scholar though fond of the conversation of the ignorant and uneducated. Even his timidity of temper was not uniform, and there were moments of his life, and those critical, in which he showed the spirit of his ancestors. He was laborious in trifles, and a trifler where serious labour was required, devout in his sentiments, and yet too often profane in his language. Just and beneficent by nature, he yet gave way to the iniquities and oppression of others. He was penurious respecting money which he had to give from his own hand, yet inconsiderately and unboundedly profuse of that which he did not see. In a word, those good qualities which displayed themselves in particular cases and occasions were not of a nature sufficiently firm and comprehensive to regulate his general conduct, and showing themselves as they occasionally did, only entitled James to the character bestowed on him by Sully, that he was the wisest fool in Christendom. That the fortunes of this monarch might be as little of a piece as his character, he, certainly the least able of the Stuarts, succeeded peaceably to that kingdom, against the power of which his predecessors had with so much difficulty defended his native throne. And lastly, although his reign appeared calculated to ensure to Great Britain that lasting tranquillity and internal peace which so much suited the king's disposition, yet during that very reign were sown those seeds of dissension which, like the teeth of the fabulous dragon, had their harvest in a bloody and universal civil war. Such was the monarch who, saluting Harriet by the name of Jingling Geordie, for it was his well-known custom to give nicknames to all those with whom he was on terms of familiarity, inquired what new clatter-traps he had brought with him to cheat his lawful and native prince out of his siller. "God forbid, my liege," said the citizen, "that I should have any such disloyal purpose. I did but bring a piece of plate to show to your most gracious majesty, which, both for the subject and for the workmanship, I were loath to put into the hands of any subject until I knew your majesty's pleasure anent it. Body of me, man, let's see it, Harriet, though by my Saul Steenie's service a plate was sae dear a bargain, I had maced upon my word as a royal king to keep my ain gold and silver in future, and let you, Geordie, keep yours. Respecting the Duke of Buckingham's plate, said the goldsmith, your majesty was pleased to direct that no expense should be spared, and what signifies what I desired, man? When a wise man is with fools and bairns, he maun e'en play at the chucks, but you should have had mair sense and consideration than to gie baby Charles and Steenie their ain gate. They wad hae floored the very rooms wi' silver, and I wonder they didna. George Heriot bowed, and said no more. He knew his master too well to vindicate himself otherwise than by a distant allusion to his order, and James, with whom economy was only a transient and momentary twinge of conscience, became immediately afterwards desirous to see the piece of plate which the goldsmith proposed to exhibit, and dispatched Maxwell to bring it to his presence. In the meantime he demanded of the citizen whence he had procured it. From Italy, may it please your majesty, replied Harriet. It has naething in it tending to papistry, said the king, looking graver than his wont. Surely not, please your majesty, said Harriet. I were not wise to bring anything to your presence that had the mark of the beast. You would be the mair beast yourself to do so, said the king. It is weel kenned that I wrestled with Dagon in my youth, and smote him on the ground-sill of his own temple, a good evidence that I should be in time called, however unworthy, the defender of the faith. But here comes Maxwell, bending under his burden, like the golden ass of Apuleius. Harriet hastened to relieve the usher, and to place the embossed salver, for which it was, and of extraordinary dimensions, in a light favourable for his majesty's viewing the sculpture. Saul of my body, man, said the king, it is a curious piece, and as I think fit for a king's charmer, and the subject, as you say, Master George, bare adequate and beseeming, being as I see the judgment of Solomon, a prince in whose paths it weel becomes a leaving monarchs to walk with emulation. But whose footsteps, said Maxwell, only one of them, if a subject may say so much, hath ever overtaken. Haud your tongue for a false fleeching loon, said the king, but with a smile on his face that showed the flattery had done its part. Look at the bonny piece of workmanship, and haud your clavering tongue, and waste handiwork may it be, Geordie. It was wrought, sir, replied the goldsmith, by the famous Florentine Benvenuto Cellini, and designed for Francis I of France, but I hope it will find a fitter master. Francis of France, said the king, send Solomon, king of the Jews, to Francis of France. Body of me, man, it would have kithed Cellini mad, had he never done onything else out of the gate. Francis, why he was a fighting fool, man, a mere fighting fool, got himself ta'en at Pavia, like our ain David at Durham lang syne. If they could ha' sent him Solomon's wit and a love of peace and godliness, they wad ha' done him a better turn, but Solomon should sit in other gate company than Francis of France. I trust that such will be his good fortune, said Harry. It is a curious and very artificial sculpture, said the king, in continuation, but yet methinks the carnifex, or executioner there, is brandishing his gully hour near the king's face, seeing he is within reach of his weapon. I think less wisdom than Solomon's wad have taught him that there was danger in edge tools, and they wad have bidden the smake either sheathe his shavel or stand farther back. George Heriot endeavoured to alleviate this objection by assuring the king that the vicinity betwixt Solomon and the executioner was nearer in appearance than in reality, and that the perspective should be allowed for. Gang to the deal wi' your perspective, man, said the king. There cannot be a waur perspective for a lawful king, wha wishes to reign and live and die in peace and honour, than to have naked swords flashing in his een. I am accounted as brave as maist folks, and yet I profess to ye I could never look on a bare blade without blinking and winking. But of the gither it is a brave piece, and what is the price of it, man? The goldsmith replied by observing that it was not his own property, but that of a distressed countryman. Will you mean to mak your excuse for asking the double of its worth, I warrant, answered the king. I ken the tricks of you Burrows-town merchants, man. I have no hopes of baffling your majesty's sagacity, said Harry. The piece is really what I say, and the price £150 sterling, if it pleases your majesty to make present payment. £150, man, and as money, witches, and warlocks to raise them, said the irritated monarch. My saul jingling Geordie, ye are minded that your purse shall jingle to a bonny tune. How am I to tell you down 150 pounds for what will not weigh as many merks, and ye ken that my very household servitors and the officers of my mouth are 6 months in arrear. The goldsmith stood his ground against all this objurgation, being what he was well accustomed to, and only answered that, if his majesty liked the piece, and desired to possess it, the price could be easily settled. It was true that the party required the money, but he, George Heriot, would advance it on his majesty's account, if such were his pleasure, and wait his royal conveniency for payment. For that and other matters, the money meanwhile lying at the ordinary usage. By my honour, said James, and that is speaking like an honest and reasonable tradesman, we maun get another subsidy frae the Commons, and that will make a compting of it. Away with it, Maxwell, away with it, and let it be set where Steenie and baby Charles shall see it as they return from Richmond. And now that we are secret, my good old friend Geordie, I do truly opine that, speaking of Solomon and ourselves, the hale wisdom in the country left Scotland when we took our travels to the Southland here. George Heriot was courtier enough to say that the wise naturally follow the wisest, as stags follow their leader. Troth, I think there is something in what thou sayest, said James, for we ourselves and those of our court and household, as thou thyself, for example, are allowed by the English, for as self-opinioned as they are, to pass for reasonable good wits, but the brains of those we have left behind are all astir, and run clean hurdy-gurdy, like, say, many warlocks and witches on the devil's Sabbath even. I'm sorry to hear this, my liege, said Heriot. May it please your grace to say what our countrymen have done to deserve such a character. They are become frantic, man, clean brain-crazed, answered the king. I cannot keep them out of the court by all the proclamations that the heralds roar themselves hoarse with. Yesterday, nay, farther gain, just as we were mounted and about to ride forth in rushed a thorough Edinburgh gutter blood, a ragged rascal every dud, upon whose back was bidding good day to the other, with a coat and hat that would have served a peace bogle, and without havings or reverence, thrust into our hands like a sturdy beggar some supplication about debts owing by our gracious mother, and such like trash, whereat the horse spangs on end, and but for our admirable sitting, wherein we have been thought to excel maist sovereign princes as well as subjects in Europe, I promise you we would have been laid endlang on the causeway. Your Majesty, said Heriot, is their common father, and therefore they are the bolder to press into your gracious presence. I ken I am pater patriae well enough, said James, but one would think they had a mind to squeeze my puddings out, that they may divide the inheritance. Ood's death, Geordie, there is not a loon among them can deliver a supplication as it should be done in the face of majesty. I would I knew the most fitting and beseeming mode to do so, said Heriot, were it but to instruct our poor countrymen in better fashions. By my halidome, said the king, ye are a civilized fellow, Geordie, and I, Corinna, if I fling away as much time as may teach ye. And first, see you, sir, ye shall approach the presence of majesty thus, shadowing your eyes with your hand, to testify that you are in the presence of the vicegerent of heaven. Very weel, George, that is done in a comely manner. Then, sir, ye shall kneel, and make as if ye would kiss the hem of our garment, the latch of our shoe, or such like. Very weel enacted. Whilk we, as being willing to be debonair and pleasing towards our lieges, prevent thus, and motion to you to rise. Whilk, having a boon to ask, as yet you obey not, but gliding your hand into your pouch, bring forth your supplication, and place it reverentially in our open palm. The goldsmith, who had complied with great accuracy with all the prescribed points of the ceremonial, here completed it, to James's no small astonishment, by placing in his hand the petition of the Lord of Glenvarloch. What means this, ye foul sloon? Said he, reddening and sputtering. Hae ye, I've been teaching you the manual exercise that ye should present your piece at our ain royal body. Now by this light I had as lief that ye had bended a real pistole against me, and yet this hae ye done in my very cabinet, where naught should enter but at my ain pleasure. I trust your Majesty, said Heriot, as he continued to kneel, will forgive my exercising the lesson you condescended to give me in the behalf of a friend. Of a friend, said the king. So much the war, so much the war. I tell you, if it had been something to do yourself, good, there would have been some sense in it, and some chance that you would not have come back on me in a hurry. But a man may have 100 friends, and petitions for every ane of them ilk ane after other. Your Majesty, I trust that Heriot will judge me by former experience, and will not suspect me of such presumption. I canna, said the placable monarch, the world goes daft, I think, sed semel insanivimus omnis. thou art my old and faithful servant, that is the truth, and were't anything for thy own behoof, man, thou shouldst not ask twice. But troth, Steenie loves me so dearly that he cares not that any one should ask favours of me but himself. Maxwell, for the usher had re-entered after having carried off the plate, get into the ante-chamber, wi' your lang lugs. In conscience, Geordie, I think is that thou hast been mine ain old fiduciary, and wert my goldsmith when I might say with the ethnic poet, non mea renidet in domo lacanar. For faith, they had pillaged my mither's old house, say, that beechen bickers and treen trenchers and Latin platters were whiles the best at our board, and glad we were of something to put on them, without quarrelling with the metal of the dishes. Do you mind, for thou wert in maist of our complots, how we were fain to send sacks of the blue banders to Harry, the lady of Logan House's dowcot and poultry yard, and what an awful plaint the poor dame made against Jock of Milch and the thieves of Annandale, well were as sackless of the deed as I am of the sin of murder. It was the better for Jock, said Harriet, for, if I remember weel, it saved him from a strapping up at Dumfries, which he had weel deserved for other misdeeds. Ay, man, mind ye that, said the king, but he had other virtues, for he was a tight huntsman, moreover, that Jock of Milch, and could hollow to a hound till all the woods rang again. But he came to an Annandale end at the last, for Lord Thorwald run his lance out through him. Cock snails, man, when I think of those wild passages in my conscience, I am not sure but we lived merrier in old Holyrood in those shifting days than now when we are dwelling at heck and manger. Cantabit vacuus, we had but little to care for. And if your majesty please to remember, said the goldsmith, the awful task we had to gather silver vessel and gold work enough to make some show before the Spanish ambassador. Very true, said the king, now in a full tide of gossip, and I mind not the name of the right leal lord that helped us with every ounce he had in his house, that his native prince might have some credit in the eyes of them that had the Indies at their beck. I think, if your majesty, said the citizen, will cast your eye on the paper in your hand, you will recollect his name. Ay, said the king, say man, Lord Glenvarloch, that was his name indeed, Justus et Tanax propositi, a just man, but as obstinate as a baited bull. He stood whiles against us, that Lord Randall Oliphant of Glenvarloch, but he was a loving and a leal subject in the main. But this supplicator maun be his son. Randall has been long gone where king and lord must go, Geordie, as weel as the like of you. And what does his son want with us? The settlement, answered the citizen, of a large debt due by your majesty's treasury, for money advanced to your majesty in great state emergency about the time of the raid of Ruthven. I mind the thing weel, said King James. Odds death, man, I was just out of the clutches of the master of Glamis and his complices, and there was never siller mayor welcome to a born prince. The mayor, the shame and pity that ground king should need a petty sum, but what need he done us for, man, like a Baxter at the breaking? We ought him the siller, and we'll pay him with our convenience, or make it otherwise up to him. Whilk is he now between prince and subject? We are not in metiatione fugi, man, to be arrested thus peremptorily. Alas, and it please your majesty, said the goldsmith, shaking his head, it is the poor young nobleman's extreme necessity, and not his will, that makes him importunate, for he must have money, and that briefly to discharge a debt due to Peregrine Peterson, conservator of the privileges at Camp Vere, or his hale hereditary barony and estate of Glenvarloch will be evicted in virtue of an unredeemed wadset. How say ye, man? How say ye? Exclaimed the king impatiently. The carle of a conservator, the son of a Low Dutch skipper, evict the old estate and lordship of the house of Oliphant? God's bread, man, that maun not be. We maun suspend the diligence by writ of favour or otherwise. I doubt that may hardly be, answered the citizen. If it please your majesty, your learned counsel in the law of Scotland advise that there is no remede but in paying the money. Ud's fish, said the king, let him keep hod by the strong hand against the carle, until we can take some order about his affairs. Alas, insisted the goldsmith, if it like your majesty, your own pacific government, and your doing of equal justice to all men, has made main force a kittle line to walk by, unless just within the bounds of the Highlands. Well, weel, man, said the perplexed monarch, whose ideas of justice, expedience, and convenience became, on such occasions, strangely embroiled. Just it is we should pay our debts, that the young man may pay his, and he must be paid, and in verbo regis he shall be paid. But how to come by the Sillerman is a difficult chapter. Ye maun try the city, Geordie. To say the truth, answered Harriet, please your gracious majesty, what betwixt loans and benevolences and subsidies the city is at this present. Donna tell me of what the city is, said King James. Our exchequer is as dry as Dean Giles's discourses on the penitentiary psalms. Ex nihilo nihil fit. It's ill taking the breeks. Af a wild Highland man. They that came to me for siller should tell me how to come by it. This city ye maun try, Harriet, and donna think to be called Jingling Geordie for nothing, and in verbo regis I will pay the lad if you get me the loan. I wannot haggle on the terms, and between you and me, Geordie, we will redeem the brave old estate of Glenvarloch. But wherefore comes not the young lord to court? Harriet, is he comely? Is he presentable in the presence? No one can be more so, said George Harriet. But I understand ye, said his majesty. I understand ye. Res Augusta Domi. Pure lad, and his father a right true leal Scots heart, though stiff in some opinions. Hark ye, Harriet, let the lad have £200 to fit him out. And here, taking the carcanet of rubies from his old hat, ye have had these in pledge before for a larger sum. Ye old Levite that ye are, keep them engaged till I give ye back the siller out of the next subsidy. If it please your majesty to give me such directions in writing, said the cautious citizen. The deal is in your nicety, George, said the king. Ye are as precise as a Puritan in form, and a mere nullifidian in the marrow of the matter. May not a king's word serve ye for advancing your pitiful £200? But not for detaining the crown jewels, said George Harriet, and the king, who from long experience was inured to dealing with suspicious creditors, wrote an order upon George Harriet, his well-beloved goldsmith and jeweller, for the sum of £200, to be paid presently to Nigel Oliphant, Lord of Glenvarloch, to be imputed as so much debts due to him by the crown, and authorizing the retention of a carcanet of Bala rubies with a great diamond, as described in a catalogue of his Majesty's jewels, to remain in possession of the said George Harriet, advancer of the said sum, and so forth, until he was lawfully contented and paid thereof. By another rescript, his Majesty gave the said George Harriet directions to deal with some of the moneyed men upon equitable terms, for a sum of money for his Majesty's present use, not to be under 50,000 merks, but as much more as could conveniently be procured. And has he only lair this Lord Nigel of ours? Said the king. George Harriet could not exactly answer this question, but believed the young lord had studied abroad. He shall have our own advice, said the king, how to carry on his studies to maist advantage, and it may be we will have him come to court, and study with Steenie and baby Charles. And now we think on't away, George, for the bairns will be coming hame presently, and we would not as yet they kenned of this matter we have been treating anent. Propera fedem, O Geordie, clap your mule between your bows, and God den with you. Thus ended the conference betwixt the gentle King Jamie and his benevolent jeweller and goldsmith. End of chapter 5. Section 8 of the Fortunes of Nigel by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. Oh, I do know him, 'tis the mouldy lemon, which our court wits will wet their lips withal, when they would sauce their honeyed conversation with somewhat sharper flavour. Marry, sir, that virtue's well nigh left him. All the juice that was so sharp and poignant is squeezed out, while the poor rind, although as sour as ever, must season soon the draught we give our grunters for two-legged things, our weary aunt. The Chamberlain, a comedy. The good company, invited by the hospitable citizen, assembled at his house in Lombard Street, at the hollow and hungry hour of noon to partake of that meal which divides the day, being about the time when modern persons of fashion, turning themselves upon their pillow, begin to think, not without a great many doubts and much hesitation, that they will by and by commence it. Thither came the young Nigel, arrayed plainly, but in a dress nevertheless more suitable to his age and quality than he had formerly worn, accompanied by his servant Meniples, whose outside also was considerably improved. His solemn and stern features glared forth from under a blue velvet bonnet, fantastically placed sideways on his head. He had a sound and tough coat of English blue broadcloth, which, unlike his former vestment, would have stood the tug of all the apprentices in Fleet Street. The buckler and broadsword he wore as the arms of his condition, and a neat silver badge, bearing his lord's arms, announced that he was an appendage of aristocracy. He sat down in the good citizen's buttery, not a little pleased to find his attendance upon the table in the hall was likely to be rewarded with his share of a meal such as he had seldom partaken of. Mr. David Ramsay, that profound and ingenious mechanic, was safely conducted to Lombard Street, according to promise, well washed, brushed, and cleaned from the soot of the furnace and the forge. His daughter, who came with him, was about 20 years old, very pretty, very demure, yet with lively black eyes that ever and anon contradicted the expression of sobriety, to which silence, reserve, a plain velvet hood, and a cambric ruff had condemned Mistress Margaret as the daughter of a quiet citizen. There were also 2 citizens and merchants of London, men ample in cloak and many-linked golden chain, well to pass in the world, and experienced in their craft of merchandise, but who require no particular description. There was an elderly clergyman also, in his gown and cassock, a decent venerable man, partaking in his manners of the plainness of the citizens amongst whom he had his cure. These may be dismissed with brief notice, but not so Sir Mungo Malagrother of Grinnigo Castle, who claims a little more attention as an original character of the time in which he flourished. That good knight knocked at Master Harriot's door just as the clock began to strike 12, and was seated in his chair ere the last stroke had chimed. This gave the knight an excellent opportunity of making sarcastic observations on all who came later than himself, not to mention a few rubs at the expense of those who had been so superfluous as to appear earlier. Having little or no property, save his bare designation, Sir Mungo had been early attached to court in the capacity of whipping boy, as the office was then called, to King James VI, and with his majesty trained to all polite learning by his celebrated preceptor George Buchanan. The office of whipping boy doomed its unfortunate occupant to undergo all the corporeal punishment which the Lord's anointed, whose proper person was of course sacred, might chance to incur in the course of travelling through his grammar and prosody. Under the stern rule, indeed, of George Buchanan, who did not approve of the vicarious mode of punishment, James bore the penance of his own faults, and Mungo Malagrother enjoyed a sinecure. But James's other pedagogue, Master Patrick Young, went more ceremoniously to work, and appalled the very soul of the youthful king by the floggings which he bestowed on the whipping boy when the royal task was not suitably performed. And be it told to Sir Mungo's praise, that there were points about him in the highest respect suited to his official situation. He had even in youth a naturally irregular and grotesque set of features, which when distorted by fear, pain, and anger looked like one of the whimsical faces which present themselves in a Gothic cornice. His voice also was high-pitched and querulous, so that, when smarting under Master Peter Young's unsparing inflictions, the expression of his grotesque physiognomy and the superhuman yells which he uttered were well suited to produce all the effects on a monarch who deserved the lash, that could possibly be produced by seeing another and an innocent individual suffering for his delict. Sir Mungo Malagrother, for such he became, thus got an early footing at court, which another would have improved and maintained. But when he grew too big to be whipped, he had no other means of rendering himself acceptable. A bitter, caustic, and backbiting humour, a malicious wit, and an envy of others more prosperous than the possessor of such amiable qualities, have not indeed always been found obstacles to a courtier's rise, but then they must be amalgamated with a degree of selfish cunning and prudence of which Sir Mungo had no share. His satire ran riot, his envy could not conceal itself, and it was not long after his majority till he had as many quarrels upon his hands as would have required a cat's 9 lives to answer. In one of these rencontres he received, perhaps we should say fortunately, a wound, which served him as an excuse for answering no invitations of the kind in future. Sir Rullian Rattray of Ranagullion cut off in mortal combat 3 of the fingers of his right hand, so that Sir Mungo never could hold sword again. At a later period, having written some satirical verses upon the Lady Cockpen, he received so severe a chastisement from some persons employed for the purpose that he was found half dead on the spot where they had thus dealt with him, and one of his thighs having been broken and ill set, gave him a hitch in his gait with which he hobbled to his grave. The lameness of his leg and hand, besides that they added considerably to the grotesque appearance of this original, procured him in future a personal immunity from the more dangerous consequences of his own humour, and he gradually grew old in the service of the court, in safety of life and limb, though without either making friends or attaining preferment. Sometimes, indeed, the king was amused with his caustic sallies, but he had never art enough to improve the favourable opportunity, and his enemies, who were, for that matter, the whole court, always found means to throw him out of favour again. The celebrated Archy Armstrong offered Sir Mungo, in his generosity, a skirt of his own fool's coat, proposing thereby to communicate to him the privileges and immunities of a professed jester. For, said the man of motley, Sir Mungo, as he goes on just now, gets no more for a good jest than just the king's pardon for having made it. Even in London the golden shower which fell around him did not moisten the blighted fortunes of Sir Mungo Malagrother. He grew old, deaf, and peevish, lost even the spirit which had formerly animated his strictures, and was barely endured by James, who, though himself nearly as far stricken in years, retained to an unusual and even an absurd degree the desire to be surrounded by young people. Sir Mungo, thus fallen into the yellow leaf of years and fortune, showed his emaciated form and faded embroidery at court as seldom as his duty permitted, and spent his time in indulging his food for satire in the public walks and in the aisles of St. Paul's, which were then the general resort of newsmongers and characters of all descriptions, associating himself chiefly with such of his countrymen as he accounted of inferior birth and rank to himself. In this manner, hating and contemning commerce and those who pursued it, he nevertheless lived a good deal among the Scottish artists and merchants who had followed the court to London. To these he could show his cynicism without much offence, for some submitted to his jeers and ill humour, in deference to his birth and knighthood, which in those days conferred high privileges, and others of more sense pitied and endured the old man, unhappy alike in his fortunes and his temper. Amongst the latter was George Harry, who, though his habits and education induced him to carry aristocratical feelings to a degree which would now be thought extravagant, had too much spirit and good sense to permit himself to be intruded upon to an unauthorized excess, or used with the slightest improper freedom by such a person as Sir Mungo, to whom he was nevertheless not only respectfully civil, but essentially kind and even generous. Accordingly, this appeared from the manner in which Sir Mungo Malagrother conducted himself upon entering the apartment. He paid his respects to Master Harry and a decent, elderly, somewhat severe-looking female in a coif, who by the name of Aunt Judith did the honours of his house and table, with little or no portion of the supercilious acidity which his singular physiognomy assumed when he made his bow successively to David Ramsay and the 2 sober citizens. He thrust himself into the conversation of the latter, to observe he had heard in Paul's that the bankrupt concern of Pindivide, a great merchant, who, as he expressed it, had given the crows a pudding, and on whom he knew from the same authority each of the honest citizens had some unsettled claim was like to prove a total loss. Stock and block, ship and cargo, keel and rigging, all lost, now and forever. The two citizens grinned at each other, but too prudent to make their private affairs the subject of public discussion, drew their heads together, and evaded farther conversation by speaking in a whisper. The old Scots knight next attacked the watchmaker with the same disrespectful familiarity. "Davy," he said, "Davy, ye donnered old idiot, have ye no gain mad yet with applying your mathematical science, as ye call it, to the book of Apocalypse? I expected to have heard ye make out the son of the beast as clear as a tout on a bawbee whistle." "Why, Sir Mungo," said the mechanist, after making an effort to recall to his recollection what had been said to him, and by whom, "it may be that ye are nearer the mark than ye are yoursel aware of, for taking the 10 horns of the beast, ye may easily estimate by your digitals." "My digits, you darned old rusty good-for-nothing timepiece!" exclaimed Sir Mungo, while betwixt jest and earnest he laid on his hilt his hand, or rather his claw, for Sir Rollyen's broadsword has abridged it into that form. "Do ye mean to upbraid me with my mutilation?" Master Harriot interfered. "I cannot persuade our friend David," he said, "that scriptural prophecies are intended to remain in obscurity until their unexpected accomplishment shall make, as in former days, that fulfilled which was written. But you must not exert your knightly valour on him for all that." "By my saul, and it would be throwing it away," said Sir Mungo, laughing. "I would as soon set out with hound and horn to hunt a sturdy sheep, for he is in a doze again, and up to the chin in numerals, quotients, and dividends. Mistress Margaret, my pretty honey," for the beauty of the young citizen made even Sir Mungo Malagrother's grim features relax themselves a little, "is your father always as entertaining as he seems just now?" Mistress Margaret simpered, bridled, looked to either side, then straight before her, and having assumed all the airs of bashful embarrassment and timidity which were necessary, as she thought, to cover a certain shrewd readiness which really belonged to her character, at length replied, that indeed her father was very thoughtful, but she had heard that he took the habit of mind from her grandfather. "Your grandfather," said Sir Mungo, after doubting if he had heard her aright. Said she her grandfather? The lassie is distraught. "I ken nae wench on this side of Temple Bar that is derived from so distant a relation." "She has got a godfather, however, Sir Mungo," said George Harriot, again interfering, "and I hope you will allow him interest enough with you to request you will not put his pretty godchild to so deep a blush." The better," said Sir Mungo. "It is a credit to her that, bred and born within the sound of Bow Bell, she can blush for anything. And by my saul, Master George," he continued, chucking the irritated and reluctant damsel under the chin, "she is bonny enough to make amends for her lack of ancestry, at least in such a region as Cheapside, where, do you mind me, the kettle cannot call the porridge pot." The damsel blushed, but was not so angrily as before. Master George Harriot hastened to interrupt the conclusion of Sir Mungo's homely proverb by introducing him personally to Lord Nigel. Sir Mungo could not at first understand what his host had said. "Bread of heaven, what say ye, man?" Upon the name of Nigel Oliphant, Lord Glenvarloch being again hollowed into his ear, he drew up, and regarding his entertainer with some austerity, rebuked him for not making persons of quality acquainted with each other, that they might exchange courtesies before they mingled with other folks. He then made as handsome and courtly a congee to his new acquaintance as a man maimed in foot and hand could do, and observing he had known my lord his father, bid him welcome to London, and hoped he should see him at court. Nigel in an instant comprehended as well from Sir Mungo's manner as from a strict compression of their entertainer's lips, which intimated the suppression of a desire to laugh, that he was dealing with an original of no ordinary description, and accordingly returned his courtesy with suitable punctiliousness. Sir Mungo in the meanwhile gazed on him with much earnestness, and as the contemplation of natural advantages was as odious to him as that of wealth or other adventitious benefits, he had no sooner completely perused the handsome form and good features of the young lord than, like one of the comforters of the man of Uz, he drew close up to him to enlarge on the former grandeur of the lords of Glenvarloch, and the regret with which he had heard that their representative was not likely to possess the domains of his ancestry. Anon he enlarged upon the beauties of the principal mansion of Glenvarloch, the commanding site of the old castle, the noble expanse of the lake, stocked with wild fowl for hawking, the commanding screen of forest terminating in a mountain ridge abounding with deer, and all the other advantages of that fine and ancient barony, till Nigel, in spite of every effort to the contrary, was unwillingly obliged to sigh. Sir Mungo, skilful in discerning when the withers of those he conversed with were wrung, observed that his new acquaintance winced, and would willingly have pressed the discussion, but the cook's impatient knock upon the dresser with the haft of his dudgeon knife now gave a signal loud enough to be heard from the top of the house to the bottom, summoning at the same time the serving men to place the dinner upon the table, and the guests to partake of it. Sir Mungo, who was an admirer of good cheer, a taste which, by the way, might have some weight in reconciling his dignity to these city visits, was told off by the sound, and left Nigel and the other guests in peace, until his anxiety to arrange himself in his due place of preeminence at the genial board was duly gratified. Here, seated on the left hand of Aunt Judith, he beheld Nigel occupy the station of yet higher honour on the right, dividing that matron from pretty Mistress Margaret, but he saw this with the more patience, that there stood betwixt him and the young lord a superb larded capon. The dinner proceeded according to the form of the times. All was excellent of the kind, and besides the Scottish cheer promised, the board displayed beef and pudding, the statutory dainties of old England. A small cupboard of plate, very choicely and beautifully wrought, did not escape the compliments of some of the company, and an oblique sneer from Sir Mungo as intimating the owner's excellence in his own mechanical craft. "I am not ashamed of the workmanship, Sir Mungo," said the honest citizen. "They say a good cook knows how to lick his own fingers, and methinks it were unseemly that I, who have furnished half the cupboards in broad Britain, should have my own covered with paltry pewter." The blessing of the clergyman now left the guests at liberty to attack what was placed before them, and the meal went forward with great decorum, until Aunt Judith, in farther recommendation of the capon, assured her company that it was of a celebrated breed of poultry, which she had herself brought from Scotland. "Then, like some of his countrymen, madam," said the pitiless Sir Mungo, not without a glance towards his landlord, "he has been well larded in England." "There are some others of his countrymen," answered Master Harry, "to whom all the lord in England has not been able to render that good office." Sir Mungo sneered and reddened, the rest of the company laughed, and the satirist, who had his reasons for not coming to extremity with Master George, was silent for the rest of the dinner. The dishes were exchanged for confections and wine of the highest quality and flavour, and Nigel saw the entertainments of the wealthiest burgomasters which he had witnessed abroad fairly outshone by the hospitality of a London citizen. Yet there was nothing ostentatious, or which seemed inconsistent with the degree of an opulent burgher. While the collation proceeded, Nigel, according to the good breeding of the time, addressed his discourse principally to Mrs. Judith, whom he found to be a woman of a strong Scottish understanding, more inclined towards the Puritans than was her brother George, for in that relation she stood to him, though he always called her aunt, attached to him in the strongest degree, and sedulously attentive to all his comforts. As the conversation of this good dame was neither lively nor fascinating, the young lord naturally addressed himself next to the old horologer's very pretty daughter, who sat upon his left hand. From her, however, there was no extracting any reply beyond the measure of a monosyllable, and when the young gallant had said the best and most complacent things which his courtesy supplied, the smile that mantled upon her pretty mouth was so slight and evanescent as scarce to be discernible. Nigel was beginning to tire of his company, for the old citizens were speaking with his host of commercial matters in language to him totally unintelligible, when Sir Mungo Malagrother suddenly summoned their attention. That amiable personage had for some time withdrawn from the company into the recess of a projecting window, so formed and placed as to command a view of the door of the house and of the street. This situation was probably preferred by Sir Mungo on account of the number of objects which the streets of a metropolis usually offer of a kind congenial to the thoughts of a splenetic man. What he had hitherto seen passing there was probably of little consequence, but now a trampling of horse was heard without, and the knight suddenly exclaimed, "By my faith, Master George, you had better go look to shop, for here comes Knighton, the Duke of Buckingham's groom, and two fellows after him, as if he were my Lord Duke himself." "My cash keeper is below," said Harry, without disturbing himself, "and he will let me know if his Grace's commands require my immediate attention." "Humph! Cash keeper," muttered Sir Mungo to himself. "He would have had an easy office when I first kenned ye. But," said he, speaking aloud, "will you not come to the window at least? For Knighton has trundled a piece of silver plate into your house. Ha, ha, ha! Trundled it upon its edge, as a Colin would drive a hoop. I cannot help laughing, ha, 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 at the fellow's impudence." "I believe you could not help laughing," said George Harry, rising up and leaving the room, "if your best friend lay dying." "Bitter that, my lord, ha!" said Sir Mungo, addressing Nigel. "Our friend is not a goldsmith for nothing. he hath no leaden wit. But I will go down, and see what comes on't. Harriet, as he descended the stairs, met his cash-keeper coming up, with some concern in his face. "Why, how now, Roberts?" said the goldsmith. "What means all this, man?" "It is Knighton, Master Harriet, from the court. Knighton the Duke's man. He brought back the salver you carried to Whitehall, flung it into the entrance as if it had been an old pewter platter, and bade me tell you the king would have none of your trumpery." "Ay, indeed," said George Harriet, "none of my trumpery. Come hither into the compting room, Roberts. Sir Mungo," he added, bowing to the knight who had joined and was preparing to follow them, "I pray your forgiveness for an instant." In virtue of this prohibition, Sir Mungo, who, as well as the rest of the company, had overheard what passed betwixt George Harriet and his cash-keeper, saw himself condemned to wait in the outer business-room, where he would have endeavoured to slake his eager curiosity by questioning Knighton, but that emissary of greatness, after having added to the uncivil message of his master some rudeness of his own, had again scampered westward, with his satellites at his heels. In the meanwhile, the name of the Duke of Buckingham, the omnipotent favourite both of the King and the Prince of Wales, had struck some anxiety into the party which remained in the great parlour. He was more feared than beloved, and if not absolutely of a tyrannical disposition, was accounted haughty, violent, and vindictive. It pressed on Nigel's heart that he himself, though he could not conceive how, nor why, might be the original cause of the resentment of the Duke against his benefactor. The others made their comments in whispers until the sounds reached Ramsay, who had not heard a word of what had previously passed, but plunged in those studies with which he connected every other incident and event, took up the only catchword, and replied, the Duke of Buckingham, George Villiers. Ay, I've spoke with Lamb about him." "Our Lord and our Lady. Now how can you say so, father?" said his daughter, who had shrewdness enough to see that her father was touching upon dangerous ground. "Why, ay, child," answered Ramsay, "the stars do but incline, they cannot compel. But well you wot, it is commonly said of his grace, by those who have the skill to cast nativities, that there was a notable conjunction of Mars and Saturn, the apparent or true time of which, reducing the calculations of Icestadius, made for the latitude of Oranienburg to that of London, gives 7 hours 55 minutes and 41 seconds. "Hold your peace, old soothsayers," said Harriet, who at that instant entered the room with a calm and steady countenance. "Your calculations are true and undeniable when they regard brass and wire and mechanical force, but future events are at the pleasure of him who bears the hearts of kings in his hands." "Ay, but George," answered the watchmaker, "there was a concurrence of signs at this gentleman's birth which showed his course would be a strange one. Long has it been said of him, he was born at the very meeting of night and day, and under crossing and contending influences that may affect both us and him. Full moon and high sea, great man shalt thou be, red dawning, stormy sky, bloody death shalt thou die." "It is not good to speak of such things," said Harry, "especially if the great stone walls have ears, and a bird of the air shall carry the matter." Several of the guests seemed to be of their host's opinion. The two merchants took brief leave, as if under consciousness that something was wrong. Mistress Margaret, her bodyguard of prentices, being in readiness, plucked her father by the sleeve, and rescuing him from a brown study, whether referring to the wheels of time, or to that of fortune, is uncertain, wished good night to her friend Mrs. Judith, and received her godfather's blessing, who at the same time put upon her slender finger a ring of much taste and some value, for he seldom suffered her to leave him without some token of his affection. Thus honourably dismissed and accompanied by her escort, she set forth on her return to Fleet Street. Sir Mungo had bid adieu to Master Harriet as he came out from the back compting room, but such was the interest which he took in the affairs of his friend, that when Master George went upstairs he could not help walking into that sanctum sanctorum to see how Master Roberts was employed. The knight found the cash-keeper busy in making extracts from those huge brass clasped leathern bound manuscript folios, which are the pride and trust of dealers and the dread of customers whose year of grace is out. The good knight leant his elbows on the desk, and said to the functionary in a condoling tone of voice, "What, you have lost a good customer, I fear, Master Roberts, and are busied in making out his bill of charges?" Now it chanced that Roberts, like Sir Mungo himself, was a little deaf, and like Sir Mungo, knew also how to make the most of it, so that he answered at cross purposes, "I humbly crave your pardon, Sir Mungo, for not having sent in your bill of charge sooner, but my master bade me not disturb you. I will bring the items together in a moment." So saying, he began to turn over the leaves of his book of fate, murmuring, repairing ane silver seal new clasp to his chain of office, and over gilt brooch to his hat, being a St. Andrew's cross with thistles, a copper gilt pair of spurs. This to Daniel Driver. "We not dealing in the article. He would have proceeded, but Sir Mungo, not prepared to endure the recital of the catalogue of his own petty debts, and still less willing to satisfy them on the spot, wished the bookkeeper cavalierly good night, and left the house without farther ceremony. The clerk looked after him with a civil city sneer, and immediately resumed the more serious labours which Sir Mungo's intrusion had interrupted. End of chapter 6. Section 9 of The Fortunes of Nigel by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. Things needful we have thought on, but the thing of all most needful, that which Scripture terms, as if alone it merited regard, the one thing needful, that's yet unconsidered. The Chamberlain. When the rest of the company had taken their departure from Master Harriot's house, the young lord of Glenvarloch also offered to take leave, but his host detained him for a few minutes, until all were gone, excepting the clergyman. "My lord," then said the worthy citizen, "we have had our permitted hour of honest and hospitable pastime, and now I would fain delay you for another and graver purpose, as it is our custom, when we have the benefit of good Mr. Windsor's company, that he reads the prayers of the church for the evening before we separate. Your excellent father, my lord, would not have departed before family worship. I hope the same from your lordship." "With pleasure, sir," answered Nigel, "and you add in the invitation an additional obligation to those with which you have loaded me. When young men forget what is their duty, they owe deep thanks to the friend who will remind them of it." While they talked together in this manner, the serving men had removed the folding tables, brought forward a portable reading desk, and placed chairs and hassocks for their master, their mistress, and the noble stranger. Another low chair, or rather a sort of stool, was placed close beside that of Master Harriot, and though the circumstance was trivial, Nigel was induced to notice it, because when about to occupy that seat, he was prevented by a sign from the old gentleman, and motioned to another of somewhat more elevation. The clergyman took his station behind the reading desk. The domestics, a numerous family both of clerks and servants, including Meniples, attended with great gravity, and were accommodated with benches. The household were all seated, and externally at least, composed to devout attention, when a low knock was heard at the door of the apartment. Mrs. Judith looked anxiously at her brother, as if desiring to know his pleasure. He nodded his head gravely, and looked to the door. Mrs. Judith immediately crossed the chamber, opened the door, and led into the apartment a beautiful creature, whose sudden and singular appearance might have made her almost pass for an apparition. She was deadly pale. There was not the least shade of vital red to enliven features, which were exquisitely formed, and might, but for that circumstance, have been termed transcendently beautiful. Her long black hair fell down over her shoulders and down her back, combed smoothly and regularly, but without the least appearance of decoration or ornament, which looked very singular at a period when headgear, as it was called, of one sort or other, was generally used by all ranks. Her dress was of white, of the simplest fashion, and hiding all her person excepting the throat, face, and hands. Her form was rather beneath than above the middle size, but so justly proportioned and elegantly made that the spectator's attention was entirely withdrawn from her size. In contradiction to the extreme plainness of all the rest of her attire, she wore a necklace which a duchess might have envied, so large and lustrous were the brilliants of which it was composed, and around her waist a zone of rubies of scarce inferior value. When this singular figure entered the apartment, she cast her eyes on Nigel, and paused as if uncertain whether to advance or retreat. The glance which she took of him seemed to be one rather of uncertainty and hesitation than of bashfulness or timidity. Aunt Judith took her by the hand and led her slowly forward. Her dark eyes, however, continued to be fixed on Nigel with an expression of melancholy by which he felt strangely affected. Even when she was seated on the vacant stool which was placed there probably for her accommodation. She again looked on him more than once, with the same pensive, lingering, and anxious expression, but without either shyness or embarrassment, not even so much as to call the slightest degree of complexion into her cheek. So soon as this singular female had taken up the prayer book, which was laid upon her cushion, she seemed immersed in devotional duty, and although Nigel's attention to the service was so much disturbed by this extraordinary apparition that he looked towards her repeatedly in the course of the service, he could never observe that her eyes or her thoughts strayed so much as a single moment from the task in which she was engaged. Nigel himself was less attentive, for the appearance of this lady seemed so extraordinary that, strictly as he had been bred up by his father to pay the most reverential attention during performance of divine service, his thoughts, in spite of himself, were disturbed by her presence, and he earnestly wished the prayers were ended, that his curiosity might obtain some gratification. When the service was concluded, and each had remained, according to the decent and edifying practice of the Church, concentrated in mental devotion for a short space, the mysterious visitant arose ere any other person stirred, and Nigel remarked that none of the domestics left their places, or even moved, until she had first kneeled on one knee to Harriet, who seemed to bless her with his hand laid on her head, and a melancholy solemnity of look and action. She then bended her body, but without kneeling, to Mrs. Judith, and having performed these two acts of reverence, she left the room. Yet just in the act of her departure, she once more turned her penetrating eyes on Nigel with a fixed look, which compelled him to turn his own aside. When he looked towards her again, he saw only the skirt of her white mantle as she left the apartment. The domestics then rose and dispersed themselves. Wine and fruit and spices were offered to Lord Nigel and to the clergyman, and the latter took his leave. The young lord would fain have accompanied him, in hope to get some explanation of the apparition which he had beheld, but he was stopped by his host, who requested to speak with him in his compting room. "I hope, my lord," said the citizen, "that your preparations for attending court are in such forwardness that you can go thither the day after tomorrow. It is perhaps the last day for some time that his majesty will hold open court for all who have pretensions, by birth, rank, or office, to attend upon him. On the subsequent day he goes to Theobald's, where he is so much occupied with hunting and other pleasures that he cares not to be intruded on." "I shall be in all outward readiness to pay my duty," said the young nobleman, "yet I have little heart to do it. The friends from whom I ought to have found encouragement and protection have proved cold and false. I certainly will not trouble them for their countenance on this occasion, and yet I must confess my childish unwillingness to enter quite alone upon so new a scene." "It is bold of a mechanic like me to make such an offer to noblemen," said Harriet, "but I must attend at court tomorrow. I can accompany you as far as the presence chamber, from my privilege as being of the household. I can facilitate your entrance, should you find difficulty, and I can point out the proper manner and time of approaching the king. But I do not know," he added, smiling, "whether these little advantages will not be overbalanced by the incongruity of a nobleman receiving them from the hands of an old smith." "From the hands, rather, of the only friend I have found in London," said Nigel, offering his hand. "Nay, if you think of the matter in that way," replied the honest citizen, "there is no more to be said. I will come for you tomorrow, with a barge proper to the occasion. But remember, my good young lord, that I do not, like some men of my degree, wish to take opportunity to step beyond it, and associate with my superiors in rank, and therefore do not fear to mortify my presumption by suffering me to keep my distance in the presence, and where it is fitting for both of us to separate, and for what remains, most truly happy shall I be in proving of service to the son of my ancient patron." The style of conversation led so far from the point which had interested the young nobleman's curiosity, that there was no returning to it that night. He therefore exchanged thanks and greetings with George Harriet, and took his leave, promising to be equipped and in readiness to embark with him on the second successive morning at 10 o'clock. The generation of link boys, celebrated by Count Anthony Hamilton as peculiar to London, had already in the reign of James I begun their functions, and the service of one of them with his smoky torch had been secured to light the young Scottish lord and his follower to their lodgings, which, though better acquainted than formerly with the city, they might in the dark have run some danger of missing. This gave the ingenious Mr. Meniples an opportunity of gathering close up to his master, after he had gone through the form of slipping his left arm into the handles of his buckler, and loosening his broadsword in the sheath, that he might be ready for whatever should befall. If it were not for the wine and the good cheer which we have had in yonder old man's house, my lord, said this sapient follower, and that I ken him by report to be a just living man in many respects, and a real Edinburgh gutter blood, I should have been well pleased to have seen how his feet were shaped, and whether he had not a cloven clout under the braw roses and cordovan shoon of his. Why, you rascal, answered Nigel, you have been too kindly treated, and now that you have filled your ravenous stomach, you are railing on the good gentleman that relieved you. Under favour, no, my lord, said Meniples, I would only like to see something mair about him. I've eaten his meat, it is true, more shame that the like of him should have meat to give, when your lordship and me could scarce have gotten, on our own account, brose and a bare bannock. I have drunk his wine too. I see you have, replied his master, a great deal more than you should have done. Under your patience, my lord, said Meniples, you are pleased to say that, because I crushed a quart with that jolly boy Jenkin, as they call the prentice boy, and that was out of mere acknowledgment for his former kindness. I own that I moreover sung the good old song of Elsie Marley, so as they never heard it chanted in their lives. And withal, as John Bunyan says, as they went on their way, he sung, Oh, do ye ken Elsie Marley, honey, the wife that sells the barley honey? For Elsie Marley's grown sae fine, she winna get up to feed the swine. Oh, do ye ken? Here in mid-career was the songster interrupted by the stern grip of his master, who threatened to baton him to death if he brought the city watch upon them by his ill-timed melody. I crave pardon, my lord, I humbly crave pardon. Only when I think of that Jen Wynn, as they call him, I can hardly help humming. Oh, do ye ken? But I crave your honour's pardon, and will be totally dumb, if you command me so. No, sir, said Nigel, talk on, for I well know you would say and suffer more under pretence of holding your peace than when you get an unbridled license. How is it then? What have you to say against Master Harriet? It seems more than probable that in permitting this license the young lord hoped his attendant would stumble upon the subject of the young lady who had appeared at prayers in a manner so mysterious. But whether this was the case, or whether he merely desired that Meniples should utter, in a subdued and undertone of voice, those spirits which might otherwise have vented themselves in obstreperous song, it is certain he permitted his attendant to proceed with his story in his own way. And therefore, said the orator, availing himself of his immunity, I would like to ken what sort of carle this Maester Harriet is. He hath supplied your lordship with wealth of gold, as I can understand. And if he has, I make it for certain he hath had his ain end in it, according to the fashion of the world. Now, had your lordship your own good lands at your guiding? Doubtless this person, with most of his craft, goldsmiths they call themselves, I say usurers, would be glad to exchange so many pounds of African dust, by whilk I understand gold, against so many fair acres and hundreds of acres of broad Scottish land. But you know I have no land, said the young lord, at least none that can be affected by any debt, which I can at present become obliged for. I think you need not have reminded me of that. True, my lord, most true, and as your lordship says, open to the meanest capacity, without any unnecessary expositions. Now, therefore, my lord, unless Master George Harriet has something mair to allege as a motive for his liberality, verra different from the possession of your estate, and moreover, as he could gain little by the capture of your body, wherefore should it not be your soul that he is in pursuit of? My soul, you rascal, said the young lord, what good should my soul do him? What do I ken about that? Said Meniples. They go about roaring and seeking whom they may devour. Doubtless they like the food that they rage so much about. And my lord, they say, added Meniples, drawing up still closer to his master's side, they say that Master Harriet has one spirit in his house already. How, or what do you mean? Said Nigel. I will break your head, you drunken knave, if you palter with me any longer. Drunken, answered his trusty adherent. And is this the story? Why, how could I but drink your lordship's health on my bare knees when Master Jenkin began it to me? Hang them that would not. I would have cut the impudent knave's hams with my broadsword that should make scruple of it, and so have made him kneel when he should have found it difficult to rise again. But touching the spirit, he proceeded, finding that his master made no answer to his valorous tirade, your lordship has seen her with your own eyes. I saw no spirit, said Glenvarloch, Locke, but yet breathing thick as one who expects some singular disclosure. What mean you by a spirit? You saw a young lady come in to prayers, that spoke not a word to any one, only made becks and bows to the old gentleman and lady of the house. Ken ye wha she is? No, indeed, answered Nigel. Some relation of the family, I suppose. Deal a bit, answered Meniples hastily. Not a blood drop's kin to them. If she had a drop of blood in her body, I tell you but what all human beings allege to be truth, that's well within hue and cry of Lombard Street. That lady, or queen, or whatever you choose to call her, has been dead in the body these many a year, though she haunts them, as we have seen, even at their very devotions." "You will allow her to be a good spirit at least," said Nigel Oliphant, "since she chooses such a time to visit her friends." "For that I kenna, my lord," answered the superstitious follower. "I ken no spirit that would have faced the right down hammer blow of Mess John Knox, whom my father stood by in his very warst days, baiting a chance time when the court, which my father supplied with butcher meat, was against him. But yon divine has another airt from powerful Master Rollock, and Mass David Black of North Leith, and sic like. Alackaday, wha can ken, if it please your lordship, whether sic prayers as the Southern read out of their old blethering black mess book there may not be as powerful to invite fiends as a right red het prayer warm fra the heart may be powerful to drive them away, even as the evil spirit was driven by the smell of the fish's liver from the bridal chamber of Sarah, the daughter of Raggle. As to Wilk's story, nevertheless, I make scruple to say whether it be truth or not. Better men than I am having doubted on that matter." "Well, well, well," said his master impatiently, "we are now near home, and I have permitted you to speak of this matter for once, that we may have an end to your prying folly, and your idiotical superstitions for ever. For whom do you, or your absurd authors or informers, take this lady?" "I can say naething preceesely as to that," answered Meniples. "Certain it is her body died and was laid in the grave many a day since, notwithstanding she still wanders on earth, and chiefly amongst Maister Harriet's family, though she hath been seen in other places by them that well knew her. But who she is I will not warrant to say, or how she becomes attached like a Highland brownie to some peculiar family. They say she has a row of apartments of her own, anteroom, parlour, and bedroom. But deal a bed she sleeps in but her own coffin, and the walls, doors, and windows are so chinked up as to prevent the least blink of daylight from entering, and then she dwells by torchlight." "To what purpose, if she be a spirit?" said Nigel Oliphant. "How can I tell, your lordship?" answered his attendant. "I thank God I know nothing of her likings or mislikings, only her coffin is there, and I leave your lordship to guess what a live person has to do with a coffin. As little as a ghost with a lantern, I trow." "What reason," repeated Nigel, "can a creature so young and so beautiful have already habitually to contemplate her bed of last long rest?" "In troth, I kenna, my lord," answered Meniples, "but there is the coffin, as they told me who have seen it. It is made of Heban wood, with silver nails, and lined all through with 3-piled damask, might serve a princess to rest in." "Singular," said Nigel, whose brain, like that of most active young spirits, was easily caught by the singular and the romantic. "Does she not eat with the family?" "Who, she?" exclaimed Meniples, as if surprised at the question. "They would need a lang spoon would sup with her, I trow. Always there is something put for her into the tower, as they call it. Wilk is a wigmaleery of a whirling box, that turns round half on the tae side of the wa, half on the t'other." "I have seen the contrivance in foreign nunneries," said the Lord of Glenvarloch. "And is it thus she receives her food?" "They tell me something is put in ilka day, for fashion's sake," replied the attendant. "But it's no to be supposed she would consume it, ony mair than the images of Bel and the dragon consumed the dainty vivers that were placed before them. There are stout yeomen and chamber queens of the house enow to play the part of lickit up as well as the 70 priests of Bel, besides their wives and children." "And she is never seen in the family but when the hour of prayer arrives?" said the master. "Never that I hear of," replied the servant. "It is singular," said Nigel Oliphant, musing. "Were it not for the ornaments which she wears, and still more for her attendance upon the service of the Protestant Church, I should know what to think, and should believe her either a Catholic votaress, who for some cogent reason was allowed to make her cell here in London, or some unhappy popish devotee who was in the course of undergoing a dreadful penance. As it is, I know not what to deem of it." His reverie was interrupted by the link boy knocking at the door of honest John Christie, whose wife came forth with quips and becks and wreathed smiles to welcome her honoured guest on his return to his apartment. End of chapter 7. Section 10 of The Fortunes of Nigel by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. I mark the matron well, and laugh not, Harry, at her old steeple hat and velvet guard. I've called her like the ear of Dionysius. I mean that ear-formed vault, built o'er his dungeon, to catch the groans and discontented murmurs of his poor bondsmen. Even so doth Martha drink up, for her own purpose, all that passes, or is supposed to pass, in this wide city. She can retail it too, if that her prophet shall call on her to do so, and retail it for your advantage, so that you can make your profit jump with hers. The conspiracy. We must now introduce to the reader's acquaintance another character, busy and important, far beyond her ostensible situation in society. In a word, Dame Ursula Subtlechop, wife of Benjamin Subtlechop, the most renowned barber in all Fleet Street. This dame had her own particular merits, the principal part of which was, if her own report could be trusted, an infinite desire to be of service to her fellow creatures, leaving to her thin, half-starved partner the boast of having the most dexterous snap with his fingers of any shaver in London, and the care of a shop where starved apprentices flayed the faces of those who were boobies enough to trust them. The dame drove a separate and more lucrative trade, which yet had so many odd turns and windings that it seemed in many respects to contradict itself. Its highest and most important duties were of a very secret and confidential nature, and Dame Ursula Subtlechop was never known to betray any transaction entrusted to her, unless she had either been indifferently paid for her service, or that someone found it convenient to give her a double douceur to make her disgorge the secret, and these contingencies happened in so few cases that her character for trustiness remained as unimpeached as that for honesty and benevolence. In fact, she was a most admirable matron, and could be useful to the impassioned and the frail in the rise, progress, and consequences of their passion. She could contrive an interview for lovers who could show proper reasons for meeting privately. She could relieve the frail fair one of the burden of a guilty passion, and perhaps establish the hopeful offspring of unlicensed love as the heir of some family whose love was lawful, but where an heir had not followed the union. More than this she could do, and had been concerned in deeper and dearer secrets. She had been a pupil of Mrs. Turner, and learned from her the secret of making the yellow starch, and it may be 2 or 3 other secrets of more consequence, though perhaps none that went to the criminal extent of those whereof her mistress was accused. But all that was deep and dark in her real character was covered by the show of outward mirth and good humour, the hearty laugh and buxom jest with which the dame knew well how to conciliate the elder part of her neighbours, and the many petty arts by which she could recommend herself to the younger, those especially of her own sex. Dame Ursula was in appearance scarce past 40, and her full but not overgrown form, and still comely features, although her person was plumped out, and her face somewhat coloured by good cheer, had a joyous expression of gaiety and good humour, which set off the remains of beauty in the wane. Marriages, births, and christenings were seldom thought to be performed with sufficient ceremony for a considerable distance round her abode, unless Dame Ursula, as they called her, was present. She could contrive all sorts of pastimes, games and jests, which might amuse the large companies which the hospitality of our ancestors assembled together on such occasions, so that her presence was literally considered as indispensable in the families of all citizens of ordinary rank at such joyous periods. So much also was she supposed to know of life in its labyrinths, that she was the willing confidant of half the loving couples in the vicinity, most of whom used to communicate their secrets to, and receive their counsel from, Dame Ursula. The rich rewarded her services with rings, ouches, or gold pieces, which she liked still better, and she very generously gave her assistance to the poor, on the same mixed principles as young practitioners in medicine assist them, partly from compassion, and partly to keep her hand in use. Dame Ursula's reputation in the city was the greater, that her practice had extended beyond Temple Bar, and that she had acquaintances, nay patrons and patronesses, among the quality, whose rank, as their members were much fewer, and the prospect of approaching the courtly sphere much more difficult, bore a degree of consequence unknown to the present day, when the toe of the citizen presses so close on the courtier's heel. Dame Ursley maintained her intercourse with this superior rank of customers, partly by driving a small trade in perfumes, essences, pomades, headgears from France, dishes or ornaments from China, then already beginning to be fashionable, not to mention drugs of various descriptions, chiefly for the use of the ladies, and partly by other services more or less connected with the esoteric branches of her profession heretofore alluded to. Possessing such and so many various modes of thriving, Dame Ursley was nevertheless so poor that she might probably have mended her own circumstances as well as her husband's, if she had renounced them all, and set herself quietly down to the care of her own household, and to assist Benjamin in the concerns of his trade. But Ursula was luxurious and genial in her habits, and could no more have endured the stinted economy of Benjamin's board than she could have reconciled herself to the bald chat of his conversation. It was on the evening of the day on which Lord Nigel Oliphant dined with the wealthy goldsmith that we must introduce Ursula Subtlechop upon the stage. She had that morning made a long tour to Westminster, was fatigued, and had assumed a certain large elbow chair, rendered smooth by frequent use, placed on one side of her chimney, in which there was lit a small but bright fire. Here she observed, betwixt sleeping and waking, the simmering of a pot of well-spiced ale, on the brown surface of which bobbed a small crab-apple, sufficiently roasted, while a little mulatto girl watched still more attentively the process of dressing a veal sweetbread in a silver stewpan, which occupied the other side of the chimney. With these viands, doubtless, Dame Ursula proposed concluding the well-spent day, of which she reckoned the labour over, and the rest at her own command. She was deceived, however, for just as the ale, or to speak technically the lamb's wool, was fitted for drinking, and the little dingy maiden intimated that the sweetbread was ready to be eaten, the thin cracked voice of Benjamin was heard from the bottom of the stairs. "Why, Dame Ursley, why, wife, I say, why, Dame, why, love, you are wanted more than a strop for a blunt razor. Why, Dame, I would someone would draw a razor across thy windpipe, thou bawling ass," said the dame to herself in the first moment of irritation against her clamorous helpmate, and then called aloud, "Why, what is the matter, Master Subtlechop? I'm just going to slip into bed. I've been daggled to and fro the whole day." "Nay, sweetheart, it is not me," said the patient Benjamin, "but the Scots laundry maid from neighbour Ramsay's, who must speak with you incontinent." At the word "sweetheart," Dame Ursley cast a wistful look at the mess which was stewed to a second in the stewpan, and then replied with a sigh, "Bid Scotch Jenny come up, Master Subtlechop. I shall be very happy to hear what she has to say." Then added in a lower tone, "And I hope she will go to the devil in the flame of a tar barrel, like many a Scots witch before her." The Scots laundress entered accordingly, and having heard nothing of the last kind wish of Dame Subtlechop, made her reverence with considerable respect, and said her young mistress had returned home unwell, and wished to see her neighbour Dame Ursley directly. "And why will it not do to-morrow, Jenny, my good woman?" said Dame Ursley, "for I have been as far as Whitehall to-day already, and I am well nigh worn off my feet, my good woman." "Aweel," answered Jenny with great composure, "and if that sae be sae, I maun take the langer tramp mysel, and maun gae down the waterside for old Mother Redcap at the Hungerford stairs, that deals in comforting young creatures, e'en as you do yoursel, hinny, for ane o' ye the bairn maun see before she sleeps, and that's o' that I ken on't." So saying, the old emissary, without farther entreaty, turned on her heel, and was about to retreat, when Dame Ursley exclaimed, "No, no, if the sweet child your mistress has any necessary occasion for good advice and kind tendance, you need not go to Mother Redcap, Janet. She may do very well for skippers' wives, chandlers' daughters, and such like, but nobody shall wait on pretty Mistress Margaret, the daughter of his most sacred Majesty's horologer, excepting and saving myself. And so I will but take my choppins and my cloak, and put on my muffler, and cross the street to neighbour Ramsay's in an instant. But tell me yourself, good Jenny, are you not something tired of your young ladies' frolics and change of mind 20 times a day? In troth, not I, said the patient drudge, unless it may be when she is a wee fascious about washing her laces. But I've been her keeper since she was a bairn, neighbour Suttlechock, and that makes a difference. Ay, said Dame Ursley, still busied putting on additional defences against the night air, and you know for certain that she has £200 a year in good land at her own free disposal, left by her grandmother, heaven rest her soul, said the Scotswoman, and to a daintier lassie she could not have bequeathed it. Very true, mistress, for with all her little whims, I've always said Mistress Margaret Ramsay was the prettiest girl in the ward, and Jenny, I warrant the poor child has had no supper. Jenny could not say but it was the case, for her master being out, the 2 prentice lads had gone out after shutting shop to fetch them home, and she and the other maid had gone out to Sandy McGivens to see a friend frae Scotland. As was very natural, Mrs. Janet, said Dame Ursley, who found her interest in assenting to all sorts of propositions from all sorts of persons. And so the fire went out too, said Jenny. Which was the most natural of the whole, said Dame Suttlechock. And so, to cut the matter short, Jenny, I'll carry over the little bit of supper that I was going to eat. For dinner I have taste of none, and it may be my young pretty Mistress Margaret will eat a morsel with me, for it is mere emptiness, Mistress Jenny, that often puts these fancies of illness into young folks' heads. So saying, she put the silver posset cup with the ale into Jenny's hands, and assuming her mantle with the alacrity of one determined to sacrifice inclination to duty, she hid the stewpan under its folds, and commanded Wilsa, the little mulatto girl, to light them across the street. Whither away so late? Said the barber, whom they passed, seated with his starveling boys, round a mess of stockfish and parsnips in the shop below. If I were to tell you, Gaffer, said the dame with most contemptuous coolness, I do not think you could do my errand, so I will e'en keep it to myself. Benjamin was too much accustomed to his wife's independent mode of conduct to pursue his inquiry farther, nor did the dame tarry for farther question, but marched out at the door, telling the eldest of the boys to sit up till her return, and look to the house the whilst. The night was dark and rainy, and although the distance betwixt the 2 shops was short, it allowed Dame Ursley leisure enough, while she strode along with high-tucked petticoats, to embitter it by the following grumbling reflections. I wonder what I have done, that I must needs trudge at every old beldame's bidding, and every young minx's maggot. I have been marched from Temple Bar to Whitechapel on the matter of a pin-maker's wife having pricked her fingers. Mary, her husband that made the weapon, might have salved the wound. And here is this fantastic ape, pretty Mistress Margaret, forsooth, such a beauty as I could make of a Dutch doll, and as fantastic and humorous and conceited as if she were a duchess. I have seen her in the same day, as changeable as a marmozet, and as stubborn as a mule. I should like to know whether her little conceited noddle, or her father's old crazy calculating jolter pate, breeds most whimsies. But then there's that £200 a year in dirty land, and the father's held a close chuff, though a fanciful. He is our landlord besides, and she has begged a late day from him for our rent. So God help me, I must be comfortable. Besides, the little capricious devil is my only key to get at Master George Harriot's secret, and it concerns my character to find that out. And so, andiamos, as the lingua franca hath it. Thus pondering, she moved forward with hasty strides until she arrived at the watchmaker's habitation. The attendant admitted them by means of a pass key. Onward glided Dame Ursula, now in glimmer and now in gloom, not like the lovely Lady Christabel, through Gothic sculpture and ancient armour, but creeping and stumbling among relics of old machines, and models of new inventions in various branches of mechanics, with which wrecks of useless ingenuity, either in a broken or half-finished shape, the apartment of the fanciful though ingenious mechanist was continually lumbered. At length they attained, by a very narrow staircase, pretty Mistress Margaret's apartment, where she, the cynosure of the eyes of every bold young bachelor in Fleet Street, sat in a posture which hovered between the discontented and the disconsolate, for her pretty back and shoulders were rounded into a curve, Her round and dimpled chin reposed in the hollow of her little palm, while the fingers were folded over her mouth. Her elbow rested on a table, and her eyes seemed fixed upon the dying charcoal, which was expiring in a small grate. She scarce turned her head when Dame Ursula entered, and when the presence of that estimable matron was more precisely announced in words by the old Scotswoman, Mistress Margaret, without changing her posture, muttered some sort of answer that was wholly unintelligible. "Go your ways down to the kitchen with Wilsa, good Mistress Jenny," said Dame Ursula, who was used to all sorts of freaks on the part of her patients or clients, whichever they might be termed. "Put the stewpan and the porringer by the fireside, and go down below. I must speak to my pretty love, Mistress Margaret, by myself, and there is not a bachelor betwixt this and Bow but will envy me the privilege." The attendants retired as directed, and Dame Ursula, having availed herself of the embers of charcoal to place her stewpan to the best advantage, drew herself as close as she could to her patient, and began in a low, soothing, and confidential tone of voice to inquire what ailed her pretty flower of neighbours. "Nothing, dame," said Margaret, somewhat pettishly, and changing her posture so as rather to turn her back upon the kind inquirer. "Nothing, Ladybird," answered Dame Subtlechop. "And do you use to send for your friends out of bed at this hour for nothing?" "It was not I who sent for you, dame," replied the malcontent maiden. "And who was it then?" said Ursula, "for I had not been sent for. I had not been here at this time of night, I promise you." "It was the old Scotch fool, Jenny, who did it out of her own head, I suppose," said Margaret, "for she has been stunning me these 2 hours about you and Mother Redcap." "Me and Mother Redcap," said Dame Ursula, "an old fool indeed, that couples folk up so. But come, come, my sweet little neighbour, Jenny is no such fool after all. She knows young folks want more and better advice than her own, and she knows too where to find it for them. So you must take heart of grace, my pretty maiden, and tell me what you are moping about, and then let Dame Ursula alone for finding out a cure." "Nay, and ye be so wise, Mother Ursula," replied the girl, "you may guess what I ail without my telling you." "Ay, ay, child," answered the complacent matron, "no one can play better than I at the good old game of what is my thought like. Now I'll warrant that little head of yours is running on a new head tire, a foot higher than those our city dames wear, or you are all for a trip to Islington or where, and your father's cross and will not consent, or you are an old fool, Dame Subtlechop," said Margaret peevishly, "and must needs trouble yourself about matters you know nothing of." "Fool as much as you will, mistress," said Dame Ursula, offended in her turn, "but not so very many years older than yourself, mistress." "Oh, we are angry, are we?" said the beauty. "And pray, Madame Ursula, how come you that are not so many years older than me, to talk about such nonsense to me, who am so many years younger, and who yet have too much sense to care about headgears and Islington?" "Well, well, young mistress," said the sage counsellor, rising, "I perceive I can be of no use here, and methinks, since you know your own matters so much better than other people do, you might dispense with disturbing folks at midnight to ask their advice." "Why, now you are angry, mother," said Margaret, detaining her. "This comes of your coming out at eventide without eating your supper. I never heard you utter a cross word after you had finished your little morsel. Here, Janet, a trencher and salt for Dame Ursula. And what have you in that porringer, dame? Filthy, clammy ale, as I would live. Let Janet fling it out of the window, or keep it for my father's morning draught, and she shall bring you the pottle of sack that was set ready for him. Good man, he will never find out the difference, for ale will wash down his dusty calculations quite as well as wine." "Truly, sweetheart, I am of your opinion," said Dame Ursula, whose temporary displeasure vanished at once before these preparations for good cheer. And so settling herself on the great easy chair with a 3-legged table before her, she began to dispatch with good appetite the little delicate dish which she had prepared for herself. She did not, however, fail in the duties of civility, and earnestly but in vain pressed Mistress Margaret to partake her dainties. The damsel declined the invitation. "At least pledge me in a glass of sack," said Dame Ursula. "I've heard my grandame say that before the Gospelers came in, the old Catholic father confessors and their penitents always had a cup of sack together before confession, and you are my penitent." "I shall drink no sack, I am sure," said Margaret, "and I told you before that if you cannot find out what ails me, I shall never have the heart to tell it." So saying, she turned away from Dame Ursula once more, and resumed her musing posture with her hand on her elbow, and her back, at least one shoulder, turned towards her confidant. "Nay, then," said Dame Ursula, "I must exert my skill in good earnest. You must give me this pretty hand, and I will tell you by palmistry, as well as any gipsy of them all, what foot it is you halt upon." As if I halted on any foot at all, said Margaret, something scornfully, but yielding her left hand to Ursula, and continuing at the same time her averted position. I see brave lines here, said Ursula, and not ill to read neither. Pleasure and wealth, and merry nights and late mornings to my beauty, and such an equipage as shall shake Whitehall. Oh, have I touched you there? And smile you now, my pretty one, for why should not he be Lord Mayor, and go to court in his gilded coach, as others have done before him? Lord Mayor? Pshaw, replied Margaret. And why pshaw at my Lord Mayor, sweetheart? Or perhaps you pshaw at my prophecy, but there is a cross in every one's line of life, as well as in yours, darling. And what though I see a prentice's flat cap in this pretty palm, yet there is a sparking black eye under it, and hath not its match in the ward of Farringdon without. Whom do you mean, dame? Said Margaret coldly. Whom should I mean? Said Dame Ursula, but the prince of prentices, and king of good company, Jenkin Vincent. Out, woman! Jenkin Vincent, a clown, a cockney, exclaimed the indignant damsel. Ay, sets the wind in that quarter, beauty, quoth the dame. Why, it has changed something since we spoke together last, for then I would have sworn it blew fairer for poor Jinvin, and the poor lad dotes on you too, and would rather see your eyes than the first glimpse of the sun on the great holiday on May Day. I would my eyes had the power of the sun to blind his then, said Margaret, to teach the drudge his place. Nay, said Dame Ursula, there be some who say that Frank Dunstall is as proper a lad as Jinvin, and of surety he is third cousin to a knighthood, and come of a good house, and so mayhap you may be for Northwood Ho. Maybe I may, answered Margaret, but not with my father's prentice. I thank you, Dame Ursula. Nay, then, the devil may guess your thoughts for me, said Dame Ursula. This comes of trying to shoe a filly that is eternally wincing and shifting ground. Hear me, then, said Margaret, and mind what I say. This day I dined abroad. I can tell you where, answered her counsellor, with your godfather, the rich goldsmith. You see, I know something. Nay, I could tell you, as I would, with whom too. Indeed, said Margaret, turning suddenly round with an accent of strong surprise, and colouring up to the eyes. With old Sir Mungo Malagrother, said the oracular dame. He was trimmed in my Benjamin's shop in his way to the city. Pshaw, the frightful old mouldy skeleton, said the damsel. Indeed, you say true, my dear, replied the confidant. It is a shame to him to be out of St. Pancras' charnel house, for I know no other place he is fit for, the foul-mouthed old railer. He said to my husband, somewhat, which signifies nothing to our purpose, I dare say, interrupted Margaret. I must speak then. There dined with us a nobleman. A nobleman? The maiden's mad, said Dame Ursula. There dined with us, I say, continued Margaret, without regarding the interruption, a nobleman, a Scottish nobleman. Now, our lady keeper, said the confidant, she is quite frantic. Heard ever any one of a watchmaker's daughter falling in love with a nobleman, and a Scots nobleman, to make the matter complete, who are all as proud as Lucifer, and as poor as Job? A Scots nobleman, quotha! I'd lief you told me of a Jew pedlar. I would have you think how all this is to end, pretty one, before you jump in the dark. That is nothing to you, Ursula. It is your assistance, said Mistress Margaret, and not your advice that I am desirous to have, and you know I can make it worth your while. Oh, it is not for the sake of lucre, Mistress Margaret, answered the obliging dame, but truly I would have you listen to some advice. Bethink you of your own condition. My father's calling is mechanical, said Margaret, but our blood is not so. I've heard my father say that we are descended, at a distance indeed, from the great Earls of Dalwolsey, the head of the ancient and distinguished house of Ramsay, and to whom as their chief the individuals of that name look as their origin and source of gentry. Allan Ramsay, the pastoral poet, in the same manner makes Dalhousie of an old descent, my chief, my stoop, my ornament. Ay, said Dame Ursula, even so I never knew a Scot of you, but was descended, as ye call it, from some great house or other, and a piteous descent it often is, and as for the distance you speak of, it is so great as to put you out of sight of each other. Yet do not toss your pretty head so scornfully, but tell me the name of this lordly northern gallant, and we will try what can be done in the matter. It is Lord Glenburlock, whom they call Lord Nigel Oliphant, said Margaret in a low voice, and turning away to hide her blushes. Merry heaven forfend, exclaimed Dame Subtlechump, this is the very devil, and something worse. How mean you? Said the damsel, surprised at the vivacity of her exclamation. Why, know ye not, said the dame, what powerful enemies he has at court? Know ye not but blisters on my tongue. It runs too fast for my wit. Enough to say that you had better make your bridal bed under a falling house than think of young Glenvarloch." "He is unfortunate, then?" said Margaret. "I knew it. I divined it. There was sorrow in his voice when he said even what was gay. There was a touch of misfortune in his melancholy smile. He had not thus clung to my thoughts had I seen him in all the midday glare of prosperity." "Romances have cracked her brain," said Dame Ursula. "She is a castaway girl, utterly distraught, loves a Scotch lord, and likes him the better for being unfortunate. Well, mistress, I am sorry this is a matter I cannot aid you in. It goes against my conscience, and it is an affair above my condition and beyond my management. But I will keep your counsel." "You will not be so base as to desert me, after having drawn my secret from me," said Margaret indignantly. "If you do, I know how to have my revenge, and if you do not, I will reward you well. Remember, the house your husband dwells in is my father's property." "I remember it but too well, Mistress Margaret," said Ursula, after a moment's reflection, "and I would serve you in anything in my condition, but to meddle with such high matters. I shall never forget poor Mistress Turner, my honoured patroness, peace be with her. She had the ill luck to meddle in the matter of Somerset and Overbury, and so the great Earl and his lady slipped their necks out of the collar, and left her and some half dozen others to suffer in their stead. I shall never forget the sight of her standing on the scaffold, with a ruff round her pretty neck, all done up with the yellow starch which I had so often helped her to make, and that was so soon to give place to a rough hempen cord. Such a sight, sweetheart, will make one loath to meddle with matters that are too hot or heavy for their handling." "Out, you fool," answered Mistress Margaret. "Am I one to speak to you about such criminal practices as that wretch died for? All I desire of you is, to give me precise knowledge of what affair brings this young nobleman to court." "And when you have his secret," said Ursula, "what will it avail you, sweetheart? And yet I would do your errand, if you could do as much for me." "And what is it you would have of me?" said Mistress Margaret. "What you have been angry with me for asking before," answered Dame Ursula. "I want to have some light about the story of your godfather's ghost, that is only seen at prayers." "Not for the world," said Mistress Margaret, "will I be a spy on my kind godfather's secrets. No, Ursula, that I will never pry into, which he desires to keep hidden. But thou knowest that I have a fortune of my own, which must at no distant date come under my own management. Think of some other recompense." "Ay, that I well know," said the counsellor. "It is that 200 per year, with your father's indulgence, that makes you so wilful, sweetheart." "It may be so," said Margaret Ramsay. "Meanwhile do you serve me truly, and here is a ring of value in pledge, that when my fortune is in my own hand, I will redeem the token with 50 broad pieces of gold." "50 broad pieces of gold," repeated the dame, "and this ring, which is a right fair one, in token you fail not of your word. Well, sweetheart, if I must put my throat in peril, I am sure I cannot risk it for a friend more generous than you, and I would not think of more than the pleasure of serving you. Only Benjamin gets more idle every day, and our family—" "Say no more of it," said Margaret. "We understand each other. And now tell me what you know of this young man's affairs, which made you so unwilling to meddle with them." "Of that I can say no great matter as yet," answered Dame Ursula. "Only I know the most powerful among his own countrymen are against him, and also the most powerful of the court here. But I will learn more of it, for it will be a dim print that I will not read for your sake. Pretty Mistress Margaret, know you where this gallant dwells?" "I heard by accident," said Margaret, as if ashamed of the minute particularity of her memory upon such an occasion. "He lodges, I think, at one Christie's, if I mistake not, at Paul's Wharf, a ship chandler's." "A proper lodging for a young baron. Well, but cheer you up, Mistress Margaret. If he has come up a caterpillar, like some of his countrymen, he may cast his slough like them and come out a butterfly. So I drink good night, and sweet dreams to you, in another parting cup of sack, and you shall hear tidings of me within 24 hours. And once more I commend you to your pillow, my pearl of pearls, and Marguerite of Marguerites." So saying, she kissed the reluctant cheek of her young friend or patroness, and took her departure with the light and stealthy pace of one accustomed to accommodate her footsteps to the purposes of dispatch and secrecy. Margaret Ramsay looked after her for some time, in anxious silence. "I did ill," she at length murmured, "to let her wring this out of me, but she is artful, bold, and serviceable, and I think faithful, or if not, she will be true at least to her interest, and that I can command. I would I had not spoken, however. I have begun a hopeless work, for what has he said to me to warrant my meddling in his fortunes? Nothing but words of the most ordinary import, mere table talk, and terms of course. Yet who knows," she said, and then broke off, looking at the glass the while, which, as it reflected back a face of great beauty, probably suggested to her mind a more favourable conclusion of the sentence than she cared to trust her tongue withal. End of chapter 8. Section 11 of The Fortunes of Nigel by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. So pitiful a thing is suitor's state, most miserable man, whom wicked fate hath brought to court to sue. For had I wist that few have found, and many a one hath missed, full little knowest thou, that hast not tried, what hell it is, in suing long to bide, to lose good days that might be better spent, to waste long nights in pensive discontent, to speed today, to be put back tomorrow, to feed on hope, to pine with fear and sorrow, to have thy prince's grace, yet want her peers, to have thy asking, yet wait many years, to fret thy soul with crosses and with cares, to eat thy heart through comfortless despairs, to fawn, to crouch, to wait, to ride, to run, to spend, to give, to want, to be undone. Mother Hubbard's Tale. On the morning of the day on which George Heriot had prepared to escort the young Lord of Glenvarloch to the court at Whitehall, it may be reasonably supposed that the young man, whose fortunes were likely to depend on this cast, felt himself more than usually anxious. He rose early, made his toilette with uncommon care, and being enabled by the generosity of his more plebeian countrymen to set out a very handsome person to the best advantage, he obtained a momentary approbation from himself as he glanced at the mirror, and a loud and distinct plaudit from his landlady, who declared at once that in her judgment he would take the wind out of the sail of every gallant in the presence, so much had she been able to enrich her discourse with the metaphors of those with whom her husband dealt. At the appointed hour, the barge of Master George Heriot arrived, handsomely manned and appointed, having a tilt, with his own cipher and the arms of his company painted thereupon. The young Lord of Glenvarloch received the friend who had evinced such disinterested attachment with the kind courtesy which well became him. Master Heriot then made him acquainted with the bounty of his sovereign, which he paid over to his young friend, declining what he had himself formerly advanced to him. Nigel felt all the gratitude which the citizen's disinterested friendship had deserved, and was not wanting in expressing it suitably. Yet as the young and high-born nobleman embarked to go to the presence of his prince, under the patronage of one whose best or most distinguished qualification was his being an eminent member of the Goldsmiths' Incorporation, he felt a little surprised, if not abashed, at his own situation, and Richie Mnipples, as he stepped over the gangway to take his place forward in the boat, could not help muttering, "It was change day betwixt Master Heriot and his honest father in the crames, but doubtless there was a difference between clinking on gold and silver and clattering upon pewter." On they glided, by the assistance of the oars of 4 stout watermen, along the Thames, which then served for the principal high road betwixt London and Westminster, for few ventured on horseback through the narrow and crowded streets of the city, and coaches were then a luxury reserved only for the higher nobility, and to which no citizen, whatever was his wealth, presumed to aspire. The beauty of the banks, especially on the northern side, where the gardens of the nobility descended from their hotels, in many places down to the water's edge, was pointed out to Nigel by his kind conductor, and was pointed out in vain. The mind of the young Lord of Glenvarloch was filled with anticipations, not the most pleasant, concerning the manner in which he was likely to be received by that monarch, in whose behalf his family had been nearly reduced to ruin, and he was, with the usual mental anxiety of those in such a situation, framing imaginary questions from the king, and over toiling his spirit in devising answers to them. His conductors saw the labour of Nigel's mind, and avoided increasing it by farther conversation, so that when he had explained to him briefly the ceremonies observed at court on such occasions of presentation, the rest of their voyage was performed in silence. They landed at Whitehall stairs, and entered the palace after announcing their names, the guards paying to Lord Glenvarloch the respect and honours due to his rank. The young man's heart beat high and thick within him as he came into the royal apartments. His education abroad, conducted as it had been, on a narrow and limited scale, had given him but imperfect ideas of the grandeur of a court, and the philosophical reflections which taught him to set ceremonial and exterior splendour at defiance proved, like other maxims of mere philosophy, ineffectual at the moment they were weighed against the impression naturally made on the mind of an inexperienced youth by the unusual magnificence of the scene, the splendid apartments through which they passed, the rich apparel of the grooms, guards, and apartments had something in it, trifling and commonplace as it might appear to practised courtiers, embarrassing and even alarming to one who went through these forms for the first time, and who was doubtful what sort of reception was to accompany his first appearance before his sovereign. Harriet, in anxious attention to save his young friend from any momentary awkwardness, had taken care to give the necessary password to the warders, grooms of the chambers, ushers, or by whatever name they were designated, so they passed on without interruption. In this manner they passed several ante-rooms, filled chiefly with guards, attendants of the court, and their acquaintances, male and female, who, dressed in their best apparel, and with eyes rounded by eager curiosity to make the most of their opportunity, stood with beseeming modesty, ranked against the wall, in a manner which indicated that they were spectators, not performers, in the courtly exhibition. Through these exterior apartments Lord Glenvarloch and his city friend advanced into a large and splendid withdrawing-room, communicating with the presence chamber, into which ante-room were admitted those only who, from birth, their post in the state or household, or by the particular grant of the kings, had right to attend the court, as men entitled to pay their respects to their sovereign. Amid this favoured and selected company, Nigel observed Sir Mungo Malagrother, who, avoided and discountenanced by those who knew how low he stood in court interest and favour, was but too happy in the opportunity of hooking himself upon a person of Lord Glenvarloch's rank, who was as yet so inexperienced as to feel it difficult to shake off an intruder. The knight forthwith framed his grim features to a ghastly smile, and after a preliminary and patronizing nod to George Harriet, accompanied with an aristocratic wave of the hand, which intimated at once superiority and protection, he laid aside altogether the honest citizen, to whom he owed many a dinner, to attach himself exclusively to the young lord, although he suspected he might be occasionally in the predicament of needing one as much as himself. And even the notice of this original, singular, and unamiable as he was not entirely indifferent to Lord Glenvarloch, since the absolute and somewhat constrained silence of his good friend Harriet, which left him at liberty to retire painfully to his own agitating reflections, was now relieved; while on the other hand he could not help feeling interest in the sharp and sarcastic information poured upon him by an observant though discontented courtier, to whom a patient auditor, and he a man of title and rank, was as much a prize as his acute and communicative disposition rendered him an entertaining companion to Nigel Oliphant. Harriet, in the meantime, neglected by Sir Mungo, and avoiding every attempt by which the grateful politeness of Lord Glenvarloch strove to bring him into the conversation, stood by, with a kind of half-smile on his countenance, but whether excited by Sir Mungo's wit, or arising at his expense, did not exactly appear. In the meantime the trio occupied a nook of the ante-room next to the door of the presence chamber, which was not yet thrown open, when Maxwell, with his rod of office, came bustling into the apartment, where most men, excepting those of high rank, made way for him. He stopped beside the party in which we are interested, looked for a moment at the young Scots nobleman, then made a slight obeisance to Harriet, and lastly, addressing Sir Mungo Malagrother, began a hurried complaint to him of the misbehaviour of the gentlemen pensioners and warders, who suffered all sort of citizens, suitors, and scriveners to sneak into the outer apartments without either respect or decency. The English, he said, were scandalized, for such a thing durst not be attempted in the Queen's days. In her time there was then the courtyard for the mobility, and the apartments for the nobility, and it reflects on your place, Sir Mungo, he added, belonging to the household as you do, that such things should not be better ordered. Here Sir Mungo, afflicted, as was frequently the case on such occasions, with one of his usual fits of deafness, answered, it was no wonder the nobility used freedoms, when those whom they saw in office were so little better in blood havings than themselves. You are right, sir, quite right, said Maxwell, putting his hand on the tarnished embroidery on the old knight's sleeve. When such fellows see men in office dressed in cast-off suits, like paltry stage players, it is no wonder the court is thronged with intruders. Were you lauding the taste of my embroidery, Master Maxwell? Answered the knight, who apparently interpreted the deputy chamberlain's meaning rather from his action than his words. It is of an ancient and liberal pattern, having been made by your mother's father, old James Stitchel, a master fashioner of honest repute in Merlin's Wynd, whom I made a point to employ, as I am now happy to remember, seeing your father thought fit to intermarry with such a person's daughter. Maxwell looked stern, but conscious there was nothing to be got of Sir Mungo in the way of amends, and that prosecuting the quarrel with such an adversary would only render him ridiculous and make public a misalliance of which he had no reason to be proud. He covered his resentment with a sneer, and expressing his regret that Sir Mungo was become too deaf to understand or attend to what was said to him, walked on and planted himself beside the folding doors of the presence chamber, at which he was to perform the duty of deputy chamberlain or usher so soon as they should be opened. The door of the presence is about to open, said the goldsmith in a whisper to his young friend. My condition permits me to go no farther with you. Fail not to present yourself boldly according to your birth, and offer your supplication, which the king will not refuse to accept, and as I hope to consider favorably. As he spoke, the door of the presence chamber opened accordingly, and as is usual on such occasions, the courtiers began to advance towards it, and to enter in a slow but continuous and uninterrupted stream. As Nigel presented himself in his turn at the entrance, and mentioned his name and title, Maxwell seemed to hesitate. You are not known to any one, he said. It is my duty to suffer no one to pass to the presence, my lord, whose face is unknown to me, unless upon the word of a responsible person. I came with Master George Heriot, said Nigel, in some embarrassment at this unexpected interruption. Master Heriot's name will pass current for much gold and silver, my lord, replied Maxwell with a civil sneer, but not for birth and rank. I'm compelled by my office to be peremptory. The entrance is impeded. I'm much concerned to say it. Your lordship must stand back. What is the matter? Said an old Scottish nobleman, who had been speaking with George Heriot after he had separated from Nigel, and who now came forward, observing the altercation betwixt the latter and Maxwell. It is only Master Deputy Chamberlain Maxwell, said Sir Mungo Malagrother, expressing his joy to see Lord Glenvarloch at court, whose father gave him his office. At least I think he is speaking to that purport, for your lordship kens my imperfection. A subdued laugh, such as the situation permitted, passed round amongst those who heard this specimen of Sir Mungo's sarcastic temper, but the old nobleman stepped still more forward, saying, What, the son of my gallant old opponent, Acrid Oliphant? I will introduce him to the presence myself. So saying, he took Nigel by the arm without farther ceremony, and was about to lead him forward, when Maxwell, still keeping his rod across the door, said, with hesitation and embarrassment, My lord, this gentleman is not known, and I have orders to be scrupulous. Tutty-tatty, man, said the old lord, I will be answerable. He is his father's son, from the cut of his eyebrow, and thou, Maxwell, knewest his father well enough to have spared thy scruples. Let us pass, man. So saying, he put aside the deputy chamberlain's rod, and entered the presence room, still holding the young nobleman by the arm. Why, I must know you, man, he said. I must know you. I knew your father well, man, and I have broke a lance and crossed a blade with him, and it is to my credit that I am living to brag of it. He was king's man, and I was queen's man, during the Douglas wars, young fellows both, that feared neither fire nor steel, and we had some old feudal quarrels besides, that had come down from father to son, with our seal rings, 2 herited broadswords and plate coats, and the crests on our burgonets. Too loud, my lord of Huntingdon, whispered a gentleman of the chamber. "The king! The king!" The old earl, for such he proved, took the hint and was silent, and James, advancing from a side door, received in succession the compliments of strangers, while a little group of favorite courtiers, or officers of the household, stood around him, to whom he addressed himself from time to time. Some more pains have been bestowed on his toilette than upon the occasion when we first presented the monarch to our readers, but there was a natural awkwardness about his figure which prevented his clothes from sitting handsomely, and the prudence or timidity of his disposition had made him adopt the custom already noticed of wearing a dress so thickly quilted as might withstand the stroke of a dagger, which added an ungainly stiffness to his whole appearance, contrasting oddly with the frivolous, ungraceful, and fidgeting motions with which he accompanied his conversation. And yet, though the king's deportment was very undignified, he had a manner so kind, familiar, and good-humoured, was so little apt to veil over or conceal his own foibles, and had so much indulgence and sympathy for those of others, that his address, joined to his learning, and a certain proportion of shrewd mother-wit, failed not to make a favourable impression on those who approached his person. When the Earl of Huntingdon had presented Nigel to his sovereign, a ceremony which the good peer took upon himself, the king received the young lord very graciously, and observed to his introducer that he was fain to see them tway stand side by side. "For I trow, my Lord Huntingdon," continued he, "your ancestors, I, and e'en your lordship's self, and this lad's father, have stood front to front at the sword's point, and that is a worse posture." "Until your majesty," said Lord Huntingdon, "made Lord Ochtred and me cross palms upon the memorable day when your majesty feasted all the nobles that were at feud together, and made them join hands in your presence." "I mind it weel," said the king, "I mind it weel. It was a blessed day, being the 19th of September of all days in the year, and it was a blithe sport to see how some of the carles gurned as they clapped loofs together. But my saul, I thought some of them, mair special the Highland chiels, wad have broken out in our own presence, but we caused them to march hand in hand to the cross, ourselves leading the way, and there drink a blithe cup of kindness with ilk other to the stanching of feud and perpetuation of amity. Old John Anderson was provost that year. The carle grat for joy, and the bailies and councillors danced bareheaded in our presence like 5-year-old colts for very triumph. It was indeed a happy day, said Lord Huntingdon, and will not be forgotten in the history of your majesty's reign. "I would not that it were, my lord," replied the monarch. "I would not that it were pretermitted in our annals. Ay, beati fusic facie fici. My English lieges here may weel make much of me, for I would have them to know they have gotten the only peaceable man that ever came of my family. If James with the fiery face had come amongst you," he said, looking round him, "or my great-grandsire of Flodden memory, we should have sent him back to the north again," whispered one English nobleman. "At least," said another, in the same inaudible tone, "we should have had a man to our sovereign, though he were but a Scotsman. And now, my young springald," said the king to Lord Glenvarloch, "where have you been spending your calf-time?" "At Leyden, of late, may it please your majesty," answered Lord Nigel. "Aha, a scholar," said the king, "and by my soul, a modest and ingenuous youth, that hath not forgotten how to blush, like most of our travelled messieurs. We will treat him conformably." Then drawing himself up, coughing slightly, and looking around him with the conscious importance of superior learning, while the courtiers who understood or understood not Latin pressed eagerly forward to listen, the sapient monarch prosecuted his inquiries as follows: "Hem, salve bis, Turque salve, Glenvar Lochides noster, super ne ab Lugduna Batavorum Britanniam redisti." The young nobleman replied, bowing low, "Imo rex Augustissime Vienium fere apud Lugdunensis moratus sum." James proceeded, "Bienium dicus, bene optume factum est, non une die quod dicunt intelligisti nomine Glenvarlochiensis." "Aha!" Nigel replied by a reverent bow, and the king, turning to those behind him, said, "Adolescens quidem ingenui vultus ingenique Podorus then resumed his learned queries. Et quod hodie Lugdunensis loquuntur, vocius Wester nihil novi scripsit, nihil certe quod doleo typus recenter editit. Vale quidem vocius rex benevole, replied Nigel, a senex veneratissimus anum agit, ni fallor septuagesimum. Virum meherical vix tam quantivam credidarum, replied the monarch, et vorstius iste Armenii improbi successor, aquae ac sectator herosne ad hoc, at cum Homera lacar, Zeus esti kai epithonderque, texting Greek. Nigel, by good fortune, remembered that Vorstius the divine last mentioned in his Majesty's queries about the state of Dutch literature had been engaged in a personal controversy with James, in which the king had taken so deep an interest, and as at length to hint in his public correspondence with the United States, that they would do well to apply the secular arm to stop the progress of heresy by violent measures against the professor's person, a demand which their mightinesses, principles of universal toleration, induced them to elude, though with some difficulty. Knowing all this, Lord Glenvarloch, though a courtier of only 5 minutes' standing, had address enough to reply. Vivum quidem haud diu est hominum videbam vigere autem quis dicat, qui sub fulminibus eloquentia tuae rex magnae iam dudum pronus jacet et prostratus. This last tribute to his polemical powers completed James's happiness, which the triumph of exhibiting his erudition had already raised to a considerable height. He rubbed his hands, snapped his fingers, fidgeted, chuckled, exclaimed, Euge, bel optime, and turning to the bishops of Exeter and Oxford, who stood behind him, he said, Ye see, my lords, no bad specimen of our Scottish Latinity, with which language we would all our subjects of England were as well imbued as this and other youths of honourable birth in our old kingdom. Also we keep the genuine and Roman pronunciation, like other learned nations on the continent. Say that we hold communing with any scholar in the universe who can but speak the Latin tongue, whereas ye, our learned subjects of England, have introduced into your universities otherwise most learned a fashion of pronouncing like unto the nip-it foot and clip-it foot of the bride in the fairy tale whilk manner of speech. Take it not amiss that I be round with you can be understood by no nation on earth saving yourselves, whereby Latin quoad Anglos ceases to be communius lingua, the general dragoman or interpreter between all the wise men of the earth. The Bishop of Exeter bowed as in acquiescence to the royal censure, but he of Oxford stood upright, as mindful over what subjects his see extended, and as being equally willing to become food for faggots in defence of the Latinity of the university, as for any article of his religious creed. The king, without awaiting an answer from either prelate, proceeded to question Lord Nigel, but the vernacular tongue, Wheel, my likely almoner of the Muses, and what make you so far from the north? To pay my homage to your majesty, said the young nobleman, kneeling on one knee, and to lay before you, he added, this my humble and dutiful supplication. The presenting of a pistol would certainly have startled King James more, but could, setting apart the fright, hardly have been more unpleasing to his indolent disposition. And is it even so, man? Said he, and can no single man, were it but for the rarity of the case, ever come up frae Scotland, excepting ex proposito, on set purpose to see what he can make out of his loving sovereign? It is but 3 days sin that we had weel nigh lost our life, and put 3 kingdoms into dual weeds, from the over-haste of a clumsy-handed peasant to thrust a packet into our hand, and now we are beset by the like impediment in our very court. To our secretary with that gear, my lord, to our secretary with that gear. I've already offered my humble supplication to your majesty's secretary of state, said Lord Glenvarloch, but it seems that he would not receive it, I warrant, said the king, interrupting him. But my soul, our secretary kens that point of kingcraft called refusing better than we do, and will look at nothing but what he likes himself. I think I wad make a better secretary to him than he to me. Weel, my lord, you are welcome to London, and as ye seem an acute and learned youth, I advise you to turn your neb northward as soon as ye like, and settle yourself for a while at St. Andrews, and we will be right glad to hear that you prosper in your studies. Incubiti remus fortiter. While the king spoke thus, he held the petition of the young lord carelessly, like one who only delayed till the supplicant's back was turned to throw it away, or at least lay it aside to be no more looked at. The petitioner, who read this in his cold and indifferent looks, and in the manner in which he twisted and crumpled together the paper, arose with a bitter sense of anger and disappointment, made a profound obeisance, and was about to retire hastily, but Lord Huntingdon, who stood by him, checked his intention by an almost imperceptible touch upon the skirt of his cloak, and Nigel, taking the hint, retreated only a few steps from the royal presence, and then made a pause. In the meantime, Lord Huntingdon kneeled before James in his turn, and said, "May it please your majesty to remember that upon one certain occasion you did promise to grant me a boon every year of your sacred life." "I mind it weel, man," answered James, "I mind it weel, and good reason why. It was when you unclasped the false traitor Ruthven's fangs from about our royal throat, and drove your dirk into him like a true subject. We did that, as you remind us. Wilk was unnecessary, being partly beside ourselves with joy at our liberation. Promise we would grant you a free boon every year. Wilk promise on our coming to mensful possession of our royal faculties we do confirm, restrictive always, and conditionaliter, that your lordship's demands should be such as we in our royal discretion should think reasonable." "Even so, gracious sovereign," said the old earl, "and may I yet farther crave to know if I've ever exceeded the bounds of your royal benevolence?" "By my word, man, no," said the king. "I cannot remember you have asked much for yourself, if it be not a dog or a hawk or a buck out of our part, at Theobalds or such like. But to what serves this preface?" "To the boon to which I am now to ask of your grace," said Lord Huntingdon, "which is that your majesty would be pleased on the instant to look at the placket of Lord Glenvarloch, and do upon it what your own just and royal nature shall think meet and just, without reference to your secretary or any other of your council." "By my soul, my lord, this is strange," said the king. "You are pleading for the son of your enemy?" "Of one who was my enemy till your majesty made him my friend," answered Lord Huntingdon. "Well spoken, my lord," said the king, and with a true Christian spirit, and respecting the supplication of this young man, "I partly guess where the matter lies, and in plain troth I have promised to George Harry to be good to the lad. But then here the shoe pinches. Steenie and baby Charles cannot abide him, neither can your own son, my lord, and so methinks he had better go down to Scotland before he comes to ill luck by then." "My son, and it please your majesty, so far as he is concerned, shall not direct my doings," said the earl, "nor any wild-headed young man of them all." "Why, neither shall they mine," replied the monarch. "By my father's saul, none of them all shall play wrecks with me. I will do what I will, and what I ought, like a free king." "Your majesty will then grant me my boon?" said the Lord Huntingdon. "Ay, marry will I, marry will I," said the king. "But follow me this way, man, where we may be more private." He led Lord Huntingdon with rather a hurried step through the courtiers, all of whom gazed earnestly on this unwonted scene, as is the fashion of all courts on similar occasions. The king passed into a little cabinet, and bade in the first moment Lord Huntingdon lock or bar the door, but countermanded his direction in the next, saying, "No, no, no, bread of life, I'm a free king, will do what I will and what I should. I am justus et tanix propositi, man. Nevertheless, keep by the door, Lord Huntingdon, in case Steenie should come in with his mad humour." "Oh, my poor master," groaned the Earl of Huntingdon, "when you were in your old cold country, you had warmer blood in your veins." The king hastily looked over the petition or memorial, every now and then glancing his eye towards the door, and then sinking it hastily on the paper, ashamed that Lord Huntingdon, whom he respected, should suspect him of timidity. "To grant the truth," he said, after he had finished his hasty perusal, "this is a hard case, and harder than it was represented to me, though I had some inkling of it before, and so the lad only wants payment of the siller due from us, in order to reclaim his paternal estate. But then, hunting Glen, the lad will have other debts, and why burden himself with, say, money, acres of barren woodland? Let the land gang, man, let the land gang. Steenie has the promise of it from our Scottish Chancellor. It is the best hunting ground in Scotland, and baby Charles and Steenie want to kill a buck there this next year. They maun hae the land, they maun hae the land, and our debt shall be paid to the young man Placken Bobby, and he may have the spending of it at our court, or if he has such an hunger wounds, man, we'll stuff his stomach with English land, which is worth twice as much, 10 times as much, as these accursed hills and hews, and mosses and moors, that he is sae keen after. All this while the poor king ambled up and down the apartment in a piteous state of uncertainty, which was made more ridiculous by his shambling circular mode of managing his legs, and his ungainly fashion on such occasions of fiddling with the bunches of ribbons which fastened the lower part of his dress. Lord Huntingdon listened with great composure, and answered, "An it please your majesty," there was an answer yielded by Naboth when Ahab coveted his vineyard. "The Lord forbid that I should give the inheritance of my fathers unto thee." "Ay, my lord, ejaculated James, while all the colour mounted both to his cheek and nose. "Hope ye mean not to teach me divinity. You need not fear, my lord, that I will shun to do justice to every man, and since your lordship will give me no help to take up this in a more peaceful manner, whilk methinks would be better for the young man, as I said before, why, since it maun be so, death I'm a free king man, and he shall have his money and redeem his land, and make a kirk and a mill of it, and he will." So saying, he hastily wrote an order on the Scottish exchequer for the sum in question, and then added, "How they are to pay it I see not, but I warrant he will find money on the order among the goldsmiths, who can find it for every one but me. And now you see, my Lord Huntingdon, that I am neither an untrue man to deny you the boon whilk I became bound for, nor an Ahab to covet Naboth's vineyard, nor a mere nose of wax to be twisted this way and that by favourites and counsellors at their pleasure. I think you will grant now that I am none of those." "You are my own native and noble prince," said Huntingdon, as he knelt to kiss the royal hand, "just and generous whenever you listen to the workings of your own heart." "Ay, ay," said the king, laughing good-naturedly, as he raised his faithful servant from the ground, "that is what ye all say when I do anything to please ye. There, there, take the sign manual, and away with you and this young fellow. I wonder Steenie and baby Charles have not broken in on us before now." Lord Huntingdon hastened from the cabinet, foreseeing a scene at which he was unwilling to be present, but which sometimes occurred when James roused himself so far as to exert his own free will, of which he boasted so much, in spite of that of his imperious favourite Steenie, as he called the Duke of Buckingham, from a supposed resemblance betwixt his very handsome countenance and that with which the Italian artist represented the proto-martyr Stephen. In fact, the haughty favourite, who had the unusual good fortune to stand as high in the opinion of the heir apparent as of the existing monarch, had considerably diminished in his respect towards the latter, and it was apparent to the more shrewd courtiers that James endured his domination rather from habit, timidity, and a dread of encountering his stormy passions than from any heartfelt continuation of regard towards him, whose greatness had been the work of his own hands, to save himself the pain of seeing what was likely to take place on the Duke's return, and to preserve the king from the additional humiliation which the presence of such a witness must have occasioned. The earl left the cabinet as speedily as possible, having first carefully pocketed the important sign manual. No sooner had he entered the presence room than he hastily sought Lord Glenvarloch, who had withdrawn into the embrasure of one of the windows from the general gaze of men, who seemed disposed only to afford him the notice which arises from surprise and curiosity, and taking him by the arm, without speaking, led him out of the presence chamber into the first anteroom. Here they found the worthy goldsmith, who approached them with looks of curiosity, which were checked by the old lord, who said hastily, "All is well. Is your barge in waiting?" Harry had answered in the affirmative. "Then," said Lord Huntingdon, "you shall give me a cast in it, as the watermen say, and I, in requital, will give you both your dinner, for we must have some conversation together." They both followed the earl without speaking, and were in the second anteroom, when the important annunciation of the ushers, and the hasty murmur with which all made ample way, as the company repeated to each other the Duke, made them aware of the approach of the omnipotent favourite. He entered that unhappy minion of court favour, sumptuously dressed in the picturesque attire which will live for ever on the canvas of Van Dyck, and which marked so well the proud age when aristocracy, though undermined and nodding to its fall, still by external show and profuse expense endeavoured to assert its paramount superiority over the inferior orders. The handsome and commanding countenance, stately form, and graceful action and manners of the Duke of Buckingham made him become that picturesque dress beyond any man of his time. At present, however, his countenance seemed discomposed, his dress a little more disordered than became the place, his step hasty, and his voice imperative. All marked the angry spot upon his brow, and bore back so suddenly to make way for him, that the Earl of Huntingdon, who affected no extraordinary haste on the occasion, with his companions, who could not, if they would, have decently left him, remained as it were by themselves in the middle of the room, and in the very path of the angry favourite. He touched his cap sternly as he looked on Huntingdon, but unbonneted to Harriet, and sunk his beaver with its shadowy plume as low as the floor, with a profound air of mock respect. In returning his greeting, which he did simply and unaffectedly, the citizen only said, "Too much courtesy, my Lord Duke, is often the reverse of kindness." "I grieve you should think so, Master Harriet," answered the Duke. "I only meant by my homage to claim your protection, so your patronage. You are become, I understand, a solicitor of suits, a promoter, an undertaker, a fodder of court suitors of merit and quality who chance to be penniless. I trust your bags will bear you out in your new boast." "They will bear me the farther, my Lord Duke," answered the goldsmith, "that my boast is but small." "Oh, you do yourself less than justice, my good Master Harriet," continued the Duke in the same tone of irony. "You have a marvellous court faction. To be the son of an Edinburgh tinker, have the goodness to prefer me to the knowledge of the high-born nobleman who is honoured and advantaged by your patronage." "That shall be my task," said Lord Huntingdon, with emphasis. "My Lord Duke, I desire you to know Nigel Oliphant, Lord Glenvarloch, representative of one of the most ancient and powerful baronial houses in Scotland. Lord Glenvarloch, I present you to his Grace the Duke of Buckingham, representative of Sir George Villiers, Knight of Brooksby, in the county of Leicester." The Duke coloured still more high as he bowed to Lord Glenvarloch scornfully, a courtesy which the other returned haughtily and with restrained indignation. "We know each other, then," said the Duke, after a moment's pause, and as if he had seen something in the young nobleman which merited more serious notice than the bitter raillery with which he had commenced. "We know each other, and you know me, my lord, for your enemy." "I thank you for your plainness, my Lord Duke," replied Nigel. "An open enemy is better than a hollow friend." "For you, my Lord Huntingdon," said the Duke, "methinks you have but now overstepped the limits of the indulgence permitted to you, as the father of the prince's friend and my own." "By my word, my Lord Duke," replied the Earl, "it is easy for any one to outstep boundaries of the existence of which he was not aware. It is neither to secure my protection nor approbation that my son keeps such exalted company." "Oh, my lord, we know you, and indulge you," said the Duke. "You are one of those who presume for a lifelong upon the merit of one good action." "In faith, my lord, and if it be so," said the old Earl, "I have at least the advantage of such as presume more than I do, without having done any action of merit whatever. I mean not to quarrel with you, my lord. We can neither be friends nor enemies. You have your path, and I have mine." Buckingham only replied by throwing on his bonnet, and shaking its lofty plume with a careless and scornful toss of the head. They parted thus, the Duke walking onwards through the apartments, and the others leaving the palace and repairing to Whitehall stairs, where they embarked on board the barge of the citizen. End of chapter 9. Section 12 of The Fortunes of Nigel by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. Bid not thy fortune troll upon the wheels of yonder dancing cubes of mottled bone, and drown it not, like Egypt's royal harlot, dissolving her rich pearl in the brimmed wine cup. These are the arts, Lothario, which shrink acres into brief yards, bring sterling pounds to farthings, credit to infamy, and the poor Gaul, who might have lived an honored, easy life, to ruin and an unregarded grave. The changes. When they were fairly embarked on the Thames, the Earl took from his pocket the supplication, and pointing out to George Heriot the royal warrant endorsed thereon, asked him if it were in due and regular form. The worthy citizen hastily read it over, thrust forth his hand as if to congratulate the Lord Glenvarloch, then checked himself, pulled out his barnacles, a present from old David Ramsay, and again perused the warrant with the most business-like and critical attention. "It is strictly correct and formal," he said, looking to the Earl of Huntingdon, "and I sincerely rejoice at it." "I doubt nothing of its formality," said the Earl. "The king understands business well, and if he does not practise it often, it is only because indolence obscures parts which are naturally well qualified for the discharge of affairs. But what is next to be done for our young friend, Master Heriot? You know how I am circumstanced. Scottish lords living at the English court have seldom command of money. Yet, unless a sum can be presently raised on this warrant, matters standing as you hastily hinted to me, the mortgage, wadset, or whatever it is called, will be foreclosed." "It is true," said Harriet, in some embarrassment. "There is a large sum wanted in redemption. Yet if it is not raised, there will be an expiry of the legal, as our lawyers call it, and the estate will be evicted. My noble, my worthy friends, who have taken up my cause so undeservedly, so unexpectedly," said Nigel, "do not let me be a burden on your kindness. You have already done too much where nothing was merited." "Peace, man, peace," said Lord Huntingdon, "and let old Heriot and I puzzle this scent out. He is about to open. Hark to him." "My lord," said the citizen, "the Duke of Buckingham sneers at our city money-bags, yet they can sometimes open to prop a falling and a noble house." "We know they can," said Lord Huntingdon. "Mind not Buckingham, he is a peg of Ramsay. And now for the remedy." "I partly hinted to Lord Glenvarloch already," said Harriet, "that the redemption money might be advanced upon such a warrant as the present, and I will engage my credit that it can. But then, in order to secure the lender, he must come in the shoes of the creditor to whom he advances payment." "Come in his shoes!" replied the Earl. "Why, what have boots or shoes to do with this matter, my good friend?" "It is a law phrase, my lord. My experience has made me pick up a few of them," said Harriet. "Ay, and of better things along with them, Master George," replied Lord Huntingdon. "But what means it?" "Simply this," resumed the citizen, "that the lender of this money will transact with the holder of the mortgage, or wadset, over the estate of Glenvarloch, and obtain from him such a conveyance to his right as shall leave the lands pledged for the debt, in case the warrant upon the Scottish exchequer should prove unproductive. I fear in this uncertainty of public credit that without some such counter security it will be very difficult to find so large a sum." "O law!" said the Earl of Huntingdon, "halt there! A thought strikes me. What if the new creditor should admire the estate as a hunting field, as much as my Lord Grace of Buckingham seems to do, and should wish to kill a buck there in the summer season? It seems to me that on your plan, Master George, our new friend will be as well entitled to block Lord Glenvar Locke out of his inheritance as the present holder of the mortgage." The citizen laughed. "I will engage," he said, "that the keenest sportsman to whom I may apply on this occasion shall not have a thought beyond the Lord Mayor's Easter hunt in Epping Forest. But your lordship's caution is reasonable. The creditor must be bound to allow Lord Glenvar Locke sufficient time to redeem his estate by means of the royal warrant, and must waive in his favour the right of instant foreclosure, which may be, I should think, the more easily managed, as the right of redemption must be exercised in his own name." "But where shall we find a person in London fit to draw the necessary writings?" said the Earl. "If my old friend Sir John Skene of Halyards had lived, we should have had his advice. But time presses, and—" "I know," said Harriet, "an orphan lad, a scrivener, that dwells by Temple Bar. He can draw deeds both after the English and Scottish fashion, and I've trusted him often in matters of weight and of importance. I will send one of my serving men for him, and the mutual deeds may be executed in your lordship's presence, for as things stand there should be no delay." His lordship readily assented, and as they now landed upon the private stairs leading down to the river from the gardens of the handsome hotel which he inhabited, the messenger was dispatched without loss of time. Nigel, who had sat almost stupefied while these zealous friends volunteered for him in arranging the measures by which his fortune was to be disembarrassed, now made another eager attempt to force upon them his broken expressions of thanks and gratitude. But he was again silenced by Lord Huntingdon, who declared he would not hear a word on that topic, and proposed instead that they should take a turn in the pleached alley, or sit upon the stone bench which overlooked the Thames, until his son's arrival should give the signal for dinner. "I desire to introduce Dalgarno and Lord Glenvar Locke to each other," he said, "as two who will be near neighbours, and I trust will be more kind ones than their fathers were formerly. There is but 3 Scots miles betwixt the castles, and the turrets of the one are visible from the battlements of the other." The old earl was silent for a moment, and appeared to muse upon the recollections which the vicinity of the castles had summoned up. "Does Lord Dalgarno follow the court to Newmarket next week?" said Harriet, by way of removing the conversation. "He proposes so, I think," answered Lord Huntingdon, relapsed into his reverie for a minute or two, and then addressed Nigel somewhat abruptly. "My young friend, when you attain possession of your inheritance, as I hope you soon will, I trust you will not add one to the idle followers of the court, but reside on your patrimonial estate, cherish your ancient tenants, relieve and assist your poor kinsmen, protect the poor against subaltern oppression, and do what our fathers used to do with fewer lights and with less means than we have." "And yet the advice to keep the country," said Harriet, "comes from an ancient and constant ornament of the court." "From an old courtier, indeed," said the earl, "and the first of my family that could so right himself. My great beard falls on a cambric ruff and a silken doublet. My fathers descended upon a buff coat and a breastplate. I would not that those days of battle returned, but I should love well to make the oaks of my old forest of Dalgarno ring once more with halloo and horn and hound, and to have the old stone-arched hall return the hearty shout of my vassals and tenants, as the bicker and the quake walked their rounds amongst them. I should like to see the broad Tay once more before I die. Not even the Thames can match it in my mind." "Surely, my lord," said the citizen, "all this might be easily done. It costs but a moment's resolution, and the journey of some brief days, and you will be where you desire to be. What is there to prevent you?" "Habits, Master George, habits," replied the earl, "which to young men are like threads of silk, so lightly are they worn, so soon broken, but which hang on our old limbs as if time had stiffened them into gyves of iron. To go to Scotland for a brief space were but labor in vain, and when I think of abiding there, I cannot bring myself to leave my old master, to whom I fancy myself sometimes useful, and whose weal and woe I've shared for so many years. But Dalgarno shall be a Scottish noble." "Has he visited the north?" said Harriet. "He was there last year, and made such a report of the country that the prince has expressed a longing to see it." "Lord Dalgarno is in high grace with his Highness and the Duke of Buckingham," observed the goldsmith. "He is so," answered the earl. "I pray it may be for the advantage of them all. The prince is just and equitable in his sentiments, though cold and stately in his manners, and very obstinate in his most trifling purposes; and the duke, noble and gallant and generous and open, is fiery, ambitious, and impetuous. Dalgarno has none of these faults, and such as he may have of his own may perchance be corrected by the society in which he moves. See, here he comes." Lord Dalgarno accordingly advanced from the farther end of the alley to the bench on which his father and his guests were seated, so that Nigel had full leisure to peruse his countenance and figure. He was dressed point de vis, and almost to extremity in the splendid fashion of the time, which suited well with his age, probably about 25, with a noble form and fine countenance, in which last could easily be traced the manly features of his father, but softened by a more habitual air of assiduous courtesy than the stubborn old earl had ever condescended to assume towards the world in general. In other respects his address was gallant, free, and unencumbered either by pride or ceremony, far remote certainly from the charge either of haughty coldness or forward impetuosity, and so far his father had justly freed him from the marked faults which he ascribed to the manners of the prince and his favourite Buckingham. While the old earl presented his young acquaintance, Lord Glenvarloch, to his son, as one whom he would have him love and honour, Nigel marked the countenance of Lord Dalgarno closely to see if he could detect aught of that secret dislike which the king had, in one of his broken expostulations, seemed to intimate as arising from a clashing of interests betwixt his new friend and the great Buckingham. But nothing of this was visible. On the contrary, Lord Dalgarno received his new acquaintance with the open frankness and courtesy which makes conquest at once, when addressed to the feelings of an ingenuous young man. It need hardly be told that his open and friendly address met equally ready and cheerful acceptation from Nigel Oliphant. For many months, and while a youth not much above 22, he had been restrained by circumstances from the conversation of his equals. When on his father's sudden death he left the Low Countries for Scotland, he had found himself involved to all appearance inextricably with the details of the law, all of which threatened to end in the alienation of the patrimony which should support his hereditary rank. His term of sincere mourning, joined to injured pride and the swelling of the heart under unexpected and undeserved misfortune, together with the uncertainty attending the issue of his affairs, had induced the young Lord of Glenvarloch to live while in Scotland in a very private and reserved manner. How he had passed his time in London the reader is acquainted with, but this melancholy and secluded course of life was neither agreeable to his age nor to his temper, which was genial and sociable. He hailed, therefore, with sincere pleasure the approaches which a young man of his own age and rank made towards him, and when he had exchanged with Lord Dalgarno some of those words and signals by which, as surely as by those of Freemasonry, young people recognize a mutual wish to be agreeable to each other, it seemed as if the noblemen had been acquainted for some time. Just as this tacit intercourse had been established, one of Lord Huntingdon's attendants came down the alley, marshalling onwards a man dressed in black buckram, who followed him with tolerable speed, considering that according to his sense of reverence and propriety he kept his body bent and parallel to the horizon from the moment that he came in sight of the company to which he was about to be presented. "Who is this, you culquetrry knaves?" said the old lord, who had retained the keen appetite and impatience of a Scottish baron even during a long alienation from his native country. "And why does John Cook with a murrain to him keep back dinner?" "I believe we are ourselves responsible for this person's intrusion," said George Harry. "This is the scrivener whom we desired to see. Look up, man, and see us in the face as an honest man should, instead of beating thy noddle charged against us thus, like a battering ram." The scrivener did look up accordingly, with the action of an automaton which suddenly obeys the impulse of a pressed spring, but strange to tell, not even the haste he had made to attend his patron's mandate, a business, as Master Harriot's message expressed, of weight and importance, made not even the state of depression in which, out of sheer humility doubtless, he had his head stooped to the earth from the moment he had trod the demesne of the Earl of Huntingdon, had called any colour into his countenance. The drops stood on his brow from haste and toil, but his cheek was still pale and tallow-coloured as before. Nay, what seemed stranger, his very hair, when he raised his head, hung down on either cheek, as straight and sleek and undisturbed as it was when we first introduced him to our readers, seated at his quiet and humble desk. Lord Dalgarno could not forbear a stifled laugh at the ridiculous and puritanical figure which presented itself like a starved anatomy to the company, and whispered at the same time into Lord Glenvarloch's ear, "The devil damn thee black, thou cream-faced loon, where gost thou that goose look?" Nigel was too little acquainted with the English stage to understand a quotation which had already grown matter of common allusion in London. Lord Dalgarno saw that he was not understood, and continued, "That fellow, by his visage, should either be a saint or a most hypocritical rogue; and such is my excellent opinion of human nature that I always suspect the worst. But they seem deep in business. Will you take a turn with me in the garden, my lord, or will you remain a member of the serious conclave?" "With you, my lord, most willingly," said Nigel, and they were turning away accordingly, when George Harry, with the formality belonging to his station, observed that, as their business concerned Lord Glenvarloch, he had better remain, to make himself master of it and witness to it. "My presence is utterly needless, my good lord and my best friend, Master Harry," said the young nobleman. "I shall understand nothing the better for cumbering you with my ignorance in these matters. I can only say at the end, as I now say at the beginning, that I dare not take the helm out of the hand of the kind pilots who have already guided my course within sight of a fair and unhoped-for haven. Whatever you recommend to me as fitting, I shall sign and seal, and the import of the deeds I shall better learn by a brief explanation from Master Harry, if he will bestow so much trouble in my behalf, than by 1,000 learned words and law terms from this person of skill." "He is right," said Lord Huntingdon. "Our young friend is right in confiding these matters to you and me, Master George Harry. He has not misplaced his confidence." Master George Harry cast a long look after the two young noblemen, who had now walked down the alley arm in arm, and at length said, "He hath not indeed misplaced his confidence, as your lordship well and truly says, but nevertheless he is not in the right path, for it behooves every man to become acquainted with his own affairs, so soon as he hath any that are worth attending to." When he had made this observation, they applied themselves with the scrivener to look into various papers, and to direct in what manner writings should be drawn, which might at once afford sufficient security to those who were to advance the money, and at the same time preserve the right of the young nobleman to redeem the family estate, provided he should obtain the means of doing so by the expected reimbursement from the Scottish exchequer or otherwise. It is needless to enter into these details, but it is not unimportant to mention, as an illustration of character, that Harriet went into the most minute legal details with a precision which showed that experience had made him master even of the intricacies of Scottish conveyancing, and that the Earl of Huntingdon, though far less acquainted with technical detail, suffered no step of the business to pass over until he had attained a general but distinct idea of its import and its propriety. They seemed to be admirably seconded in their benevolent intentions towards the young Lord Glenvarloch by the skill and eager zeal of the scrivener, whom Harriet had introduced to this piece of business, the most important which Andrew had ever transacted in his life, and the particulars of which were moreover agitated in his presence between an actual earl and one whose wealth and character might entitle him to be an alderman of his ward, if not to be Lord Mayor in his turn. While they were thus in eager conversation on business, the good earl, even forgetting the calls of his appetite and the delay of dinner, in his anxiety to see that the scrivener received proper instructions, and that all was rightly weighed and considered before dismissing him to engross the necessary deeds, the two young men walked together on the terrace which overhung the river, and talked on the topics which Lord Dalgarno, the elder and the more experienced, thought most likely to interest his new friend. These naturally regarded the pleasures attending a court life, and Lord Dalgarno expressed much surprise at understanding that Nigel proposed an instant return to Scotland. "You are jesting with me," he said. "All the court rings, it is needless to mince it, with the extraordinary success of your suit, against the highest interest, it is said, now influencing the horizon at Whitehall. Men think of you, talk of you, fix their eyes on you, ask each other who is this young Scottish lord who has stepped so far in a single day. They augur in whispers to each other how high and how far you may push your fortune, and all that you design to make of it is to return to Scotland, eat raw oatmeal cakes, baked upon a peat fire, have your hand shaken by every loon of a blue bonnet who chooses to dub you cousin, though your relationship comes by Noah, drink Scots twopenny ale, eat half-starved red deer venison when you can kill it, ride upon a galloway, and be called my right honourable and maist worthy lord." "There is no great gaiety in the prospect before me, I confess," said Lord Glenvarloch, "even if your father and good Master Harriot should succeed in putting my affairs on some footing of plausible hope. And yet I trust to do something for my vassals, as my ancestors before me, and to teach my children, as I have myself been taught, to make some personal sacrifices, if they be necessary, in order to maintain with dignity the situation in which they are placed by Providence." Lord Dalgarno, after having once or twice stifled his laughter during this speech, at length broke out into a fit of mirth, so hearty and so resistless, that, angry as he was, the call of sympathy swept Nigel along with him, and despite of himself, he could not forbear to join in a burst of laughter, which he thought not only causeless, but almost impertinent. He soon recollected himself, however, and said in a tone qualified to allay Lord Dalgarno's extreme mirth, "This is all well, my lord, but how am I to understand your merriment? Lord Dalgarno only answered him with redoubled peals of laughter, and at length held by Lord Glenvarloch's cloak, as if to prevent his falling down on the ground in the extremity of his convulsion. At length, while Nigel stood half abashed, half angry, at becoming thus the subject of his new acquaintance's ridicule, and was only restrained from expressing his resentment against the son by his sense of the obligations he owed the father, Lord Dalgarno recovered himself, and spoke in a half-broken voice, his eyes still running with tears. "I crave your pardon, my dear Lord Glenvarloch. 10,000 times do I crave your pardon. But that last picture of rural dignity, accompanied by your grave and angry surprise at my laughing at what would have made any court-bred hound laugh, that had but so much as bayed the moon once from the court-yard at Whitehall, totally overcame me. Why, my liefest and dearest lord, you, a young and handsome fellow, with high birth, a title, and the name of an estate, so well received by the king at your first starting, as makes your further progress scarce matter of doubt, if you know how to improve it, for the king has already said you are a braw lad, and well studied in the more humane letters, you too, whom all the women and the very marked beauties of the court desire to see, because you came from Leyden, were born in Scotland, and have gained a hard contested suit in England, you, I say, with a person like a prince, an eye of fire, and a wit as quick to think of throwing your cards on the table when the game is in your very hand, running back to the frozen north and marrying, let me see, a tall, stalking, blue-eyed, fair-skinned, bony wench, with 18 quarters in her scutcheon, a sort of Lot's wife, newly descended from her pedestal, and with her to shut yourself up in your tapestried chamber. Gad, swoons, I shall never survive the idea." It is seldom that youth, however high-minded, is able, from mere strength of character and principle, to support itself against the force of ridicule. Half angry, half mortified, and, to say truth, half ashamed of his more manly and better purpose, Nigel was unable, and flattered himself it was unnecessary, to play the part of a rigid moral patriot in presence of a young man whose current fluency of language, as well as his experience in the highest circles of society, gave him, in spite of Nigel's better and firmer thoughts, a temporary ascendancy over him. He sought, therefore, to compromise the matter, and avoid farther debate, by frankly owning that, if to return to his own country were not his choice, it was at least a matter of necessity. His affairs, he said, were unsettled, his income precarious. And where is he whose affairs are settled, or whose income is less than precarious? That is to be found in attendance on the court, said Lord Dalgarno. All are either losing or winning. Those who have wealth come hither to get rid of it, while the happy gallants, who, like you and I, dear Glenvarloch, have little or none, have every chance to be sharers in their spoils. I have no ambition of that sort, said Nigel, and if I had, I must tell you plainly, Lord Dalgarno, I have not the means to do so. I can scarce as yet call the suit I wear my own. I owe it, and I do riot blush to say so, to the friendship of yonder good man. I will not laugh again if I can help it, said Lord Dalgarno, but Lord, that you should have gone to a wealthy goldsmith for your habit, why I could have brought you to an honest, confiding tailor, who should have furnished you with half a dozen merely for love of the little word lordship which you place before your name. And then your goldsmith, if he be really a friendly goldsmith, should have equipped you with such a purse of fair rose nobles as would have brought you thrice as many suits, or done better things for you. I do not understand these fashions, my lord, said Nigel, his displeasure mastering his shame. Were I to attend the court of my sovereign, it should be when I could maintain, without shifting or borrowing, the dress and retinue which my rank requires. Which my rank requires, said Lord Dalgarno, repeating his last words. That now is as good as if my father had spoke it. I fancy you would love to move to court with him, followed by a round score of old blue bottles, with white heads and red noses, with bucklers and broadswords, which their hands, trembling betwixt age and strong waters, can make no use of, as many huge silver badges on their arms, to show whose fools they are, as would furnish forth a court cupboard of plate, rogues fit for nothing but to fill our antechambers with the flavour of onions and Genevra. Pah! The poor knaves, said Lord Glenvarloch, they have served your father, it may be, in the wars. What would become of them were he to turn them off? Why, let them go to the hospital, said Dalgarno, or to the bridge end to sell switches. The king is a better man than my father, and you see those who have served in his wars do so every day, or when their blue coats were well worn out, they would make rare scarecrows. Here's a fellow now comes down the walk. The stoutest raven dared not come within a yard of that copper nose. I tell you there is more service, as you will soon see, in my valet of the chambre, and such a lither lad as my page Luton, than there is in a score of these old memorials of the Douglas wars. The cruel civil wars waged by the Scottish barons during the minority of James VI. Have the name from the figure made in them by the celebrated James Douglas, Earl of Morton. Both sides executed their prisoners without mercy or favour, where they cut each other's throats for the chance of finding 12 pennies Scots on the person of the slain. Marry, my lord, to make amends, they will eat mouldy victuals and drink stale ale, as if their bellies were puncheons. But the dinner bell is going to sound. Hark! It is clearing its rusty throat with a preliminary jowl. There is another clamorous relic of antiquity. The Royal Master should soon be at the bottom of the Thames. How the foul fiend can it interest the peasants and mechanics in the Strand to know that the Earl of Huntingdon is sitting down to dinner? But my father looks our way. We must not be late for the grace, or we shall be in disgrace. If you will forgive a quibble which would have made his Majesty laugh, you will find us all of a piece, and having been accustomed to eat in saucers abroad, I'm ashamed you should witness our larded capons, our mountains of beef, and oceans of brewis, as large as Highland hills and lochs. But you shall see better cheer to-morrow. Where lodge you? I will call for you. I must be your guide through the peopled desert, to certain enchanted lands which you will scarce discover without chart and pilot. Where lodge you? I will meet you in Paul's, said Nigel, a good deal embarrassed. At any hour you please to name. Oh, you would be private, said the young lord. Nay, fear not me. I will be no intruder. But we have attained this huge larder of flesh, fowl, and fish. I marvel the oaken boards groan not under it. They had indeed arrived in the dining parlour of the mansion, where the table was superabundantly loaded, and where the number of attendants, to a certain extent, vindicated the sarcasms of the young nobleman. The chaplain and Sir Mungo Malagrother were of the party. The latter complimented Lord Glenvarloch upon the impression he had made at court. One would have thought ye had brought the apple of discord in your pouch, my lord, or that you were the very firebrand of whilk Althea was delivered, and that she had lain in a barrel of gunpowder, for the king and the prince and the duke have been by the lugs about ye, and so have many more, that kenna before this blessed day that there was such a man living on the face of the earth. Mind your victuals, Sir Mungo, said the earl, they get cold while you talk. Troth, and that needsna, my lord, said the knight. Your lordship's dinners seldom scald one's mouth. The serving men are turning auld, like ourselves, my lord, and it is far between the kitchen and the hay. With this little explosion of his spleen, Sir Mungo remained satisfied until the dishes were removed, when fixing his eyes on the brave new doublet of Lord Dalgarno, he complimented him on his economy, pretending to recognize it as the same which his father had worn in Edinburgh in the Spanish ambassador's time. Lord Dalgarno, too much a man of the world to be moved by anything from such a quarter, proceeded to crack some nuts with great deliberation, as he replied that the doublet was in some sort of his father's, as it was likely to cost him £50 some day soon. Sir Mungo forthwith proceeded in his own way to convey this agreeable intelligence to the earl, observing that his son was a better maker of bargains than his lordship, for he had bought a doublet as rich as that his lordship wore when the Spanish ambassador was at Holyrood, and it had cost him but £50 Scots. That was no fool's bargain, my lord. "Pounds sterling, if you please, Sir Mungo," answered the Earl calmly, "and a fool's bargain it is in all the tenses. Dalgarno was a fool when he bought. I will be a fool when I pay. And you, Sir Mungo, craving your pardon, are a fool in praesenti for speaking of what concerns you not." So saying, the Earl addressed himself to the serious business of the table, and sent the wine around with a profusion which increased the hilarity, but rather threatened the temperance of the company, until their joviality was interrupted by the annunciation that the scrivener had engrossed such deeds as required to be presently executed. George Heriot rose from the table, observing that wine cups and legal documents were unseemly neighbours. The Earl asked the scrivener if they had laid a trencher and set a cup for him in the buttery, and received the respectful answer that Heaven forbid he should be such an ungracious beast as to eat or drink until his lordship's pleasure was performed. "Thou shalt eat before thou goest," said Lord Huntingdon, "and I will have thee try, moreover, whether a cup of sack cannot bring some colour into these cheeks of thine. It were a shame to my household thou shouldst glide out into the Strand after such a spectre fashion as thou now wearest. Look to it, Dalgarno, for the honour of our roof is concerned." Lord Dalgarno gave directions that the man should be attended to. Lord Glenvarloch and the citizen, in the meanwhile, signed and interchanged, and thus closed a transaction of which the principal party concerned understood little, save that it was under the management of a zealous and faithful friend, who undertook that the money should be forthcoming, and the estate released from forfeiture by payment of the stipulated sum for which it stood pledged, and that at the term of Lammas, and at the hour of noon, beside the tomb of the Regent Earl of Murray, in the High Kirk of St. Giles at Edinburgh, being the day and place assigned for such redemption, as each covenant in those days of accuracy had a special place nominated for execution. The tomb of the Regent Earl of Murray in St. Giles's Church was frequently assigned for the purpose. When this business was transacted, the old Earl would fain have renewed his carouse, but the citizen, alleging the importance of the deeds he had about him, and the business he had to transact betimes the next morning, not only refused to return to table, but carried with him to his barge Lord Glenvarloch, who might perhaps have been otherwise found more tractable. When they were seated in the boat and fairly once more afloat on the river, George Heriot looked back seriously on the mansion they had left. "There live," he said, "the old-fashioned and the new. The father is like a noble old broadsword, but harmed with rust from neglect and inactivity. The son is your modern rapier, well mounted, fairly gilt, and fashioned to the taste of the time. And it is time must evince if the metal be as good as the show. God grant it prove so, says an old friend to the family." Nothing of consequence passed betwixt them, until Lord Glenvarloch, landing at Paul's Wharf, took leave of his friend the citizen, and retired to his own apartment, where his attendant Ritchie, not a little elevated with the events of the day, and with the hospitality of Lord Huntingdon's housekeeping, gave a most splendid account of them to the buxom Dame Nelly, who rejoiced to hear that the sun at length was shining upon what Ritchie called the right side of the hedge. End of chapter 10. Section 13 of The Fortunes of Nigel by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. You are not for the manner nor the times. They have their vices now most like to virtues. You cannot know them apate by any difference. They wear the same clothes, eat the same meat, sleep in the self-same beds, ride in those coaches, or very like 4 horses in a coach, as the best men and women. Ben Jonson. On the following morning, while Nigel, his breakfast finished, was thinking how he should employ the day, there was a little bustle upon the stairs, which attracted his attention, and presently entered Dame Nelly, blushing like scarlet, and scarce able to bring out, "A young nobleman, sir, no one less," she added, drawing her hand slightly over her lips, "would be so saucy, a young nobleman, sir, to wait on you." as she was followed into the little cabin by Lord Delgarno, gay, easy, disembarrassed, and apparently as much pleased to rejoin his new acquaintance as if he had found him in the apartments of a palace. Nigel, on the contrary, for youth is slave to such circumstances, was discountenanced and mortified at being surprised by so splendid a gallant in a chamber which, at the moment the elegant and high-dressed cavalier appeared in it, seemed to its inhabitant yet lower, narrower, darker, and meaner than it had ever shown before. He would have made some apology for the situation, but Lord Delgarno cut him short. "Not a word of it," he said, "not a single word. I know why you ride at anchor here, but I can keep counsel. So pretty a hostess would recommend worse quarters." "On my word, on my honour," said Lord Glenvarloch. "Nay, nay, make no words of the matter," said Lord Delgarno. "I'm no telltale, nor shall I cross your walk. There is game enough in the forest, thank heaven, and I can strike a doe for myself." All this he said in so significant a manner, and the explanation which he had adopted seemed to put Lord Glenvarloch's gallantry on so respectable a footing, that Nigel ceased to try to undeceive him, and less ashamed perhaps, for such is human weakness, of supposed vice, than of real poverty, changed the discourse to something else, and left poor Dame Nellie's reputation and his own at the mercy of the young courtier's misconstruction. He offered refreshments with some hesitation. Lord Delgarno had long since breakfasted, but had just come from playing a set of tennis, he said, and would willingly taste a cup of the pretty hostess's single beer. This was easily procured, was drunk, was commended, and as the hostess failed not to bring the cup herself, Lord Delgarno profited by the opportunity to take a second and more attentive view of her, and then gravely drank to her husband's health, with an almost imperceptible nod to Lord Glenvarloch. Dame Nellie was much honoured, smoothed her apron down with her hands, and said, "Her John was greatly and truly honoured by their lordships. He was a kind, painstaking man for his family, as was in the alley, or indeed as far north as Paul's Chain." She would have proceeded probably to state the difference betwixt their ages, as the only alloy to their nuptial happiness, but her lodger, who had no mind to be farther exposed to his gay friend's raillery, gave her, contrary to his wont, a signal to leave the room. Lord Delgarno looked after her, and then looked at Glenvarloch, shook his head, and repeated the well-known lines, "My lord, beware of jealousy. It is the green-eyed monster, which doth make the meat it feeds on. But come," he said, changing his tone, "I know not why I should worry you thus, I who have so many follies of my own, when I should rather make excuse for being here at all, and tell you wherefore I came." So saying, he reached a seat, and placing another for Lord Glenvarloch, in spite of his anxious haste to anticipate this act of courtesy, he proceeded in the same tone of easy familiarity. "We are neighbours, my lord, and are just made known to each other. Now I know enough of the dear North to be well aware that Scottish neighbours must be either dear friends or deadly enemies, must either walk hand in hand or stand sword point to sword point. So I choose the hand in hand, unless you should reject my proffer." "How were it possible, my lord," said Lord Glenvarloch, "to refuse what is offered so frankly, even if your father had not been a second father to me?" And as he took Lord Delgarno's hand, he added, "I have, I think, lost no time, since during one day's attendance at court I've made a kind friend and a powerful enemy." "The friend thanks you," replied Lord Delgarno, "for your just opinion. But, my dear Glenvarloch, or rather, for titles are too formal between us of the better file, what is your Christian name?" "Nigel," replied Lord Glenvarloch. "Then we will be Nigel and Malcolm to each other," said his visitor. "And my lord to the plebeian world around us. But I was about to ask you whom you suppose your enemy?" "No less than the all-powerful favourite, the great Duke of Buckingham." "You dream. What could possess you with such an opinion?" said Delgarno. "He told me so himself," replied Glenvarloch, "and in so doing dealt frankly and honourably with me." "Oh, you know him not yet," said his companion. "The Duke is moulded of an 100 noble and fiery qualities that prompt him, like a generous horse, to spring aside in impatience at the least obstacle to his forward course. But he means not what he says in such passing heats. I can do more with him, I thank heaven, than most who are around him. You shall go visit him with me, and you will see how you shall be received. I told you, my lord, said Glenvarloch firmly, and with some haughtiness. The Duke of Buckingham, without the least offence, declared himself my enemy in the face of the court, and he shall retract that aggression as publicly as it was given, ere I will make the slightest advance towards him. You would act becomingly in every other case, said Lord Dalgarno, but here you are wrong. In the court horizon, Buckingham is the lord of the ascendant, and as he is adverse or favouring, so sinks or rises the fortune of a suitor. The king would bid you remember your Phaedrus, Erypians, Geminus, Rippus, Cadentibus, Olus, and so forth. You are the vase of earth. Beware of knocking yourself against the vase of iron. The vase of earth, said Glenvarloch, will avoid the encounter by getting ashore out of the current. I mean to go no more to court. Oh, to court you necessarily must go. You will find your Scottish suit move ill without it, for there is both patronage and favour necessary to enforce the sign manual you have obtained. Of that we will speak more hereafter, but tell me in the meanwhile, my dear Nigel, whether you did not wonder to see me here so early. I am surprised that you could find me out in this obscure corner, said Lord Glenvarloch. My page Luton is a very devil for that sort of discovery, replied Lord Dalgarno. I have but to say, Goblin, I would know where he or she dwells, and he guides me thither as if by art magic. I hope he waits not now in the street, my lord, said Nigel. I will send my servant to seek him. Do not concern yourself. He is by this time, said Lord Dalgarno, playing at hustle-cap and chuck-farthing with the most blackguard imps upon the wharf, unless he hath foregone his old customs. Are you not afraid, said Lord Glenvarloch, that in such company his morals may become depraved? Let his company look to their own, answered Lord Dalgarno coolly, for it will be a company of real fiends, in which Luton cannot teach more mischief than he can learn. He is, I thank the gods, most thoroughly versed in evil for his years. I am spared the trouble of looking after his moralities, for nothing can make them either better or worse. I wonder you can answer this to his parents, my lord, said Nigel. I wonder where I should find his parents, replied his companion, to render an account to them. He may be an orphan, said Lord Nigel, but surely, being a page in your lordship's family, his parents must be of rank. Of as high rank as the gallows could exalt them to, replied Lord Dalgarno, with the same indifference. They were both hanged, I believe. At least the gipsies, from whom I bought him 5 years ago, intimated as much to me. You are surprised at this now, but is it not better that instead of a lazy, conceited, whey-faced slip of gentility, to whom in your old-world idea of the matter I was bound to stand Sir Pedagogue, and see that he washed his hands and face, said his prayers, learned his actins, spoke no naughty words, brushed his hat, and wore his best doublet only on Sunday, that instead of such a Jacky Goodchild I should have something like this. He whistled shrill and clear, and the page he spoke of darted into the room, almost with the effect of an actual apparition. From his height he seemed but 15, but from his face might be 2 or even 3 years older, very neatly made, and richly dressed, with a thin bronzed visage which marked his gipsy descent, and a pair of sparkling black eyes, which seemed almost to pierce through those whom he looked at. There he is, said Lord Dalgarno, fit for every element, prompt to execute every command, good, bad, or indifferent, unmatched in his tribe as rogue, thief, and liar. All which qualities, said the undaunted page, have each in turn stood your lordship in stead. Out, you imp of Satan, said his master, vanish, begone, or my conjuring rod goes about your ears. The boy turned and disappeared as suddenly as he had entered. You see, said Lord Dalgarno, that in choosing my household the best regard I can pay to gentle blood is to exclude it from my service. That very gallows bird were enough to corrupt a whole antechamber of pages, though they were descended from kings and kaisers. I can scarce think that a nobleman should need the offices of such an attendant as your goblin, said Nigel. You are but jesting with my inexperience. Time will show whether I jest or not, my dear Nigel, replied Dalgarno. In the meantime I have to propose to you to take advantage of the flood tide to run up the river for pastime, and at noon I trust you will dine with me." Nigel acquiesced in a plan which promised so much amusement, and his new friend and he, attended by Luton and Meniples, who greatly resembled, when thus associated, the conjunction of a bear and a monkey, took possession of Lord Dalgarno's wherry, which, with its badged watermen, bearing his lordship's crest on their arms, lay in readiness to receive them. The air was delightful upon the river, and the lively conversation of Lord Dalgarno added zest to the pleasures of the little voyage. He could not only give an account of the various public buildings and noblemen's houses which they passed in ascending the Thames, but knew how to season his information with abundance of anecdote, political innuendo, and personal scandal. If he had not very much wit, he was at least completely master of the fashionable tone, which in that time as in ours more than amply supplies any deficiency of the kind. It was a style of conversation entirely new to his companion, as was the world which Lord Dalgarno opened to his observation; and it is no wonder that Nigel, notwithstanding his natural good sense and high spirit, admitted more readily than seemed consistent with either the tone of authoritative instruction which his new friend assumed towards him. There would indeed have been some difficulty in making a stand to attempt a high and stubborn tone of morality in answer to the light strain of Lord Dalgarno's conversation, which, kept on the frontiers between jest and earnest, would have seemed pedantic and ridiculous, and every attempt which Nigel made to combat his companion's propositions by reasoning as jocose as his own, only showed his inferiority in that gay species of controversy. And it must be owned, besides, though internally disapproving much of what he heard, Lord Glenvarloch, young as he was in society, became less alarmed by the language and manners of his new associate than in prudence he ought to have been. Lord Dalgarno was unwilling to startle his proselyte by insisting upon any topic which appeared particularly to jar with his habits or principles, and he blended his mirth and his earnest so dexterously that it was impossible for Nigel to discover how far he was serious in his propositions, or how far they flowed from a wild and extravagant spirit of raillery. And ever and anon those flashes of spirit and honour crossed his conversation, which seemed to intimate that when stirred to action by some adequate motive, Lord Dalgarno would prove something very different from the court-haunting and ease-loving voluptuary which he was pleased to represent as his chosen character. As they returned down the river, Lord Glenvarloch remarked that the boat passed the mansion of Lord Huntingdon, and noticed the circumstance to Lord Dalgarno, observing that he thought they were to have dined there. "Surely no," said the young nobleman. "I have more mercy on you than to gorge you a second time with raw beef and Canary wine. I propose something better for you, I promise you, than such a second Scythian festivity. And as for my father, he proposes to dine to-day with my grave ancient Earl of Northampton, whilom that celebrated put-a-down of pretended prophecies, Lord Henry Howard." "And do you not go with him?" said his companion. "To what purpose?" said Lord Dalgarno. "To hear his wise lordship speak musty politics in false Latin, which the old fox always uses, that he may give the learned majesty of England an opportunity of correcting his slips in grammar. That were a rare employment." "Nay," said Lord Nigel, "but out of respect to wait on my lord your father." "My lord my father," replied Lord Dalgarno, "has blue bottles enough to wait on him, and can well dispense with such a butterfly as myself. He can lift the cup of sack to his head without my assistance, and should the said paternal head turn something giddy, there be men enough to guide his right honourable lordship to his lordship's right honourable couch. Now, do not stare at me, Nigel, as if my words were to sink the boat with us. I love my father, I love him dearly, and I respect him too, though I respect not many things. A trustier old Trojan never belted a broadsword by a loop of leather. But what then? He belongs to the old world, I to the new. He has his follies, I have mine, and the less either of us sees of the other's peccadilloes, the greater will be the honour and respect. That, I think, is the proper phrase. I say the respect in which we shall hold each other. Being apart, each of us is himself, such as nature and circumstances have made him. But couple us up too closely together, you will be sure to have in your leash either an old hypocrite or a young one, or perhaps both the one and t'other. As he spoke thus, the boat put into the landing place at Blackfriars. Lord Dalgarno sprung ashore, and flinging his cloak and rapier to his page, recommended to his companion to do the like. "We are coming among a press of gallants," he said, "and if we walked thus muffled, we shall look like your tawny-visaged Don, who wraps him close in his cloak to conceal the defects of his doublet." "I have known many an honest man do that, if it please your lordship," said Richie Menipples, who had been watching for an opportunity to intrude himself on the conversation, and probably remembered what had been his own condition in respect to cloak and doublet at a very recent period. Lord Dalgarno stared at him as if surprised at his assurance, but immediately answered, "You may have known many things, friend, but in the meanwhile you do not know what principally concerns your master, namely, how to carry his cloak, so as to show to advantage the gold lace seams and the lining of sables. See how Luton holds the sword, with his cloak cast partly over it, yet so as to set off the embossed hilt and the silver work of the mounting. Give your familiar your sword, Nigel," he continued, addressing Lord Glenvarloch, "that he may practise a lesson in an art so necessary." "Is it altogether prudent," said Nigel, unclasping his weapon and giving it to Richie, "to walk entirely unarmed?" "And wherefore not?" said his companion. "You are thinking now of old Reekie, as my father fondly calls your good Scottish capital, where there is such banding of private feuds and public factions that a man of any note shall not cross your high street twice without endangering his life thrice. Here, sir, no brawling in the street is permitted. Your bull-headed citizen takes up the case so soon as the sword is drawn, and clubs is the word." "And a hard word it is," said Richie, "as my brain pan kens at this blessed moment." "Were I your master, sir," said Lord Dalgarno, "I would make your brain pan, as you call it, boil over, were you to speak a word in my presence before you were spoken to." Richie murmured some indistinct answer, but took the hint, and ranked himself behind his master along with Luton, who failed not to expose his new companion to the ridicule of the passers-by, by mimicking, as often as he could do so, unobserved by Richie, his stiff and upright stalking gait, and discontented physiognomy. "And tell me now, my dear Malcolm," said Nigel, "where we are bending our course, and whether we shall dine at an apartment of yours." "An apartment of mine? Yes, surely," answered Lord Dalgarno. "You shall dine at an apartment of mine, and an apartment of yours, and of 20 gallants besides, and where the board shall present better cheer, better wine, and better attendance, than if our whole united exhibitions went to maintain it. We are going to the most noted ordinary of London." "That is, in common language, an inn or a tavern," said Nigel. "An inn or a tavern, my most green and simple friend," exclaimed Lord Dalgarno. "No, no, these are places where greasy citizens take pipe and pot, where the knavish pettifoggers of the law sponge on their most unhappy victims, where Templars crack jests as empty as their nuts, and where small gentry imbibe such thin potations that they get dropsies instead of getting drunk. An ordinary is a late invented institution sacred to Bacchus and Comus, where the choicest noble gallants of the time meet with the first and most ethereal wits of the age, where the wine is the very soul of the choicest grape, refined as the genius of the poet, and ancient and generous as the blood of the nobles. And then the fare is something beyond your ordinary gross terrestrial food. Sea and land are ransacked to supply it, and the invention of 6 ingenious cooks, kept eternally upon the rack to make their art hold pace with, and if possible enhance, the exquisite quality of the materials. "By all which rhapsody," said Lord Glenvarloch, "I can only understand, as I did before, that we are going to a choice tavern, where we shall be handsomely entertained, on paying probably as handsome a reckoning." "Reckoning!" exclaimed Lord Dalgarno, in the same tone as before. "Perish the peasantly phrase! What profanation! Monsieur le Chevalier de Beaujeu, pink of Paris and flower of Gascony, he who can tell the age of his wine by the bare smell, who distills his sauces in an alembic by the aid of Lully's philosophy, who carves with such exquisite precision that he gives to noble knight and squire the portion of the pheasant which exactly accords with his rank, nay, he who shall divide a bacachico into 12 parts with such scrupulous exactness, that of 12 guests not one shall have the advantage of the other in a hair's breadth, or the 20th part of a drachma, yet you talk of him and of a reckoning in the same breath. Why, man, he is the well-known and general referee in all matters affecting the mysteries of passage, hazard in an inn, penique, and verquire, and what not. Why, Beaujeu is king of the card-pack and duke of the dice-box. He call a reckoning, like a green-aproned, red-nosed son of the vulgar spigot. Oh, my dearest Nigel, what a word you have spoken, and of what a person! That you know him not is your only apology for such blasphemy, and yet I scarce hold it adequate, for to have been a day in London, and not to know Beaujeu, is a crime of its own kind. But you shall know him this blessed moment, and shall learn to hold yourself in horror for the enormities you have uttered. Well, mark you, said Nigel, this worthy chevalier keeps not all this good cheer at his own cost, does he? No, no, answered Lord Dalgarno, there is a sort of ceremony which my chevalier's friends and intimates understand, but with which you have no business at present. There is, as Majesty might say, a cymbalum to be dispersed. In other words, a mutual exchange of courtesies take place betwixt Beaujeu and his guests. He makes them a free present of the dinner and wine, as often as they choose to consult their own felicity by frequenting his house at the hour of noon, and they, in gratitude, make the chevalier a present of a Jacobus. Then you must know that besides Comus and Bacchus, that princess of sublunary affairs, the Diva Fortuna, is frequently worshipped at Beaujeu's, and he, as officiating high priest, hath, as in reason he should, a considerable advantage from a share of the sacrifice. In other words, said Lord Glenvarloch, this man keeps a gaming house. A house in which you may certainly game, said Lord Dalgarno, as you may in your own chamber, if you have a mind. Nay, I remember old Tom Tally played a hand at put for a wager with Quinze Leva, the Frenchman, during morning prayers in St. Paul's. The morning was misty, and the parson drowsy, and the whole audience consisted of themselves and a blind woman, and so they escaped detection. For all this, Malcolm, said the young lord gravely, I cannot dine with you to-day at this same ordinary. And wherefore, in the name of heaven, should you draw back from your word? Said Lord Dalgarno. I do not retract my word, Malcolm, but I am bound by an early promise to my father never to enter the doors of a gaming house. I tell you this is none, said Lord Dalgarno. It is but, in plain terms, an eating house, arranged on civiller terms, and frequented by better company than others in this town, and if some of them do amuse themselves with cards and hazard, they are men of honour, and who play at such, and for no more than they can well afford to lose. It was not and could not be such houses that your father desired you to avoid. Besides, he might as well have made you swear you would never take accommodation of an inn, tavern, eating-house, or place of public reception of any kind, for there is no such place of public resort but where your eyes may be contaminated by the sight of a pack of pieces of painted pasteboard, and your ears profaned by the rattle of those little spotted cubes of ivory. The difference is that where we go, we may happen to see persons of quality amusing themselves with a game, and in the ordinary houses you will meet bullies and sharpers, who will strive either to cheat or to swagger you out of your money. I am sure you would not willingly lead me to do what is wrong, said Nigel, but my father had a horror for games of chance, religious, I believe, as well as prudential. He judged from I know not what circumstance, a fallacious one I should hope, that I should have a propensity to such courses, and I have told you the promise which he exacted from me. Now, by my honour, said Dalgarno, what you have said affords the strongest reason for my insisting that you go with me. A man who would shun any danger should first become acquainted with its real bearing and extent, and that in the company of a confidential guide and guard. Do you think I myself game? Good faith, my father's oaks grow too far from London, and stand too fast rooted in the rocks of Perthshire, for me to troll them down with a die, though I have seen whole forests go down like ninepins. No, no, these are sports for the wealthy Southron, not for the poor Scottish noble. The place is an eating house, and as such you and I will use it. If others use it to game in, it is their fault, but neither that of the house nor ours. Unsatisfied with this reasoning, Nigel still insisted upon the promise he had given to his father, until his companion appeared rather displeased and disposed to impute to him injurious and unhandsome suspicions. Lord Glenvarloch could not stand this change of tone. He recollected that much was due from him to Lord Dalgarno, on account of his father's ready and efficient friendship, and something also on account of the frank manner in which the young man himself had offered him his intimacy. He had no reason to doubt his assurances, that the house where they were about to dine did not fall under the description of places which his father's prohibition referred, and finally he was strong in his own resolution to resist every temptation to join in games of chance. He therefore pacified Lord Dalgarno by intimating his willingness to go along with him, and the good humour of the young courtier instantaneously returning, he again ran on in a grotesque and rhodomontade account of the host, Monsieur de Beaujeu, which he did not conclude until they had reached the temple of hospitality over which that eminent professor presided. End of chapter 11. Section 14 of The Fortunes of Nigel by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. This is the very barnyard where muster daily the prime cocks of the game, ruffle their pinions, crow till they are hoarse, and spar about a barleycorn. Here, too, chickens, the callow unfledged brood of forward folly, learn first to rear the crest, and aim the spur, and tune their note like full-plumed chanticleer. The Bear Garden. The ordinary, now an ignoble sound, was in the days of James a new institution, as fashionable among the youth of that age as the first-rate modern club-houses are amongst those of the present day. It differed chiefly in being open to all whom good clothes and good assurance combined to introduce there. The company usually dined together at an hour fixed, and the manager of the establishment presided as the master of the ceremonies. Monsieur le Chevalier, as he qualified himself, Saint-Priest de Beaujeu, was a sharp, thin Gascon, about 60 years old, banished from his own country, as he said, on account of an affair of honour, in which he had the misfortune to kill his antagonist, though the best swordman in the south of France. His pretensions to quality were supported by a feathered hat, a long rapier, and a suit of embroidered taffeta, not much the worse for wear, in the extreme fashion of the Parisian court, and fluttering like a maypole with many knots of ribbon, of which it was computed he bore at least 500 yards about his person. But notwithstanding this profusion of decoration, there were many who thought Monsieur le Chevalier so admirably calculated for his present situation that nature could never have meant to place him an inch above it. It was, however, part of the amusement of the place for Lord Dalgarno and other young men of quality to treat Monsieur de Beaujeu with a great deal of mock ceremony, which, being observed by the herd of more ordinary and simple Gauls, they paid him, in clumsy imitation, much real deference. The Gascon's natural forwardness being much enhanced by these circumstances, he was often guilty of presuming beyond the limits of his situation, and of course had sometimes the mortification to be disagreeably driven back into them. When Nigel entered the mansion of this eminent person, which had been but of late residence of a great baron of Queen Elizabeth's court, who had retired to his manors in the country on the death of that princess, he was surprised at the extent of the accommodation which it afforded, and the number of guests who were already assembled. Feathers waved, spurs jingled, lace and embroidery glanced everywhere, and at first sight at least it certainly made good Lord Dalgarno's encomium, who represented the company as composed almost entirely of youth of the first quality. A more close review was not quite so favourable. Several individuals might be discovered who were not exactly at their ease in the splendid dresses which they wore, and who therefore might be supposed not habitually familiar with such finery. Again, there were others whose dress, though on a general view it did not seem inferior to that of the rest of the company, displayed, on being observed more closely, some of these petty expedients by which vanity endeavours to disguise poverty. Nigel had very little time to make such observations, for the entrance of Lord Dalgarno created an immediate bustle and sensation among the company, as his name passed from one mouth to another. Some stood forward to gaze, others stood back to make way. Those of his own rank hastened to welcome him. Those of inferior degree endeavored to catch some point of his gesture or of his dress, to be worn and practised upon a future occasion as the newest and most authentic fashion. The genius loci, the chevalier himself, was not the last to welcome this prime stay and ornament of his establishment. He came shuffling forward with 100 épis, cange, and cher milord, to express his happiness at seeing Lord Dalgarno again. I hope you do bring back the sun with you, milord. You did carry away the sun and moon from your pauvre chevalier when you leave him for so long. Pardieu, I believe you take them away in your pockets. That must have been because you left me nothing else in them, chevalier, answered Lord Dalgarno. But monsieur le chevalier, I pray you to know my countryman and friend, Lord Glenvarloch. Ah ha, très honneur, je m'en souviens. Oui, j'ai connu autrefois un milord Glenvarloch en Écosse. Yes, I have memory of him. Le père de Milord, apparemment. We were very intimate when I was at Holyrood with Monsieur de la Motte. I did often play at tennis with Milord Glenvarloch at l'Abbey d'Holyrood. Il était même plus fort que moi. I le beaucoup de revers qu'il avait. I have a memory, too, that he was among the pretty girls. Ah, un vrai diable de chien. Ah, I have memory. Better have no more memory of the late Lord Glenvarloch, said Lord Dalgarno, interrupted the chevalier without ceremony, who perceived that the encomium which he was about to pass on the deceased was likely to be as disagreeable to the son as it was totally undeserved by the father, who, far from being either a gamester or libertine, as the chevalier's reminiscences falsely represented him, was on the contrary strict and severe in his course of life, almost to the extent of rigor. You have the reason, milord, answered the chevalier. You have the right. Qu'est ce que nous avons à faire avec le temps passe? The time past did belong to our fathers, our ancestres. Very well. The time present is to us. They have their pretty tombs with their memories and armorials, all in brass and marble. We have the petit plat exquis and the soupe à chevalier, which I will cause to mount up immediately. So saying, he made a pirouette on his heel, and put his attendants in motion to place dinner on the table. Dalgarno laughed, and observing his young friend looked grave, said to him in a tone of reproach, Why, what, you are not gull enough to be angry with such an ass as that? I keep my anger, I trust, for better purposes, said Lord Glenvarloch, but I confess I was moved to hear such a fellow mention my father's name. And you, too, who told me this was no gaming house, talked to him of having left it with empty pockets. Pshaw, man, said Lord Dalgarno, I spoke but according to the trick of the time. Besides, a man must set a piece or two sometimes, or he would be held a cullionly niggard. But here comes dinner, and we will see whether you like the chevalier's good cheer better than his conversation. Dinner was announced accordingly, and the two friends, being seated in the most honourable station at the board, were ceremoniously attended to by the chevalier, who did the honours of his table to them and to the other guests, and seasoned the whole with his agreeable conversation. The dinner was really excellent, in that piquant style of cookery which the French had already introduced, and which the home-bred young men of England, when they aspired to the rank of connoisseur and persons of taste, were under the necessity of admiring. The wine was also of the first quality, and circulated in great variety and no less abundance. The conversation among so many young men was of course light, lively, and amusing, and Nigel, whose mind had been long depressed by anxiety and misfortune, naturally found himself at ease, and his spirits raised and animated. Some of the company had real wit, and could use it, both politely and to advantage. Others were coxcombs, and were laughed at without discovering it. And again, others were originals, who seemed to have no objection that the company should be amused with their folly instead of their wit. and almost all the rest who played any prominent part in the conversation had either the real tone of good society which belonged to the period, or the jargon which often passes current for it. In short, the company and conversation was so agreeable that Nigel's rigour was softened by it, even towards the master of ceremonies, and he listened with patience to various details which the Chevalier de Beaujeu, seeing, as he said, that Milor's taste lay for the curieux et futile, who chose to address to him in particular on the subject of cookery, to gratify at the same time the taste for antiquity which he somehow supposed that his new guest possessed. He launched out in commendation of the great artists of former days, particularly one whom he had known in his youth, maître de cuisine, to the Maréchal Strozzi, très bon gentil homme pourtant, who had maintained his master's table with 12 covers every day during the long and severe blockade of Le Petit Leith, although he had nothing better to place on it than the quarter of a carrion horse now and then, and the grass and weeds that grew on the ramparts. Despardieu, said toi, un homme superbe, with one thistle-head and a nettle or two he could make a soup for 20 guests. An haunch of a little puppy-dog made a rôti des plus excellents. But his coup de maître was when the rendition, what you call the surrender, took place, and depend. And then adieu, madame. He made out of the hind quarter of one salted horse 45 couverts that the English and Scottish officers and nobility who had the honour to dine with Monseigneur upon the rendition could not tell what the devil any of them were made upon at all. The good wine had by this time gone so merrily round, and had such a genial effect on the guests, that those of the lower end of the table, who had hitherto been listeners, began, not greatly to their own credit, or that of the ordinary, to make innovations. You speak of the siege of Leith, said a tall, raw-boned man, with thick moustaches turned up with a military twist, a broad buff belt, a long rapier, and other outward symbols of the honoured profession which lives by killing other people. You talk of the siege of Leith, and I have seen the place. A pretty kind of a hamlet it is, with a plain wall or rampart, and a pigeon house or so of a tower at every angle. Oaths, daggers, and scabbards, if a leaguer of our days had been 24 hours, not to say so many months before it, without carrying the place and all its cock-lofts one after another by pure storm, they would have deserved no better grace than the provost marshal gives when his noose is reeved. Sire, said the Chevalier, Monsieur le Capitaine, I was not at the siege of the Petit Leith, and I know not what you say about the cock-loft, but I will say for Monseigneur de Strozzi that he understood the Grande Guerre, and was a Grand Capitaine plus grand, that is more great, it may be, than some of the Capitains of Angleterre, who do speak very loud. Tenez, monsieur, car c'est à vous. Oh, monsieur, answered the swordsman, we know the Frenchman will fight well behind his barrier of stone, or when he is armed with back, breast, and pot. Pot, exclaimed the Chevalier, what do you mean by pot? Do you mean to insult me among my noble guests? Sire, I've done my duty as a pauvre gentilhomme under the Grand Henri IV, both at Courtrai and Ivry, and Ventre Saint-Gris. We had neither pot nor marmite, but did always charge in our shirt. Which refutes another base scandal, said Lord Dalgarno, laughing, alleging that linen was scarce among the French gentlemen at arms. Gentlemen out at arms and elbows both, you mean, my lord, said the captain from the bottom of the table, craving your lordship's pardon. I do know something of these same gendarmes. We will spare your knowledge at present, captain, and save your modesty at the same time the trouble of telling us how that knowledge was acquired, answered Lord Dalgarno, rather contemptuously. I need not speak of it, my lord, said the man of war. The world knows it, all perhaps but the men of Mohair, the poor sneaking citizens of London, who would see a man of valour eat his very hilts for hunger, ere they would draw a farthing from their long purses to relieve them. Oh, if a band of the honest fellows I have seen were once to come near that cuckoo's nest of theirs. A cuckoo's nest, and that set of the city of London, said a gallant who sat on the opposite side of the table, and who, wearing a splendid and fashionable dress, seemed yet scarce at home in it. I will not brook to hear that repeated. What, said the soldier, bending a most terrific frown from a pair of broad black eyebrows, handling the hilt of his weapon with one hand, and twirling with the other his huge moustaches. "Will you quarrel for your city?" "Ay, marry will I," replied the other. "I am a citizen, I care not who knows it. And he who shall speak a word in dispraise of the city is an ass and a peremptory Gaul, and I will break his pate to teach him sense and manners." The company, who probably had their reasons for not valuing the captain's courage at the high rate which he himself put upon it, were much entertained at the manner in which the quarrel was taken up by the indignant citizen, and they exclaimed on all sides, "Well run, Bow Bell! Well crowed, the cock of St. Paul's! Sound a charge there, or the soldier will mistake his signals and retreat when he should advance." "You mistake me, gentlemen," said the captain, looking round with an air of dignity. "I will but inquire whether this cavaliero citizen is of rank and degree fitted to measure swords with a man of action. For conceive me, gentlemen, it is not with every one that I can match myself without loss of reputation, and in that case he shall soon hear from me honourably by way of cartel." "You shall feel me most dishonourably in the way of cudgel," said the citizen, starting up and taking his sword, which he laid in a corner. "Follow me. It is my right to name the place of combat by all the rules of the sword," said the captain, "and I do nominate the Maze, in Tothill Fields for place, 2 gentlemen who shall be indifferent judges for witnesses, and for time, let me say, this day fortnight at daybreak." "And I," said the citizen, "do nominate the bowling alley behind the house for place, the present good company for witnesses, and for time the present moment." So saying, he cast on his beaver, struck the soldier across the shoulders with his sheathed sword, and ran downstairs. The captain showed no instant alacrity to follow him, yet at last, roused by the laugh and sneer around him, he assured the company that what he did he would do deliberately, and assuming his hat, which he put on with the air of ancient pistol, he descended the stairs to the place of combat, where his more prompt adversary was already stationed with his sword unsheathed. Of the company, all of whom seemed highly delighted with the approaching fray, some ran to the windows which overlooked the bowling alley, and others followed the combatants downstairs. Nigel could not help asking Dalgarno whether he would not interfere to prevent mischief. "It would be a crime against the public interest," answered his friend. "There can be no mischief happen between 2 such originals, which will not be a positive benefit to society, and particularly to the Chevalier's establishment, as he calls it. I've been as sick of that captain's buff belt and red doublet for this month past, as e'er I was of aught, and now I hope this bold linen draper will cudgel the ass out of the filthy lion's hide. See, Nigel, see, the gallant citizen has ta'en his ground about a bowl's cast forward in the midst of the alley, the very model of a hog in armour. Behold how he prances with his manly foot, and brandishes his blade, much as if he were about to measure forth cambric with it. See, they bring on the reluctant soldado, and plant him opposite to his fiery antagonist, 12 paces still dividing them. Lo, the captain draws his tool, but, like a good general, looks over his shoulder to secure his retreat, in case the worst come on't. Behold, the valiant shopkeeper stoops his head, confident doubtless in the civic helmet with which his spouse has fortified his skull. Why, this is the rarest of sport. By heaven, he will run a tilt at him like a ram. It was even as Lord Dalgarno had anticipated, for the citizen, who seemed quite serious in his zeal for combat, perceiving that the man of war did not advance towards him, rushed onwards with as much good fortune as courage, beat down the captain's guard, and pressing on, thrust, as it seemed, his sword clear through the body of his antagonist, who, with a deep groan, measured his length on the ground. A score of voices cried to the conqueror, as he stood fixed in astonishment at his own feat, "Away, away with you! Fly, fly, fly by the back door! Get into the Whitefriars, or across the water to the bankside, where we keep off the mob and the constables." And the conqueror, leaving his vanquished foeman on the ground, fled accordingly with all speed. "By heaven," said Lord Dalgarno, "I could never have believed that the fellow would have stood to receive a thrust. He has certainly been arrested by positive terror, and lost the use of his limbs. See, they are raising him." Stiff and dark seemed the corpse of the swordsman, as 1 or 2 of the guests raised him from the ground. But when they began to open his waistcoat to search for the wound, which nowhere existed, the man of war collected his scattered spirits, and, conscious that the ordinary was no longer a stage on which to display his valour, took to his heels as fast as he could run, pursued by the laughter and shouts of the company. "By my honour," said Lord Dalgarno, "he takes the same course with his conqueror. I trust in heaven he will overtake him, and then the valiant citizen will suppose himself haunted by the ghost of him he has slain. Pardieu, milord, said the chevalier, if he had stayed one moment, he should have had a torchon, what you call a dish-clout, pinned to him for a piece of shroud to show he be de ghost of one grand fanfaron. In the meanwhile, said Lord Dalgarno, you will oblige us, Monsieur le Chevalier, as well as maintain your own honoured reputation by letting your drawers receive the man-at-arms with a cudgel, in case he should venture to come way again. Ventre saint gris, milord, said the chevalier, leave that to me. Begar, the maid shall throw the wash, said upon the grand poltroon. When they had laughed sufficiently at this ludicrous occurrence, the party began to divide themselves into little knots. Some took possession of the alley, late the scene of combat, and put the field to its proper use of a bowling ground, and it soon resounded with all the terms of the game as run, run, rub, rub, hold bias, you infernal trundling timber, thus making good the saying that 3 things are thrown away in a bowling green, namely time, money, and oaths. In the house many of the gentlemen betook themselves to cards or dice, and parties were formed at ombre, at basset, at gleek, at primera, and other games then in fashion, while the dice were used at various games, both with and without the tables, as hazard, in and in, passage, and so forth. The play, however, did not appear to be extravagantly deep. It was certainly conducted with great decorum and fairness, nor did there appear anything to lead the young Scotsman in the least to doubt his companion's assurance that the place was frequented by men of rank and quality, and that the recreations they adopted were conducted upon honourable principles. Lord Dalgarno neither had proposed play to his friend, nor joined in the amusement himself, but sauntered from one table to another, remarking the luck of the different players, as well as their capacity to avail themselves of it, and exchanging conversation with the highest and most respectable of the guests. At length, as if tired of what in modern phrase would have been termed lounging, he suddenly remembered that Burbage was to act Shakespeare's King Richard at the Fortune that afternoon, and that he could not give a stranger in London, like Lord Glenvarloch, a higher entertainment than to carry him to that exhibition, unless indeed, he added in a whisper, there is paternal interdiction of the theatre as well as of the ordinary. I never heard my father speak of stage plays, said Lord Glenvarloch, for they are shows of a modern date, and unknown in Scotland. Yet if what I have heard to their prejudice be true, I doubt much whether he would have approved of them. Approved of them! Exclaimed Lord Dalgarno. Why, George Buchanan wrote tragedies, and his pupil, learned and wise as himself, goes to see them. So it is next door to treason to abstain, and the cleverest men in England write for the stage, and the prettiest women in London resort to the playhouses, and I have a brace of nags at the door, which will carry us along the streets like wildfire, and the ride will digest our venison and ortolans, and dissipate the fumes of the wine, and so let's to horse. Godden to you, gentlemen, Godden, Chevalier de la Fortune. Lord Dalgarno's grooms were in attendance with 2 horses, and the young men mounted, the proprietor upon a favourite barb, and Nigel upon a high-dressed jennet, scarce less beautiful. As they rode towards the theatre, Lord Dalgarno endeavoured to discover his friend's opinion of the company to which he had introduced him, and to combat the exceptions which he might suppose him to have taken. And wherefore lookest thou sad, he said, my pensive neophyte, sage son of the alma mater of Low Dutch learning? What aileth thee? Is the leaf of the living world, which we have turned over in company, less fairly written than thou hadst been taught to expect? Be comforted, and pass over one little blot or two. Thou wilt be doomed to read through many a page, as black as infamy with her sooty opinion can make them. Remember, most immaculate Nigel, that we are in London, not Leyden, that we are studying life, not lore. Stand buff against the reproach of thine over-tender conscience, man, and when thou summest up, like a good arithmetician, the actions of the day before you balance the account on your pillow, tell the accusing spirit to his brimstone beard, that if thine ears have heard the clatter of the devil's bones, thy hand hath not trolled them; that if thine eye hath seen the brawling of 2 angry boys, thy blade hath not been bared in their fray. Now all this may be wise and witty, replied Nigel. Yet I own I cannot think but that your lordship and other men of good quality with whom we dined might have chosen a place of meeting free from the intrusion of bullies, and a better master of your ceremonial than yonder foreign adventurer. All shall be amended, Sancte Nigel, when thou shalt come forth anew, Peter the Hermit, to preach a crusade against dicing, drabbing, and company keeping. We will meet for dinner in Saint Sepulchre's church. We will dine in the chancel, drink our flask in the vestry. The parson shall draw every cork, and the clerk say Amen to every health. Come, man, cheer up, and get rid of this sour and unsocial humour. Credit me that the Puritans who object to us the follies and the frailties incident to human nature have themselves the vices of absolute devils, privy malice, and backbiting hypocrisy, and spiritual pride in all its presumption. There is much, too, in life which we must see, were it only to learn to shun it. Will Shakespeare, who lives after death, and who is presently to afford thee such pleasure as none but himself can confer, has described the gallant Falconbridge as calling that man a bastard to the time that doth not smack of observation, which, though I will not practise to deceive, yet to avoid deceit I mean to learn. But here we are at the door of the fortune where we shall have matchless Will speaking for himself. Goblin, and you, other lout, leave the horses to the grooms, and make way for us through the press. They dismounted, and the assiduous efforts of Luton, elbowing, bullying, and proclaiming his master's name and title, made way through a crowd of murmuring citizens and clamorous apprentices to the door where Lord Dalgarno speedily procured a brace of stools upon the stage for his companion and himself, where, seated among other gallants of the same class, they had an opportunity of displaying their fair dresses and fashionable manners, while they criticized the piece during its progress, thus forming at the same time a conspicuous part of the spectacle and an important proportion of the audience. Nigel Oliphant was too eagerly and deeply absorbed in the interest of the scene to be capable of playing his part as became the place where he was seated. He felt all the magic of that sorcerer who had displayed within the paltry circle of a wooden booth the long wars of York and Lancaster, compelling the heroes of either line to stalk across the scene in language and fashion as they lived, as if the grave had given up the dead for the amusement and instruction of the living. Burbage esteemed the best Richard until Garrick arose, played the tyrant and usurper with such truth and liveliness that when the battle of Bosworth seemed concluded by his death, the ideas of reality and deception were strongly contending in Lord Glenvarloch's imagination, and it required him to rouse himself from his reverie, so strange did the proposal at first sound when his companion declared King Richard should sup with them at the Mermaid. They were joined at the same time by a small party of the gentlemen with whom they had dined, which they recruited by inviting 2 or 3 of the most accomplished wits and poets, who seldom failed to attend the Fortune Theatre, and were even but too ready to conclude a day of amusement with a night of pleasure. Thither the whole party adjourned, and betwixt fertile cups of sack, excited spirits, and the emulous wit of their lively companions, seemed to realize the joyous boast of one of Ben Jonson's contemporaries, when reminding the bard of those lyric feasts where men such clusters had as made them nobly wild, not mad, while yet each verse of thine outdid the meat, outdid the frolic wine. End of chapter 12. Section 15 of The Fortunes of Nigel by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. Let the proud salmon gorge the feathered hook, then strike, and then you have him. He will wince. Spin out your line that it shall whistle from you some 20 yards or so. Yet you shall have him. Marry, you must have patience. The stout rock which is his trust hath edges something sharp, and the deep pool hath ooze and sludge enough to mar your fishing, less you are more careful. Albion or the double kings. It is seldom that a day of pleasure upon review seems altogether so exquisite as the partaker of the festivity may have felt it while passing over him. Nigel Oliphant at least did not feel it so. and it required a visit from his new acquaintance, Lord Dalgarno, to reconcile him entirely to himself. But this visit took place early after breakfast, and his friend's discourse was prefaced with the question how he liked the company of the preceding evening. "Why, excellently well," said Lord Glenvarloch, "only I should have liked the wit better had it appeared to flow more freely. Every man's invention seemed on the stretch, and each extravagant simile seemed to set one half of your men of wit into a brown study to produce something which should out-Herod it." "And wherefore not?" said Lord Dalgarno. "Or what are these fellows fit for, but to play the intellectual gladiators before us? He of them who declares himself recreant should, damn him, be restricted to muddy ale and the patronage of the Watermen's Company. I promise you that many a pretty fellow has been mortally wounded with a quibble or a carwitchet at the Mermaid, and sent from thence in a pitiable estate to Witt's Hospital in the Vintry, where they languish to this day amongst fools and aldermen." "It may be so," said Lord Nigel, "yet I could swear by my honour that last night I seemed to be in company with more than one man whose genius and learning ought either to have placed him higher in our company, or to have withdrawn him altogether from a scene where, sooth to speak, his part seemed unworthily subordinate." "Now, out upon your tender conscience," said Lord Dalgarno, "and the fico for such outcasts of Parnassus. Why, these are the very leavings of that noble banquet of pickled herrings and Rhenish, which lost London so many of her principal witmongers and bards of misrule. What would you have said had you seen Nasher Green, when you interest yourself about the poor mimes you supped with last night? Suffice it, they had their drench and their doze, and they drank and slept as much as may save them from any necessity of eating till evening, when if they are industrious they will find patrons or players to feed them. The condition of men of wit and talents was never more melancholy than about this period. Their lives were so irregular, and their means of living so precarious, that they were alternately rioting in debauchery, or encountering and struggling with the meanest necessities. 2 or 3 lost their lives by a surfeit brought on that fatal banquet of Rhenish wine and pickled herrings, which is familiar to those who study the lighter literature of that age. The whole history is a most melancholy picture of genius, degraded at once by its own debaucheries and the patronage of heartless rakes and profligates. For the rest of their wants, they can be at no loss for cold water, while the New River head holds good, and your doublets of Parnassus are eternal in duration." "Virgil and Horace had more efficient patronage," said Nigel. "Ay," replied his countryman, "but these fellows are neither Virgil nor Horace. Besides, we have other spirits of another sort, to whom I will introduce you on some early occasion. Our Swan of Avon hath sung his last, but we have stout old Ben, with as much learning and genius as ever prompted the treader of sock and buskin. It is not, however, of him I mean now to speak, but I come to pray you, of dear love, to row up with me as far as Richmond, where 2 or 3 of the gallants whom you saw yesterday mean to give music and syllabubs to a set of beauties, with some curious bright eyes among them. Such I promise you as might win an astrologer from his worship of the galaxy. My sister leads the bevy, to whom I desire to present you. She hath her admirers at court, and is regarded, though I might dispense with sounding her praise, as one of the beauties of the time." There was no refusing an engagement where the presence of the party invited, late so low in his own regard, was demanded by a lady of quality, one of the choice beauties of the time. Lord Glenvarloch accepted, as was inevitable, and spent a lively day among the gay and the fair. He was the gallant in attendance for the day upon his friend's sister, the beautiful Countess of Blackchester, who aimed at once at superiority in the realms of fashion, of power, and of wit. She was indeed considerably older than her brother, and had probably completed her 6 lustres, but the deficiency in extreme youth was more than atoned for in the most precise and curious accuracy in attire, an early acquaintance with every foreign mode, and a peculiar gift in adapting the knowledge which she acquired to her own particular features and complexion. At court she knew, as well as any lady in the circle, the precise tone, moral, political, learned, or jocose, in which it was proper to answer the monarch according to his prevailing humour, and was supposed to have been very active by her personal interest in procuring her husband a high situation, which the gouty old Viscount could never have deserved by any merit of his own commonplace conduct and understanding. It was far more easy for this lady than for her brother to reconcile so young a courtier as Lord Glenvarloch to the customs and habits of a sphere so new to him. In all civilized society, the females of distinguished rank and beauty give the tone to manners, and through these even to morals. Lady Blackchester had besides interest either in the court or over the court, for its source could not be well traced, which created friends, and overawed those who might have been disposed to play the part of enemies. At one time she was understood to be closely leagued with the Buckingham family, with whom her brother still maintained a great intimacy, and although some coldness had taken place betwixt the Countess and the Duchess of Buckingham, so that they were little seen together, and the former seemed considerably to have withdrawn herself into privacy, it was whispered that Lady Blackchester's interest with the great favourite was not diminished in consequence of her breach with his lady. Our accounts of the private court intrigues of that period, and of the persons to whom they were entrusted, are not full enough to enable us to pronounce upon the various reports which rose out of the circumstances we have detailed. It is enough to say that Lady Blackchester possessed great influence on the circle around her, both from her beauty, her abilities, and her reputed talents for court intrigue, and that Nigel Oliphant was not long of experiencing its power, as he became a slave in some degree to that species of habit which carries so many men into a certain society at a certain hour, without expecting or receiving any particular degree of gratification or even amusement. His life for several weeks may be thus described. The ordinary was no bad introduction to the business of the day, and the young lord quickly found that if the society there was not always irreproachable, still it formed the most convenient and agreeable place of meeting with the fashionable parties, with whom he visited Hyde Park, the theatres, and other places of public resort, or joined the gay and glittering circle which Lady Blackchester had assembled around her. Neither did he entertain the same scrupulous horror which led him originally even to hesitate entering into a place where gaming was permitted, but on the contrary began to admit the idea that as there could be no harm done in beholding such recreation when only indulged in to a moderate degree, so from a parity of reasoning there could be no objection to joining in it, always under the same restrictions. But the young lord was a Scotsman, habituated to early reflection, and totally unaccustomed to any habit which inferred a careless risk or profuse waste of money. Profusion was not his natural vice, or one likely to be acquired in the course of his education, and in all probability, while his father anticipated with noble horror the idea of his son approaching the gaming table, he was more startled at the idea of his becoming a gaining than a losing adventurer. The second, according to his principles, had a termination, a sad one indeed, in the loss of temporal fortune. The first quality went on increasing the evil which he dreaded, and perilled at once both body and soul. However the old lord might ground his apprehension, it was so far verified by his son's conduct, that from an observer of the various games of chance which he witnessed, he came, by degrees, by moderate hazards, and small bets or wagers, to take a certain interest in them. Nor could it be denied that his rank and expectations entitled him to hazard a few pieces, for his game went no deeper against persons who, from the readiness with which they staked their money, might be supposed well able to afford to lose it. It chanced, or perhaps according to the common belief, his evil genius had so decreed, that Nigel's adventures were remarkably successful. He was temperate, cautious, cool-headed, had a strong memory, and a ready power of calculation, was besides of a daring and intrepid character, one upon whom no one that had looked even slightly, or spoken to, though but hastily, would readily have ventured to practise anything approaching to trick, or which required to be supported by intimidation. While Lord Glenvarloch chose to play, men played with him regularly, or according to the phrase, upon the square, and as he found his luck change, or wished to hazard his good fortune no farther, the more professed votaries of fortune, who frequented the house of Monsieur le Chevalier, de Saint-Priest-Beaujeu did not venture openly to express their displeasure at his rising a winner. But when this happened repeatedly, the gamesters murmured amongst themselves equally at the caution and the success of the young Scotsman, and he became far from being a popular character among their society. It was no slight inducement to the continuance of this most evil habit, when it was once in some degree acquired, that it seemed to place Lord Glenvarloch, haughty as he naturally was, beyond the necessity of subjecting himself to farther pecuniary obligations, which his prolonged residence in London must otherwise have rendered necessary. He had to solicit from the minister certain forms of office, which were to render his sign manual effectually useful, and these, though they could not be denied, were delayed in such a manner as to lead Nigel to believe there was some secret opposition which occasioned the demur in his business. His own impulse was to have appeared at court a second time, with the king's sign manual in his pocket, and to have appealed to his majesty himself whether the delay of the public officers ought to render his royal generosity unavailing. But the Lord Huntingdon, that good old peer who had so frankly interfered in his behalf on a former occasion, and whom he occasionally visited, greatly dissuaded him from a similar adventure, and exhorted him quietly to await the deliverance of the ministers, which should set him free from dancing attendance in London. Lord Dalgarno joined his father in deterring his young friend from a second attendance at court, at least till he was reconciled with the Duke of Buckingham, a matter in which he said, addressing his father, "I have offered my poor assistance without being able to prevail on Lord Nigel to make any, not even the least, submission to the Duke of Buckingham." "By my faith, and I hold the laddie to be in the right on't, Malcolm," answered the stout old Scots lord. "What right hath Buckingham, or, to speak plainly, the son of Sir George Villiers, to expect homage and fealty from one more noble than himself by 8 quarters? I heard him myself, on no reason that I could perceive, term Lord Nigel his enemy. It will never be by my counsel that the lad speaks soft word to him till he recalls the hard one." "That is precisely my advice to Lord Glenvarloch," answered Lord Dalgarno. "But then you will admit, my dear father, that it would be the risk of extremity for our friend to return into the presence, the Duke being his enemy. Better to leave it with me to take off the heat of the distemperature with which some pickthanks have persuaded the Duke to regard our friend." "If thou canst persuade Buckingham of his error, Malcolm," said his father, "for once I will say there hath been kindness and honesty in court service. I've oft told your sister and yourself that in the general I esteem it as lightly as may be." "You need not doubt my doing my best in Nigel's case," answered Lord Dalgarno. "But you must think, my dear father, I must needs use slower and gentler means than those by which you became a favourite 20 years ago." "By my faith, I'm afraid thou wilt," answered his father. "I tell thee, Malcolm, I would sooner wish myself in the grave than doubt thine honesty or honour. Yet somehow it hath chanced that honest ready service hath not the same acceptance at court which it has in my younger time. And yet you rise there." "Oh, the time permits not your old world service," said Lord Dalgarno. "We have now no daily insurrections, no nightly attempts at assassination, as were the fashion in the Scottish court. Your prompt and uncourteous sword-in-hand attendance on the sovereign is no longer necessary, and would be as unbeseeming as your old-fashioned serving-men, with their badges, broadswords, and bucklers, would be at a court masque. Besides, father, loyal haste hath its inconveniences. I've heard, and from royal lips too, that when you stuck your dagger into the traitor Ruthven, it was with such little consideration that the point ran 1/4 of an inch into the royal buttock. The king never talks of it, but he rubs the injured part, and quotes his infandum renovari dolorum. But this comes of old fashions, and of wearing a long Liddesdale whinger instead of a poniard of Parma. Yet this, my dear father, you call prompt and valiant service. The king, I am told, could not sit upright for a fortnight, though all the cushions in Falkland were placed in his chair of state, and the provost of Dunfermline's borrowed to the boot of all." "It is a lie," said the old earl, "a false lie, forge it who list. It is true I wore a dagger of service by my side, and not a bodkin like yours to pick one's teeth withal. And for prompt service, odds nouns, it should be prompt to be useful when kings are crying treason and murder with the screech of a half-throttled hen. But you young courtiers know naught of these matters, and are little better than the green geese they bring over from the Indies, whose only merit to their masters is to repeat their own words after them. A pack of mouthers and flatterers and earwigs. Well, I'm old and unable to mend, else I would break all off, and hear the Tay once more flinging himself over the Campsie Lynn. But there's your dinner bell, father, said Lord Dalgarno, which, if the venison I sent you prove seasonable, is at least as sweet a sound. Follow me then, youngsters, if you list, said the old earl, and strode on from the alcove in which this conversation was held, towards the house, followed by the two young men. In their private discourse, Lord Dalgarno had little trouble in dissuading Nigel from going immediately to court, while on the other hand the offers he made him of a previous introduction to the Duke of Buckingham were received by Lord Glenvarloch with a positive and contemptuous refusal. His friend shrugged his shoulders as one who claims the merit of having given to an obstinate friend the best counsel, and desires to be held free of the consequences of his pertinacity. As for the father, his table indeed, and his best liquor, of which he was more profuse than necessary, were at the command of his young friend, as well as his best advice and assistance in the prosecution of his affairs. But Lord Huntingdon's interest was more apparent than real, and the credit he had acquired by his gallant defence of the king's person was so carelessly managed by himself, and so easily eluded by the favourites and ministers of the sovereign, that except upon one or two occasions, when the king was in some measure taken by surprise, as in the case of Lord Glenvarloch, the royal bounty was never efficiently extended either to himself or to his friends. There never was a man, said Lord Dalgarno, whose shrewder knowledge of the English court saw where his father's deficiency lay, that had it so perfectly in his power to have made his way to the pinnacle of fortune as my poor father. He had acquired a right to build up a staircase step by step, slowly and surely, letting every boon, which he begged year after year, become in its turn the resting place for the next annual grant. But your fortunes shall not shipwreck upon the same coast, Nigel, he would conclude. If I have fewer means of influence than my father has, or rather had, till he threw them away for butts of sack, hawks, hounds, and such carrion, I can, far better than he, improve that which I possess, and that, my dear Nigel, is all engaged in your behalf. Do not be surprised or offended that you now see me less than formerly. The stag hunting is commenced, and the prince looks that I should attend him more frequently. I must also maintain my attendance on the duke, that I may have an opportunity of pleading your cause, when occasion shall permit. I have no cause to plead before the duke, said Nigel gravely. I have said so repeatedly. Why, I meant the phrase no otherwise, thou churlish and suspicious disputant, answered Dalgarno. Then, as I am now pleading the duke's cause with thee, surely I only mean to claim a share in our royal master's favourite benediction, Beati Pacifici. Upon several occasions Lord Glenvarloch's conversations, both with the old earl and his son, took a similar turn, and had a like conclusion. He sometimes felt as if betwixt the one and the other, not to mention the more unseen and unboasted, but scarce less certain influence of Lady Blackchester, his affair, simple as it had become, might have been somehow accelerated. But it was equally impossible to doubt the rough honesty of the father, and the eager and officious friendship of Lord Dalgarno, nor was it easy to suppose that the countenance of the lady, by whom he was received with such distinction, would be wanting could it be effectual in his service. Nigel was further sensible of the truth of what Lord Dalgarno often pointed out, that the favourite being supposed to be his enemy, every petty officer through whose hands his affair must necessarily pass would desire to make a merit of throwing obstacles in his way, which he could only surmount by steadiness and patience, unless he preferred closing the breach, or, as Lord Dalgarno called it, making his peace with the Duke of Buckingham. Nigel might, and doubtless would, have had recourse to the advice of his friend George Heriot upon this occasion, having found it so advantageous formerly, but the only time he saw him, after their visit to court, he found the worthy citizen engaged in hasty preparations for a journey to Paris, upon business of great importance in the way of his profession, and by an especial commission from the court and the Duke of Buckingham, which was likely to be attended with considerable profit. The good man smiled as he named the Duke of Buckingham. He had been, he said, pretty sure that his disgrace in that quarter would not be of long duration. Lord Glenvarloch expressed himself rejoiced at that reconciliation, observing that it had been a most painful reflection to him that Master Heriot should, in his behalf, have incurred the dislike, perhaps exposed himself to the ill offices of so powerful a favourite. My lord, said Heriot, for your father's son I would do much, and yet truly, if I know myself, I would do as much as, and risk as much, for the sake of justice in the case of a much more insignificant person, as I have ventured for yours. But as we shall not meet for some time, I must commit to your own wisdom the farther prosecution of this matter." And thus they took a kind and affectionate leave of each other. There were other changes in Lord Glenvarloch's situation which require to be noticed. His present occupations and the habits of amusement which he had acquired rendered his living so far in the city a considerable inconvenience. He may also have become a little ashamed of his cabin on Paul's Wharf, and desirous of being lodged somewhat more according to his quality. For this purpose he had hired a small apartment near the Temple. He was nevertheless almost sorry for what he had done, when he observed that his removal appeared to give some pain to John Christie and a great deal to his cordial and officious landlady. The former, who was grave and saturnine in everything he did, only hoped that all had been to Lord Glenvarloch's mind, and that he had not left them on account of any unbeseeming negligence on their part. But the tear twinkled in Dame Nellie's eye, while she recounted the various improvements she had made in the apartment, of express purpose to render it more convenient to his lordship. There was a great sea chest, she said, had been taken upstairs to the shopman's garret, though it left the poor lad scarce 18 inches of opening to creep betwixt it and his bed, and heaven knew she did not whether it could ever be brought down that narrow stair again. Then the turning the closet into an alcove had cost a matter of 20 round shillings, and to be sure, to any other lodger but his lordship, the closet was more convenient. There was all the linen too, which she had bought on purpose, but heaven's will be done, she was resigned. Everybody likes marks of personal attachment, and Nigel, whose heart really smote him, as if in his rising fortunes he were disdaining the lowly accommodations and the civilities of the humble friends which had been but lately actual favours, failed not by every assurance in his power, and by as liberal payment as they could be prevailed upon to accept, to alleviate the soreness of their feelings at his departure, and a parting kiss from the fair lips of his hostess sealed his forgiveness. Richie Monipoles lingered behind his master to ask whether, in case of need, John Christie could help a canny Scotsman to a passage back to his own country, and receiving assurance of John's interest to that effect, he said at parting he would remind him of his promise soon. "For," said he, "if my lord is not weary of this London life, I ken one that is, videlicet myself, and I am weel determined to see Arthur's Seat again, ere I am many weeks older." End of chapter 13.